Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Enemies in Ruin by Vi Carter and E.R. Whyte, narrated by Will Tulin and Raven Wildwood. Prologue. Luca. 5 souls. That's what the pits demand of each fighter. I'm about to deliver my 5th life to the beast. That's how I see the pits, as a living, breathing thing, a beast that feeds off the blood that's spilled across the concrete floor. Once I do this, I'll have my freedom. The roars are electrifying. I've stood in this caged ring 5 times now, but the screams of the men never cease to set every nerve ending on edge. My body transforms along with my mind. I am no longer a man. I'm not bones and flesh. I'm something darker. I become the beast. I'm part of the pits now. I'm part of this underground fight club that belongs to the Mafia. The fingers of the spectators dig into the cage, and they rattle it as we wait for my opponent. I walk in a slow circle, my bare feet dragging the freshly poured white sand with them. I tighten my fingers as another wave of electricity rolls across my bare shoulders. Anticipation has me roaring at the gate as I wait for the next dead man walking to enter. My shout sends a wave of thirst across the audience. They thirst for blood, and my roar bounces back to me, hundreds of men strong. I've been avoiding glancing any higher than the men who cling to the cage, still high on adrenaline from the previous fight and the anticipation of this one, but my gaze travels up to the box that hangs over the crowd. Inside the box are 5 red armchairs, each one filled with a powerful man from one of the 5 familias who make up the leading Mafia clans in New York. One of them is my father. When our gazes clash, he gives a slight nod. I fucking hate him. I look to his left and am met by the grinning face of the Bratva Romanoff head, who caused all this by jabbing at my father. Pussy won't survive the pits. Not one fight, let alone 5. His own son, Ivan, had already fought his 5 and emerged victorious. In a moment of pure stupidity, my father sentenced me to the pits. Sentenced his son to the belly of the beast, all in the name of his ego. I focus on the white sand and jerk my neck from side to side. The lights dim and every hair on my body rises. This is it, one last fight, and I have my freedom. I exhale a long breath that expels the last of any lingering fear and find my stance. The sounds disappear from my hearing like a switch has been flipped. Men rattle silent bars, their mouths open in roars that get swallowed up before reaching me. My breath, that's all I hear. One long, dragged-in lungful of air before I release it through my nostrils. I focus on the gate, which opens. I see the shadow of a man. He's not as big as I am. I know that isn't a given, but it's a plus that I can use to my advantage. I flex my fingers before letting my arms dangle at my sides. I have the urge to bounce on my feet, a vicious grin ready to steal the grim look from my face. And then I see him, recognize him, know him. Sound crashes back with the impact of an explosion, and I stumble back as the man in front of me becomes fully visible. A cold shower of dread, fear, and shock consume me as I look into Francis's terrified eyes. I blink several times, trying to make him disappear, but he's still standing in front of me. The gate slams shut behind him, locking him in with me. It's the sound of death. The roars for blood rock my body, and I snap my head toward the VIP box. My father's face gives nothing away, but as I glance at the Bratva leader, he grins, revealing a glint of gold with his front tooth. Francis. Sand billows around my feet as I rush to my best friend, who's closer to me than even a brother. He's the Scarpetta family's youngest, Karina's twin. We've all been friends since we were children, drawn together by virtue of similar heritage and family expectations. I had no choice. His green gaze gnaws at me. His tongue flicks out and licks at the dried blood on his lips. His breathing is erratic. For most men who enter the cage, it's the adrenaline that causes it. With Francis, it is fear. He knows my reputation. Static crackles as the announcer moves between us and begins to speak. On my left, we have the brave and foolish Francis Scarpetta, weighing in at 152 pounds soaking wet. The crowd boos, the sound deafening, and Francis looks miserable. Francis, you have to fucking leave, man. You can't fucking be here. And on my right, we have our current champion, Luca Lucky Marzano, weighing in at 188 pounds, and with an absolutely vicious left hook, a brutal right hook, too. That's right, folks, he's ambidextrous, and a lethal combination of grace and skill. Francis, good luck to you, young sir. Gentlemen. Francis. I look at my friend, imploring. He shakes his head. I don't have a choice. The fight starts now. To the death. Francis pulls away from me, startled as the announcer states the rules. I walk back up to Francis as he spins in something like confusion, taking in the savage screams of the crowd around us. What did you do? I shout at him. He can't really be fucking here. This isn't happening. Something close to tears fills my best friend's eyes. I didn't do anything. I'm shaking my head. We have to stop this. Even as I think about it, I know that's not possible. Only one man ever leaves the pits. I've never heard of a fight being stopped while two people still breathe the same air. I'm sorry, Francis says, and I have no idea why until he rushes me and lands a solid punch into my jaw. Pain and shock send me rolling to the ground. Sand and sound rise as my back collides with the pit floor. The sand is no cushion against the concrete below the thin surface. Francis opens his mouth and lets out a battle cry, but doesn't charge. I'm watching him lose his mind with what he must do, with what we must do. Only one of us is leaving this cage. I stand against my better judgment and turn to my father. I know everyone is watching, but I can't do this. Please, I mouth. A body collides with my side, and I find myself eating a mouthful of sand. Francis's fists pound into my skull in a rage I never thought he could possibly achieve. This is Francis, my cool, chilled-out friend, who makes me drink more than I can handle, who makes me laugh though I've spent most of my life in misery. He's my anchor to sanity, and now he's unleashing hell on me. The roar of the crowd turns to chanting. They're chanting my name. They want me to get up. They want me to spill his blood. Make it quick. It's a whimper on a plea that's brushed against my earlobe. I almost wonder if I really heard it, as Francis's fists slam into my ear and the sound around me turns into one high-pitched buzzing note. I'm climbing to my feet, clinging to the cage as my balance is completely thrown. Francis's wild green eyes are screaming at me, and even through the pain and disorientation I shake my head. I can't kill my best friend. He charges, and my back slams into the cage. Greedy hands touch my bare flesh from the crowd behind us. End it! Francis roars, no longer hiding what he wants me to do. Anger propels me forward, and I take him to the ground. My body slams on top of his. Francis rolls to the side and spits out a mouthful of blood. I'm still on the ground, and I'm debating with myself. I know only one of us can leave this cage. Francis is a better man than I am. He charges, his foot rising and connecting with my face. Pain smashes into my skull, and the pull of the pain rolls me several times across the sand-covered floor. I have a moment of blindness, the world growing black as metallic taste floods my tongue. Francis slides beside me, madness dancing in his eyes. "If I kill you, I will live," Francis says. I nod. "Then just do it." I cringe at the words. I'm not on a suicide mission, but killing Francis wouldn't just end his life, it would end my life too. There would be no coming back from that. Francis grips my neck and squeezes. "I'm not here to live, Luca." Confusion floods me. "Even if I walk out of here, I won't make it far before I'm dead. So just fucking do it, or they will." I rise on one knee. I want to ask who they are, but the crowd wants blood, and what difference will it make at this moment? The weight of what Francis wants of me is almost too heavy to bear. I take a final look at the VIP box. My father is no longer there. He has abandoned me once again. I look into the faces of all the men who demand death, who demand to be entertained. Francis's leg rises and he kicks sand toward me. I spin and get to my feet, and the world seems to go wild. The rattles of the solid cage bars make me fear they will break them, and the entire world of death will pour in on top of us. Francis bounces like he knows what he's doing. Adrenaline and pure fear have me getting up to my feet. My best friend flexes his neck from left to right, and his gaze tells me he's ready. No one is going to stop this, and apparently if I don't kill him, someone else is going to do it. Why, I don't know, but I'll find out. I'll find out who, and I'll find out why, and I'll kill the motherfuckers. A roar rips from me as I charge, and before I collide with Francis, I see the quick flash of his familiar, beloved grin. I hate him for making me do this. He knows this will destroy not just him, literally, but me in every other way there is. I take my best friend to the ground, and I can't look at him. I spin with an arm around his neck and drag him to my chest, where I picture my father as I tighten my arm on his windpipe. Francis keeps his hands clenched into fists at his sides, doing nothing to stop me from killing him. "Fight me, damn you!" His legs jerk and kick up sand, and I focus on each kick as white dust rises in front of me. His weight on my chest is heavy as his arms finally take the command from his mind to stop this, and he starts to claw at me. I think for a second of letting him go, but that just means starting this all over again. I close my eyes and roar into the air as I tighten my arm on his neck, taking a life that shouldn't be taken. With a final jerk, I sense the break of his neck before his legs grow limp and his hands fall away from my face. His dead body rests in my arms, and the pits get their fifth soul. Or maybe it was their sixth. Mine isn't worth anything right now. I've never asked for forgiveness for anything in my life, but as I lie on the sand with my friend in my arms, I ask God, Karina, and Francis to forgive me. I don't think they ever will. I know I won't. Chapter 1. Luca. Gino slouches in the chair, his back slightly facing in my direction, his position blatantly disrespectful. One arm rests on the table, and he flips a coin around his fingers in quick succession. He doesn't trust me, that much is clear by his posture, and the way his gaze darts restlessly around the small family-owned Italian restaurant. We have a chain of restaurants, but this one in particular is special to my family because it's one of the first my father opened. It holds no emotional value to me. It's just convenient, bricks and mortar. Right now it's empty for my meeting with Gino. All the tables are set with white linen and glassware, except for the one where I sit. A cup of coffee sits in front of me on the square mahogany table, untouched. The space appears different without customers. I'm used to the hustle and bustle of the business, but I have my men at the door to stop any passers-by from entering until I vacate the premises, which I will shortly. I know this won't take long. Are you nervous? I ask, lifting the small cup of coffee to my lips and taking a deliberately slow sip. The coin stills on his middle finger. He shrugs. No. Should I be? He takes a quick glance at all the floor-to-ceiling windows that showcase the busy outside world of the streets of New York. It's like watching a muted TV as people walk past with no notion of what goes on inside these walls. Or maybe they do, but they prefer to live their small lives in blissful ignorance. I grin without answering, and his gaze grows shifty. He's the new leader of the 17s, a street gang that does the dirtier dealings for the Marzano family. That's why two more of my men sit at the table toward the front of the restaurant. Heavily armed, their lives are mine, and they will use them to protect me if trouble comes knocking. Another two men stand ramrod straight to the left of our table, near the long bar that runs the length of the establishment. Large overhanging lights fall from the ceiling in a teardrop formation only a foot apart from one another. The appearance is dramatic in daylight, but at night it gives a very romantic feel, or so my mother always says. Gino shifts again. He has been frisked for weapons upon entering the restaurant. He should have more sense than to show such disrespect toward me, especially since he isn't packing. Do you know the grocery store called Zanetti's? I ask. He blinks a few times and relaxes at the easy question. The coin bounces from one finger to the next. Yes, it's within the 17's territory. The 17's. The gang picked that name to make themselves sound formidable, its street meaning commonly known as, "My life is over." They're bold and cunning, and yet they answer to the Marzanos. Gino could have been a god in his own right in the New York Mafia world. He comes from old Italian blood. He could have been so much more than a lackey for the Marzano family, but he pissed off the wrong person in his youth, and that in turn led him here to me, answering to my family. I suppose we all pick our own paths in this world and make our choices from ones that seem to shift and pivot constantly. The instability and ease with which things change always makes me nervous. But ever since the pits, nothing could knock me. I have nothing left to give to the streets of New York. Are you aware that the Marzano family has been taking payments from the Zanettis in exchange for their store not being hit? I ask and take a sip of my coffee. It's another simple question with a simple answer. The coin continues to bounce from one finger to the next. Yes, I'm aware. A look of boredom tightens his brows, and he secures the coin in the palm of his hand. He faces me. His unspoken, "What's your point?" hangs in the air between us. I place the cup carefully onto the white saucer. So, Gino, why has the store been hit twice since the arrangement was made? Gino places both of his hands on the table. With all due respect, Luca, you can't understand what it is like to run a street gang. My people take the heat for every fucking thing. He raises both hands into the air, his white shirt and the sleeves of the black jacket rising with the motion. I clock several tattoos along both wrists. My men shift, but with a slight narrowing of my eyes they remain where they are. Gino notices my men and slowly places his hands back onto the table. My people get the smallest cut. I need to do what I can to make sure they get what they need to survive so that their involvement is worth it. He opens his hand, showing me his coin, and focusing on it while he sings his woes about his people, whom he clearly doesn't give a fuck about. This is about lining his own pockets, and they don't look cheap. I know an expensive suit when I see it. His is tailor-made of the highest quality cloth, just like mine. Without interest, I listen to him ramble, waiting while he runs out of steam and ties his own noose. He can throw his weight around with his people, but not with me. He has balls. Whispered words that tighten my throat enter my mind, along with a flash of Francis's grinning face. When will he stop tormenting me? You didn't talk to him before taking Zanetti off the map. Gino finishes off with a shrug before he slouches in the chair. And besides, New York has changed. More and more gangs are operating outside of the command of the families. The street scene has changed, and it's people like me. He jabs a finger at his chest as I contemplate cutting it off, who keep the money flowing. I nod like this all makes sense, but inside I'm ready to explode. I want to silence Francis's voice in my head, and I know how to. I give one of my men a quick flick of my chin, and they step toward Gino. Gino glances behind him before his gaze shoots back at me. I'm only saying what's happening on the streets. I don't look at Gino. Frankly, he's pissing me off too much. I want his left hand, the one he keeps flipping the coin across. My man is quick to grip his arm and slam his hand down onto the table. Gino tries to break free, but I place a finger at my lip, and his struggles stop. His gaze widens with understanding. Who the fuck does he think he is, speaking to me in such a tone, telling me how my streets are run? I extract the blade from my pocket. Francis is right. He has some balls. Luca. Before he can start begging, I slam the knife down into his flesh. He screams in agony and tries to pull his hand back, but I'm not letting the knife go. His screams subside to panicked sobs. I lean forward, keeping my grip on the knife, until he looks me in the eyes. Nothing has changed in New York City. The family is as strong as it ever was, but it is more hidden. The Zanettis came to me pleading for assistance, and I gave it. For a price. I twist the knife, and he cries out again. His screeches make me consider slicing his throat, just to cut off his squeals. Spit dribbles from his mouth and onto my table. I extract the knife out of his hand, and he screams again before pulling his bleeding hand to his chest. The coin sits on the table, and I reach across and pick it up. I wave a hand at one of my men and point at the dribble in front of Gino. I wait as my man wipes it away. Once it's gone, I continue. I declared Zanetti's off limits, and your men ignored that demand. This makes me and the Marzano family look weak, like the Marzano family's word means nothing. And if my word means nothing, then yours means fuck all. I nod at my man, and he steps away from Gino, who breathes through flared nostrils. He whimpers as he glances down at his hand. I don't want to have to repeat this, Gino, I say. He nods several times, but he's consumed with his own pain as he rises. He isn't looking too good, and he's getting blood on my fucking floor. I tighten my jaw. If one more drop hits my floor, I'll mop it up with your dead body. Quickly, Gino grabs a flap of his black jacket and wraps his bleeding hand in it. I do believe I just taught you a valuable lesson, I say, sliding the gold coin across the table toward him. He looks at it, but doesn't pick it up. His eyes dart from one of my men to the other before he looks at me. Thank you for the lesson, he whimpers, sounding unsure. I grin. Get the fuck out of my restaurant before I change my mind. He turns, but with each step he glances around him, waiting for me to change my mind. He was very disrespectful, I say to no one in particular. Maybe I'm waiting for Francis to tell me how he shouldn't be able to walk away with a small scratch on his hand for the way he disrespected me on my own turf. I think he needs a bit more of a lesson. I stand slowly. I don't have to say any more. Two of my men follow Gino out of the restaurant. I wipe my mouth on the napkin and button up my navy suit jacket. I pocket the coin and stand. "Make it a finger," I call after my men. That should do it. Francis's glee-filled voice gives me pause. He was never vindictive. No, I'm the vindictive bastard. I pause at the drops of blood on the ground. Before I can even speak the words to have it cleaned up, the restaurant manager steps forward from wherever he had been hiding and wipes the surface clean. "Good man," I say. I inhale the smell of the recently varnished wood. It's an undertone to the freshly cut flowers and the sweet scent of coffee beans. In just a few hours, the smell of varnish will be consumed when the kitchen starts its prep for tonight's patrons. I walk slowly out onto the busy streets. More of my men file out behind me, while the other two have dragged Gino down the side of the building to carry out my orders. That's the way it should be. I order and they follow. Gino will learn that lesson today, and if he doesn't, he'll find his resting place at the bottom of a river. Or you could strangle him to death. Shut the fuck up, I mumble. A police cruiser slows and the tinted window rolls down. The officer behind the wheel meets my gaze, and I give a little wave of 2 fingers for him to continue on his drive and mind his business. The window rolls up and he increases his speed, moving down the road. I walk a few feet to the mouth of the alleyway just as my phone starts to ring. Taking it out of my pocket, I hit the answer button. The voice on the other end isn't clear. I can't hear what's being said because of Gino's damn screams. I hold the phone to my chest and let out a long whistle to get my men's attention. One of them appears and I wave the phone at him. "I'm on the phone," I state, in case he doesn't get the message. "Keep it down." He nods and disappears down the alleyway. The screams cease and I bring the phone back to my ear. "Sorry about that. What were you saying?" "She's back."
Chapter 2. Karina, 21 years old. Dear Diary, is it weird that I still keep a diary at 21 years old? Yeah? Well, fuck you too. I have shit to say and no one to say it to, as per usual, so Dear Diary it is. Sal Fiorelli offered me a job today. Can you believe it? It might be the one thing that redeems this crappy move, because I gotta tell you, the City of Angels ain't it. The smog here, unbelievable. It's its own thing. And the men, well, they ain't Luca. But it's not just any job. He's actually giving me something worth doing, something that requires a brain. Which means he thinks I may actually have a brain. I'm not going to write down what the job is because, hello, brains, but it involves expanding his bottom line. I can do that because I'm more than the pretty face father always saw me for. I'm more than Luca's wild child. You watch. I'm going to have this place in the palm of my hand before Daddy Agostino calls me home. Outside the window next to the table where I sit, New York teems with traffic. Foot, bike, and car, young, old, and everything in between. It doesn't stop. Taxi horns bleat, the sound audible through the glass panes, and I know if I went outside, I'd be engulfed immediately by the rush and roar of the city. On the seat across from me, Baccio, my Malinois, sits and watches me as I watch the city. He's technically my service animal. An amiable doctor ruled me a very anxious woman so he could accompany me legally anywhere I required. But really, he's my best friend and a remarkable guard. He's worth 10 men, and I trust him to have my back more than I trust anything that speaks English or Italian or carries a gun, and that's a sad fact. Baccio can be found anywhere I am, and usually people know better than to challenge his presence. New York is new to him, but so far he seems to like it. I have men with me. My father insisted on it, but I insisted on their discretion. One is in the car in the parking garage, ensuring no one tampers with the vehicle. One is at the entrance to the garage itself, a deterrent to anyone taking the car guard by surprise. Another is here in the restaurant, but he's hidden among the patrons so well I couldn't pick him out unless I looked very carefully. The Scarpetta crew is good. I hadn't realized until I arrived back home a few days ago how much I'd missed being here. New York is an entirely different beast from Los Angeles, one that belches grit and soul instead of breathing sunfire and granola like LA. Not that I didn't like my adoptive city. I'd been content to quietly build my own empire in the West, but it's undeniably good to be home, even if I haven't quite put my finger on why my father called me back after sending me away in disgrace 5 years ago. I'll figure it out soon enough, I'm sure. Agostino Scarpetta never earned any prizes for subtlety. As I stir my Bellini, I divert my gaze from outside to glance around the restaurant from the relative privacy of my corner booth. The Bastoni e Pietra is a designated neutral zone in the city, a place where members of any and all mob familia can eat and mingle without fear of falling victim to a hit or reprisal. It stays busy regardless of the hour, like most places in Little Italy, its gleaming dark hardwood floors and burgundy walls paying testament to gossip and deals that we're careful to keep discreet outside these hallowed halls. Most of the tables in the classy eatery are full, even at this mid-afternoon hour, and people, many I recognize, along with a few I don't, move in and out of my field of vision, some moving past the public areas to the sexy speakeasy in the rear. Friend or stranger, I know if they're here, they're part of the business. The locals know better than to come in here. Occasionally, a stupid tourist stumbles in, drawn by the authenticity and the scent of sourdough and marinara, but the locals have some sense. A waiter approaches, his smile self-aware and his gaze shifting away from mine before settling on the tray in his hands. He studiously avoids meeting Bacco's curious gaze, perhaps instinctively aware that to show fear or nervousness would be bad for him.
Buongiorno, signorina.
Rubbing a finger tiredly across my brow, I observe the barely discernible tremble in the young man's hands as he sets down a spread of freshly made bread and an olive oil dip spiced with garlic, rosemary, chives, and thyme. And so it begins. Thank you.
Of course. Can I get anything else for you, signorina?
He clasps his hands in front of him to hide the shake, I'm sure. You can tell me how many people know I'm here. I pick up a hunk of bread and mop it through a smear of olive oil, then hand it across the table to Bacco, who takes it delicately from my fingers. He is always careful to avoid nipping me with his large alligator teeth. I tear off another hunk for myself, waiting for the waiter's response. He startles visibly before collecting himself.
I'm not sure I understand the question, signorina.
I chew without answering immediately, my gaze steady on him, then grab my napkin from my lap and wipe my mouth with delicate dabs. Obviously, you're new to the game, and you 1000% need to get better at it, fast. I watched as you dropped a note at that table. I indicate with a pointed glance. And exchanged a wordless communication with that one, another tilt of my chin, before directing your attention to me in a very obvious manner. Discretion, young man. His cheeks redden. I hold up a hand, cutting him off. You don't live at Bastoni e Pietra, after all. You don't want to find yourself in the position of having someone sent to your home, do you? I squint to read his name tag, my spectacles sitting on the table beside me. My near vision is a weakness I despise. Daniel.
My apologies, signorina.
The young man bows jerkily, his eyes rolling in his skull like those of a panicked horse. I shrug and pull off another hunk of bread before waving him away. I'm not really upset, but I could spot the fool a mile away and recognize that he was about to drown himself in the deep end of the pool. Whether it was he or another employee talking, I had no doubt word had gone out. After 5 years in Californian exile, Karina Scarpetta was back. For what purpose remained to be seen. I've just popped the bite of bread into my mouth when my attention is caught by the opening of the door opposite me and the group of 5 men who walk through its entry. Tension grips me, and across from me, Bacho shifts and whines low in his throat. I relax each muscle deliberately. I'm fine, baby. 4 of the men are unknown to me, simple foot soldiers by their appearance. It's the man they flank who makes me grip my table knife in a tight fist, a man I had hoped to not see during my visit. Luca Marzano. Slinking further into the recesses of the booth until my back is against the wall, I watch him from the corner of my eye. Luca is a man born, bred, and polished for his role as heir to the Marzano familia. He is the highest-ranking person in the room, yet he does the due diligence of pausing at various tables to pay his respects. Every person he greets rises to return the honor, bowing and scraping as they shake his hand, smiling like they are one of the chosen few. My lip curls. If only they knew how greatly Luca despises them, how he hated everything about this life when we were kids. As he moves around the room, glad-handing everyone, my eyes follow him. I keep my expression impassive, but inwardly, the butterflies his presence always set to dancing wake up and begin a jitterbug in my stomach. Everything that made him so tempting once upon a time is still there, mostly unchanged since I last saw him. Brownish blonde hair in a dark, burnished hue, refined features, a hint of something wicked in his green eyes. Time hasn't completely ignored him, though. Even across the distance that separates us, I see a greater hardness in his eyes now. When he smiles at the person he's talking to, his gaze remains untouched by the gesture. Distant, cold. His hair is not so tightly cut, but it seems like his suit is. There is a distinct stretch in the material across the breadth of his back when he extends his arm. He is bulkier than before. A man, whereas he once possessed the slender strength of youth. Idly, I wonder what he looks like beneath that suit. Down, girl. Without knowing exactly why Father brought me back, I'm fairly confident it was not to resume a relationship with Luca Marzano. After all, that's why he had sent me away. Everyone knows. Luca Marzano is an untouchable. He's above the law. Above reprisal by his peers, even. Without the permission of the commission, the Mafia cannot touch him. As for me, well, I flew too close to the sun, and I touched an untouchable. Sadly, I got burned. My family and the Marzanos are not friends. We might even be considered enemies, although at one time, Luca and I were anything but. And it's that which led to my expulsion from New York and my father's virtual abandonment of our relationship. It's okay, though. I learned in the process that I was far greater than a mere Mafia princess. I was destined to be so much more. I'm a fucking general queen. It's not a typical position for women in our world. We are generally considered to be lesser halves of our male counterparts, useful as bargaining chips in marriages designed to increase wealth and standing. We were taught from babyhood to be quiet, look pretty, and stay sweet and agreeable. I am pretty, but I'm anything but sweet and agreeable. The Dawn of the West, Sal Fiorelli, welcomed me with open arms and a middle finger directed at my father. A member of the commission who held power in Los Angeles, he saw me first as a potential tool, a bird in the hand for dealing with East Coast familia, which was fine. I understood my position, had counted on my lineage and background making me useful. It wasn't long, though, before he saw something in me I had never dared consider a Don might actually let me develop. An intelligence and innate ruthlessness that made me a natural leader. He became a second father to me and supported me, as under his tutelage, I built up a syndicate of my own. Using what I knew of the ports of New York City, I was able to increase the Mafia's port theft market in Los Angeles by 30%. I sigh and look at my dog. "Any advice, Kiss Kiss?" I murmur quietly to him, smiling as his ears flick in response to the English translation of his Italian name. He nudges his nose in my direction across the table. I should steer clear of Luca Marzano. In spite of a lingering resentment for my father's machinations years ago, I want to make things right with him. It's why I'm here. Along with a tiny desire to rub my success in his face and see if he'll entertain my efforts in the New York business. I can lift his profits too, I feel certain. He hasn't given me any direct instructions, but I know he wouldn't want me picking things back up with Luca. Additionally, I still harbor some bitterness that Luca let me go so easily. He didn't fight for me, didn't try to follow. That's hard to forgive. In spite of that, he draws me to him, kind of like those cigarettes I occasionally need after a meal or a particularly rough day. I hate them and don't indulge too frequently, but I fucking want them. With a signal to Baccio, I slide out of the booth. Baccio follows at my hip as I walk toward him, putting a little extra dangerous sway into my hips as I walk. I'm not averse to using every asset at my disposal. As a woman in a male-dominated playing field, I've learned to use what the good Lord gave me to make it level. My innate sensuality, my brain, and Baccio are the prime weapons in my arsenal. Although, I have to admit that Luke is looking faintly dangerous himself. He stands with his back to me as he exchanges words with a member of the Valachi family, Angel, if I remember correctly. His voice is everything I remember, deep and cultured, with an intriguing huskiness. His men, circled around him, eye me warily as I approach, one of them extending an arm to block me when I move to tap my former boyfriend's shoulder. Baccio growls, a rumble low in his throat, and I give the man a quelling look. Obviously, he doesn't know who I am. Before he can warn Luca of my presence, I speak. I like having the advantage of surprise, and I have a feeling I'll need to capitalize on every advantage I possess if I'm to be in New York for any length of time. Hello, Luca.
Chapter 3. Luca. Hello, Luca. The words drift across the space and seem to leach onto my flesh, sucking the life out of me in the space of a second. I don't even have to turn around to know who it is. 5 years later, I recognize her voice as instantly as though it were only this morning I last heard it. Karina. She is untouchable, forbidden to me. A wave of memories flash by in quick succession. All the times we snuck out during family events and made out. Karina's smiling brown eyes take center stage in my mind, long dark hair moving in the breeze. Her laughter. Fuck. We were teenagers when we started our wild affair. Me 19, Karina 17. A couple of crazy kids. My Achilles heel, that's what she was. What she still is if I look long enough. I don't do that, though. With the memories comes an onslaught of guilt in the instant awareness of what I took from her. The worst part is she doesn't even know. I never thought I'd see her again. I honestly thought Francis's ghost was going to be the worst of my punishment, but seeing Karina is so much worse. I turn and face her. My men still flank me, a circle of protection, but an army wouldn't stop the onslaught of emotions I feel at seeing her. I could dismiss them, but for just a moment, I allow this barrier between myself and Karina so I can take in her dark beauty. She's the right to my wrong, but like the sands of time, she slipped through my fingers and took a piece of me. The last little bit I thought of as my humanity, with her. She stole it without even knowing she was a thief. When the old Don Valachi found out about me and Karina, he put a stop to it. The last thing the Valachis needed was for the Scarpettas and Marzanos to join forces. So what we shared was sliced clean, and neither of us had a choice in the matter. I let her go because there was nothing I could do about it as a foolish young man, and because it was easier than facing her day in and day out with the knowledge of what I had done. But what she doesn't know won't hurt her. Pushing down the guilt, I focus on her like a man bent on appreciating a good-looking woman in front of him, like a man who didn't take her brother's life. Her face is slimmer than it was when I last saw her, her dark eyes magnified behind a pair of black-rimmed glasses that somehow only managed to make her look sexier. Her curves are exaggerated by the knee-length pencil skirt that's painted onto her womanly figure, accentuating the tuck of her waist and flare of her hips. The tailored white shirt fits her perfectly, the few open buttons showcasing the shadow of her cleavage. Not too much, but enough to distract a man. That would be Karina's intention, an intelligent woman among lust-filled men. When I know I'm composed and no reaction will leak through, I wave my men away, and like a departing sea they shift, and she stands before me. Red paints her lips, and the corner of her mouth, along with a dark brow, rises. "Luca, it's been a minute." I'm tempted to smile at her humor. It's been years, 5 long, torturous years, but I keep my features neutral. "I hear you have been off building an empire." I take a step toward her. I want to ask what brought her back to the streets of New York, but I figure I'll find out soon enough. There are few secrets that stay hidden among the families for long. Karina doesn't step away from my advance, reminding me of one of the reasons I loved her. She knows her worth and was always brave, braver than she was smart most days. But with me, she shed some of that self-assured skin and allowed me to see the girl behind the mask. A girl whose heart I broke, I remind myself, and damaged my own in the process. I'm not sure I have one anymore, but if I did, she would surely smash it to bits out of spite if I let her in again. She shrugs one shoulder. "I got bored, what can I say?" Humor flashes in her deep brown eyes. Her gaze is wary. Clearly, she isn't the naive girl I remember. Humor remains, but along with it, a tell. Karina is lying. It's in the way she tilts her neck. So she didn't get bored and come back. Something else has brought her home. Is all I say, and I glance around the restaurant to see the direction she came from. A woman's purse sits at a booth at the windows that line the front of the restaurant. I can only assume the occupant was Karina. I've stopped by nearly every table so far, a customary politeness that I must show while hiding my absolute dislike for the role I must play. The vicious-looking beast at Karina's hip sits and looks up at me with a dark gaze nearly as intelligent as its mistress's. Her fingers stroke its head lightly, and it preens, a long pink tongue lolling out from a mouth filled with teeth that could snap a man's wrist like a twig. "Nice dog." She smiles. "Bacio. It means kiss." I run my hand across the stubble covering my chin. "I remember. Shall we?" I hold out my arm and direct her back to her booth. It's really the perfect place to sit. It gives her a full view of all the people who come and go, with easy access to the exit. Each one is as powerful as the next, but none as powerful as me. "Have them bring us coffee," I order one of my men. I pop open the button on my suit jacket and slide into the booth, Karina's dog plopping down on the floor opposite me. My back is to the rest of the room, but for once I don't mind. My sole focus will be Karina, who sits across from me. Her early brunch is still on the table. "Don't let me interrupt your lunch," I say. It's terrible of me, but I wouldn't mind sitting here watching her mouth work a piece of bread. Even at 17, that mouth had been capable of doing fantastic things to my cock and body. I want to shift in the seat to stop my growing erection, but I hold still. Karina glances down at the bread, picks up a piece, and examines it between painted nails before she drops it. I'm finished. Her gaze lands back on me, full of knowledge. I wonder if she's thinking about all the times we fucked. "You look like you've done well for yourself," she says after a moment. "Do I?" I fire back. A smile starts to play on her lips, but falls flat. She once was one of the few people who really knew me, but already I think she can see I'm not the same man, and she's not the same girl I remember. She's very much a woman. "I have heard whispers." She's careful with her words. I sit back and wait for her to speak again. She bites her bottom lip. The waiter arrives and places a coffee in front of me, and then gives one to Karina. He doesn't speak, and I keep staring at her until he leaves. "What kind of whispers?" I ask. I'm sure it's the usual, but I want to hear the words from her lips. For a second, she seems almost uncomfortable, but forces a quick smile before touching the medallion necklace around her neck. The cynical side of me wonders if it's an intentional move designed to divert my attention to her cleavage, but she drops her hand onto the table. "I don't recall you being so serious." She's backpedaling, an effect I often have on other people, but not normally with her. But things change. "Don't hold back," I nudge. Holding back was never her thing. She never did so when I buried myself inside her. I explored every inch of her body, and right now I wouldn't mind doing it again. I only saw her ass in that pencil skirt for a moment as we walked to the table, but I remember how perfect it was as I pounded against it years ago. This time I have to shift ever so slightly to try to give some relief to my raging hard-on. I haven't felt this turned on since I was a fucking kid. It makes it hard to focus. What the hell were we discussing? "I won't." She grins and reaches down. Beneath the table's level, she stretches to do something, scratch her ankle or adjust her shoe. "I've heard you're untouchable." A moment later, her foot touches the inside of my thigh. I don't react, but my cock does, hardening further. I keep my face neutral as her foot travels higher, getting a little too close for comfort to my erection. I drop my hands and tighten my fingers around her slim ankle. I want to yank her leg and drag her across the table to me. I can picture her straddling me, the pencil skirt shoved up around her waist. My fingers would slide easily into her panties, pushing them aside before burying my cock in her pussy. God damn it, I'm fucking depraved. The abrupt thought has me pushing her foot away with more force than necessary. Before she can analyze my reaction to her touching me, I hit her hard with the news of my engagement. "I am engaged. Did you hear those whispers?" Her gaze widens with evident shock, along with it coming something else, which she hides as she looks down at her plate, her long dark lashes cutting me off from seeing what she's truly feeling. When she glances back at me, her emotions are shielded. Bravo, my sweet wild one. She has been taught well to hide what hurts. We all have. "Congratulations, Luca," she says, her voice only slightly stiff. "I'm so glad you finally found someone to love." "I loved you." I pick up a single sugar cube and deposit it carefully into my coffee. It looks good on paper. When I look back at her, it's clear she's still processing the information carefully. That's all that matters, I add before I stir my coffee. She knows that better than anyone else. This is the world we are born into. Appearance is everything. You are engaged, not yet married. I guess the night is still young. Her taunting is back, the gleam in her eyes setting my cock to standing again. I forgot the cream. I add it to my coffee and try to keep my composure, but it slips momentarily. I move my hands onto the table and lean a little closer. I could drag you into the middle of this room. I point at the center of the restaurant, but Karina doesn't follow my finger, her gaze instead remaining pinned on me. I could fuck you, I add. Her eyes widen briefly and lust pools in the depth of her irises. I could drag your skirt up and rip off your... I pretend to think. From memory, I would say little black thong. This time she squirms, and I know I've hit my mark. I lean even closer. I could dip my fingers inside your pussy, which I'm sure would be soaking wet, all before burying myself between your legs. I don't know who I'm torturing more, me or her. But it would change nothing. I sit back in my seat and take a sip of my coffee before I land the final blow. Evie O'Hanlon is to be my wife, and it's her and her alone I will bury myself in. Karina nods like she understands, but the fire in her eyes is in complete contradiction to her reaction as she slips on her high heel, gathers her bag, and stands. But it's clear she's shaken. Her pussy probably dried right up at that warning. She rests her hip against the table, a walking distraction to men. I don't allow my mind to think of any man in California who may have touched her. Anger accelerates my heart rate. When she looks down at me, she doesn't smile, but whispers, "A woman with nothing to lose is one with everything to gain." She touches my cheek and offers a small, wistful smile before walking out of the restaurant and leaving me with a war raging inside me. She was everything. And yes, I lost her.
Chapter 4. Karina, 21 years old. Dear Diary, there are no words for how I'm feeling right now, but I guess I'll try anyway. Sucker punched? Betrayed? Abandoned? A whole hell of a lot of rejected. I don't understand. How could he give me a fucking bus ticket to LA and shove an Amex in my hand like that? Tell me he'll let me know when I can come back. What the hell did I do? Even Enzo shook his head over that one. And Luca. I don't know what's worse, my father's rejection or Luca's betrayal. I went to his home. I don't know what I expected. It was all very Romeo and Juliet of me, I suppose. I thought maybe we could run away and be together. He took me out on the balcony of his suite of rooms, made love to me, and then drove me to the fucking bus station. Once more, for old time's sake, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. I expected more. I guess I know better now than to put my faith in faithless men. It's a dreary fucking day. I stand in the long, narrow sun terrace that makes up a hefty portion of the backside of the Scarpetta family estate, taking in the view spread out before me. Baccio is curled on the stone-tiled floor at my feet, snoozing in a splash of weak sunlight. The rear garden's front valuable riverside acreage, and past their sloping, perfectly landscaped lawns, the Hudson flows, cold and gray on this morning. On its opposite bank, the Manhattan skyline rises to a cloud-heavy sky. Before all of that, though, Celeste the flower fairy adorns the garden front and center. Celeste was my best friend as a child, even if she was made of marble. a statue of a woman carrying a basket of flowers, one leg peeking through a slit of her dress. She perches, as she always has, on a pedestal at the center of a path that branches and leads to various precisely manicured gardens. The Scarpetta estate is located at the top of the Palisades, grand and lofty cliffs that face New York on the New Jersey side. Below them, businesses and apartment buildings line the foot of the cliffs before meeting the river that separates Jersey from the city. Back in my grandfather's day, when the estate was constructed, he had wanted a spot on the cliffs where nothing came between them and the river, where the cliffs dropped straight into the water. That part of the Palisades is protected by a national park, though. Even with attempts to bribe some people in the government in order to make his real estate dream happen, he was unsuccessful. The men in my family have always wanted what they can't have. A barge floats down the Hudson, the vessel's wake rippling the reflection of the skyline. I always thought it foolish for my grandfather to fight so hard for a spot on a cliff. It just means there's further to fall, after all. But that's the way it's always been. Me unable to comprehend the priorities of the men in my world. Unable to fathom their choices. I've always known that I would do things differently if I were in charge. I've proven as much. Bringing my hand up, I curl my fingers around the gold St. Francis medallion I'm rarely without. It was my twin brother's, given to him by our mother for his namesake saint. I took it from his personal possessions after his death and find myself touching it constantly, especially when I feel stressed or anxious. This is, without a doubt, such a moment. This will be the first time I'm seeing my father since he sent me away from New York, away from Luca. Part of me, the part clutching my brother's medallion, is nervous. The other part is steady, aware that I'm not the same timid girl Agostino Scarpetta sent across the country. I've learned to shape my own destiny, to chase what I want, what's good for me, even when what I want may be the most dangerous thing in the world for me. The air shifts, and I turn to see an unfamiliar man step into the room. Bacco's ears prick, and he lifts his head, waiting for my command. I hold my hand palm down and level with the floor, a signal to stay. The gun in the newcomer's waistband and the deferential, if cocky, look in his eye marks him as a soldier. Wonder where Arturo went. The thought is idle and lacks any real curiosity. There's a high turnover rate in our business.
Don Scarpetta is ready for you,
he says. Lovely. Striding out ahead of him, I walk down the hallway toward my father's office, Bacco at my hip. Ceiling lamps hang above, positioned every few feet and forming a line down the hall. As a child, I used to love looking at them as I ran through the hallway with Enzo and Francis. They're different now. Something about the curved globes almost clinical in style. Maybe it's because now that I'm an adult, fully aware of what kind of people traverse this hall, I'm no longer able to view it as a home. It's a business. Agostino Scarpetta waits behind his ornate mahogany desk when I finally reach his office. I enter, and at a look from him, the two men sitting with him rise and leave. Even here, in his mansion on a hill, my father requires around-the-clock guards. I glance down at Bacco, sitting politely at my ankles. I suppose I can't say too much about that. Father apparently feels safe enough in my presence to dispense with his security. It kind of pisses me off. I've been gone years and have had next to no contact with the man. I could be anyone, feel anything for him by now, but he isn't treating me like someone who could be dangerous. He's treating me as he always has done, like a child. Worse, like a girl. Father leans back in his chair, twiddling a gold-plated ink pen in his fingers. When he speaks, it's to come straight to the point. No niceties, no small talk.
I've been informed that Luca Marzano and the O'Hanlon girl have arranged an alliance.
The breath catches in my lungs, and for a second, I'm drowning. An alliance. That means they're engaged. Luca was telling the truth. I steady myself, bringing my hand up to curl around my necklace. How lovely for them.
It's nothing more than a power move,
he continues.
With both Marcus and Damon Paparazzo dead, Evie O'Hanlon has control of the Irish and the Italian branches of her family. Marzano saw his chance and took it.
Okay. I struggle to contain both my irritation and my hurt. Did you bring me all the way from California to tell me this? He looks at me from over the rims of his glasses, the expression in his eyes dampening my momentary boldness. I press my lips together, refusing to offer the apology he silently demands. After a moment, he continues.
I'll not sit by and let that Irish bitch take everything the Italians have worked for. I don't fully trust the young Valachi Don.
Angel.
Yes, Angelus. They married into the Paparazzo and O'Hanlon clans, so there's the chance he's formed secret alliances.
Even with his sister dead? Recently, the Valachi family went tits up. The old Don Valachi died, and in the absence of young Angel, Damon Paparazzo seized temporary control by marrying the daughter, Luciana Lulu Valachi. His boldness did not please the commission, though, and both he and Lulu ended up dying at Angel's hand. It turned out that Angel had been secretly working for the commission all along, and was able to step right into the vacuum created by Damon's and Lulu's deaths. It was a cautionary tale for all of us who had ever considered defying the power of the commission.
Especially with his sister dead.
What do you want, then? The pen taps against his desk as he eyes me consideringly.
I believe it is time to unite the Scarpetta and Marzano families.
Anger gathers within me with the speed and force of a tsunami. Sensing my unrest, Baccio whines, and I sink a hand into his fur, anchoring myself. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I clamp my mouth closed on the words, knowing my father would hear nothing but the disrespect. What are you saying exactly? I ask instead. He rolls his eyes.
Don't be dense, girl. Break them up, of course. We will form our own alliance.
I feel ill, physically sick of the smell of God complex in the room. That's why. But you sent. You know that would have happened years ago if you hadn't interfered in my and Luca's relationship. All these years spent away from my home, away from my family and friends, being forced to become an entirely different person. All of it was for nothing. Father waves his hand, the pen glinting in the light.
Yes, well, things change. I had expected Enzo to wed the Valachi girl, but if that fell through, my goal was to arrange something between you and Angelus. But then he disappeared, and everything went to shit.
The chess moves are staggering, the logic behind them ill-conceived at best and crazed at worst. Angel is back now. I don't know why I bothered to remind him. I have no interest in being linked to Angel. I shake my head. Father notes the movement of my head, and his expression hardens.
Angel is commission. Even if he doesn't yet have his seat, I can't control him. Luca is an untouchable now, and he can give me what I need. You did as you were told back then. You'll do it now, too. Ruin their engagement and cement your own alliance.
He looks down at his desk and shuffles a stack of paper.
That will be all.
With a sharp inhale, I turn on my heel and leave the room, Baccio trotting at my side. I shouldn't be surprised that he would go to such lengths, manipulate me in such a way. But I can't deny the stab of pain his maneuvering generates. Luca was the one man I loved, the one person I trusted with everything, my heart, my body, my legacy. The one thing I'd ever truly wanted. It was crippling when Father took him away. I've spent the last 5 years doing my best to forget him and everything he meant, and now, this? It's unconscionable. It's the work of someone who has never loved and never lost. And now I have to choose. Again. My family or Luca. Despite the appearance of this making a way for all my dreams to come true, I'm not so foolish. If I do as my father bids, I'll be right back beneath his thumb. If I don't, well, I might as well pack my bags and leave. For good this time. I head out to the back gardens. I need the cliffs today. Need the stiff wind rolling up from the river to clear my mind. Seeing Luca in person yesterday brought everything back. It's all still there, every ounce of passion and pain. I don't have what Evie O'Hanlon does, though. I don't have her power. I don't have her connections. I can't give Luca those things. And how can I give my heart to him again on command, knowing it's a sham? How can I separate love and duty and still emerge unscathed?
Chapter 5. Luca. It's showtime. The black tuxedo was crafted by our family tailor and suits the function I'm about to enter. 2 of my men trail close behind, but not so close as to spook all the top dogs that will be here tonight. The police commissioner will be here, along with politicians, judges, and a few celebrities. It's a world of money rubbing shoulders with influence and corruption. Tonight is the annual NYPD fundraiser event, held at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, located at Pier 86 on the Hudson River. The water laps against the Intrepid, and spotlights situated around the massive aircraft carrier shoot beams of light into the air, letting everyone know the party's here. To me, it's overkill, but so are most things in New York City. The red velvet rope that stops people from entering the museum is lifted once each guest is cleared on the checklist. I approach, and my men fall in behind me. Having only 2 security men with me leaves me feeling unprotected, but arriving with a huge entourage would draw unwanted attention. Luca Marzano, I state my name. Before it's even out of my mouth, the red rope is lifted, and my men follow behind me as we walk up toward the entrance of the museum. The moment we step through the door, I accept a flute of champagne. Soft music plays from a live orchestra. Platters of finger food are being carried around the room, and I decline each time. Figs with goat cheese aren't exactly my thing. Luca. Judge Fryer offers me a hand, and I accept. He's a man you want on your side. Recently he kept one of my men out of prison, a mere misunderstanding. My man was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and accused of murder. A low-ranking member had thought he would get a fistful of money and safe passage to another land. He's now resting at the bottom of the river, and as he was the only witness, the charges were dropped. A very easy decision for Fryer. John. I use his first name and smile fondly at the aging man who will soon retire, but not until I say so. Not until whoever takes his place is coached in all things Marzano and knows his place. Not until then will I allow John Fryer to retire, a fact he doesn't appreciate, but a few choice words about his family's safety changed his mind quickly enough. "How is your wife?" I ask, a little reminder of what is at stake. "Enjoying my money," he says briskly, and accepts a tiny pickled shrimp from a passing caterer. He looks at me, and the corner of his gaze tightens. "But we are looking forward to our retirement, which seems to be coming close." His way of telling me things are moving along nicely. He must have found his replacement. I'll have to check in soon. I touch his shoulder and squeeze. "I'm so very glad to hear it, but you will be missed, John." I release his shoulder and, with a final nod, make my way further into the room, greeting everyone who stops to make small talk. It's a way to remind people who is really in charge of the city. Not the mayor or the police department, but the Mafia. We rule with a subtle scepter most days, or an iron fist on the days it becomes necessary. When I have a moment's pause from greetings, I take in the museum, which in itself is impressive. In the center of the main gallery is a photo of a single-person submarine in a glass box. I pause in front of it, not because I have any interest in submarines, but because of the man who stands beside it, the police commissioner, Waylon Vigneault. After I was thrown into the pits and forced to kill my best friend, I did the unthinkable for someone in my position, and openly, brazenly threw my lot in with Vigneault. I would never, ever be in the position of being manipulated again. From here forward, it would be me doing the manipulating. Working with the law, being almost lawful, that was a fuck you to my father and to Karina's, a tightrope I began to walk, a dance of giving each side just enough of what they needed to keep them happy and keep myself alive. The 5 families fed me what they wanted me to give Vigneault, scraps and shreds that would lead to busts that didn't impact the Mafia, usually. Vigneault let us operate unmolested in most venues, provided we helped them out and kept the gang warfare to a minimum. It was an arrangement that had worked well enough for the past 5 or so years that I and my family, by extension, were untouchable by any law enforcement agency. Getting Vigneault on my side was, without a doubt, the wisest decision I ever made. "Waylon, how are you?" I ask, taking the old man's hand. Waylon gives me a genuine smile. He understands his role, and it's a role he'll maintain no matter the cost. He's comfortable in his position. "Remarkable, isn't it?" He points at the submarine with a flute of champagne. "It is. We are surrounded by history," I say with little to no interest. "Men make history, not machines," he declares, facing me fully. I hold up my drink. "I'll drink to that." He clicks his glass against mine, and we share a moment of silence. We are the men who are making history, crafting our worlds as we see fit, and it wouldn't be possible without each other. A waiter stops with a platter of goat cheese and salami-stuffed dates. I decline, but Waylon accepts, and once he does, the waiter disappears into the crowd that seems to have given myself and Waylon a wide berth. "I believe the decks hold the most impressive aircraft," he states. I'm sure he has seen them as many times as I have, but I know this is code for let's go where we will have more privacy to talk. I'd love to take in the sights. He leads and I follow, both of us stopping several times to brush shoulders with more people trickling in. I speak to 2 more judges who are in our pockets. When we reach the deck, it's not as congested with people. Blue and purple lights shine on different aircraft, and my eye is drawn to each of them. Up here, the air is fresh, the breeze slight and cool, and the soft sound of the river rustling by, with only faint sounds from the orchestra playing below deck. I need to make the burrow safer, I say, both standing in front and just beneath an aircraft. Waylon polishes off his snack before he nods in agreement, but there is a questioning gleam in his eye. There has been an uptick in petty shit that, if not squashed now, could become more dangerous. Of course, isn't that everyone's goal? He answers, but it's clear he thinks I want arrests to rise. Jail's a waste. I want the bottom feeders out of my way. Some get brave and think they can disrupt my business. They are more of a nuisance than anything else, but they're the kind of nuisance I want taken care of before they grow bolder. Give a man enough rope and he will hang himself. So I want it unraveled for them, and I want their fear to be so severe that they would piss themselves tying the knot. I hear a commotion behind us and take a quick glance over my shoulder, stifling a groan as the stem of the champagne flute snaps between my fingers. Waylon looks at me in narrowed-eyed surprise. "Don't fucking start," I mutter. He lifts his hands in concession. Not here for a fucking day, and already she's fucking everywhere. The vicious surge of jealousy that swells up at the sight of Karina, strutting in on the arm of State Representative Henry Statton, takes me by surprise, and I grab another glass of champagne off a passing waiter's tray before downing it in one swift swallow. She moves fast. Karina boldly moves toward me with Staten on her arm. She looks dazzling, with a red figure-hugging dress painted onto her skin, leaving nothing to the imagination, even with everything covered. Her hair flows down her back in silky, dark curls that I ache to plunge my hands into. Every man on deck is focused on Karina. She knows the power she holds over the room. Boys normally like their toys, such as all the big aircraft around. Yet Karina, with her swaying hips and coy eye, has captured the room. Karina's gaze never wavers from mine, and when she reaches me in Vigneault, she tightens her hold on Staten's arm, pressing her breast into his arm. My fingers tighten around the stem of my new glass, wishing it was his scrawny neck. "Henry, this is Luca, a local businessman." I fight a grin. Is that what I am now? Whalen excuses himself as a group of people approaches, leaving me with Karina and the eager puppy. Which reminds me, I glance deliberately around. "Where's your other dog, Karina? I don't see Baccio." Her lips tighten. "Father insisted I leave him at the Palisades estate for the evening." Her fresh-off-the-boat escort misses the insult. His gaze is too clear, his smile too wide. He has freckles, for God's sake. I smile toothily. "Are we having fun yet?" Henry holds out his hand. "Yes, indeed. It's a pleasure to meet you, Luca." I have pocketed my fair share of politicians, but Henry is new to our world, and I haven't approached him yet. Now he has my full attention for all the wrong reasons. I take his hand and tighten my fingers around his, not releasing his hand. "What kind of business are you in?" he asks as I continue to hold on to his hand. I do all manner of things," I reply. "Finance, legal shit, security." I shake my head. "It's been a bit rough out there lately." I release his hand. Henry gives a quick, polished smile. "Well, that's what we are here to do, clean up the streets." I lift an eyebrow, wondering if that's his best go at a piss-poor logo. But I smile back. "What a fine job you are doing," I compliment him. "Come now, don't be modest, Luca," Karina says, and I shift my attention to her. I've avoided looking into her brown eyes until now. They simultaneously attract and repel me, with the combination of hurt and challenge swimming in their depths. "Why don't you tell Staten all about your business?" She says it teasingly, but there's an undercurrent of defiance, like she's daring me to reveal myself. "Some other time," I grit out. "Yes, another time. We have lots of people to talk to," Henry informs Karina. She lifts her chin, a flash of disappointment in her eyes, before she leaves on another man's arm. I watch them walk away and pause to speak with a couple. I think it's the mayor's son and his new wife. Karina laughs and smiles and ignores me. She places a slender, fine-boned hand on Henry's arm, and her laughter dances across the space, and I can't help but follow close behind them, watching her every move. Even as I make my own small talk and accept another glass of champagne, I keep Karina in my sight. Even when I do lose sight of her, I hear her laughter. She was always good at this. I'm aware that I'm showing my hand by tracking her like a besotted fool. Each time she glances around, she searches the faces of the crowd until her gaze lands on me. Only then does she return to her group. She knows I'm following after her, but I'm too worked up to walk away. Hours of this dance proceed until the night comes to a close. I arrive onto the dock beside the ship, near where Karina and Staten have stopped. He steps away from her to talk to a group of reporters who have gathered, while Karina leans against the railing and stares out over the black waters. As I watch, she pulls a cigarette from the small clutch she has draped over her shoulder and lights it, then draws deeply on it, closing her eyes against the breeze. Oh, hell no. I don't know when she started smoking, but that's not happening. Visions of lung cancer, pulmonary disorder, asthma crowd my brain, and I stalk over to her swiftly and yank the offending cigarette from her startled fingers. "What the hell are you doing?" she snaps. I toss it into the water, the orange flame of the cherry flaring briefly before it disappears against the waves, and I slip my arm beneath hers before pulling her in tightly against my side. Disgusting habit. No more, Karina. Fuck you, Luca. She tugs at her arm, but it's going nowhere, tucked in between our bodies as it is. What are you even doing here? This is no place for her. Supporting our boys in blue, of course. She attempts a smile, but it doesn't reach her eyes. You don't play for that team, I remind her. Neither do you, she fires back. When Henry invited me, I honestly couldn't help myself. Why? She manages to disentangle herself and turns toward me. I knew I'd get to see you again if I came, she says softly. Her answer elates me, when it really shouldn't. I glance over her head and toward the reporters who are snapping pictures of all the important people. I'm engaged, Karina. I glance down at her. You know this. It was only yesterday that I informed her of my engagement to Evie. There is no way she has forgotten that snippet of information. Karina reaches up and touches the medallion hanging around her neck. It's a tell that she is nervous, but I don't point out the obvious. Do you love her? She asks. Her question is silly. Love has no place in our world. We learned that the hard way. But that won't stop this marriage from going forward. Nothing can. She is the only person who ever rattled me, and even telling her the truth of the matter hurts more than it should. I don't want to hurt her, but I also can't play these games with Karina. It's too dangerous. The contracts are signed. Her fingers lift and flutter close to her medallion, but she doesn't touch it this time. Her brows drag closer together, and she steps a bit too close for comfort with the media so close at our backs. Jesus, Luca, do you even like her? I'm wondering why she is toying with me like this. She was the one who left the city. She didn't pause to see what damage she was leaving behind. She just kept marching to her father's orders. But as she looks into my eyes, waiting for an answer, that part of me that only beats for her stirs to life. Along with it is bitterness and anger at her coming back to fuck around with me. Play with fire, Karina, and you might get burned, I warn her. Walk away. A gleam lights up her eyes. I can handle the heat. Her lips part slightly. I glance around, wondering if anyone is paying us any attention. The reporter's attention is directed elsewhere, so I use the moment to curl my hand around Karina's upper arm and usher her into the Concorde that is parked on the decks and open for us tonight. We climb the gangway swiftly, my hand on the small of her back, pushing her up the steps and into the shadowy interior of the plane. As I enter, I'm aware we may not be alone, that others could be viewing the plane. I release Karina's arm and glance down a long, narrow aisle lined with engineering apparatus and ending in the flight deck. What the hell am I doing? What the hell do you want from me, Karina? I ask, my voice deepening with want that I can't keep hidden. Karina smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. I see a flash of sadness before it's swallowed up with desire. She takes a step toward me and reaches up as if to fix my tie. I want, she starts, then stops and frowns, and I wonder if she's playing games, leading me on only to think she can leave me hanging. I turn away from her, my tie slipping from her fingers as I walk down the aisle. I don't stop until I reach the cockpit. It's small and cramped, lined with instrument panels, but one of the seats has been removed to allow for visitors to move around, and, most importantly, it's empty. It'll work. I count to 10 before the click of her heels stops behind me. I turn and reach behind her, trapping her in the circle of my arms as I close the door. I think you want me to fuck you for old time's sake. I glance down at her lips, parading little Henry around by his dick. When my gaze travels to her eyes, they are pools of darkness. I reach out and grip her throat, and she grins. She has nothing to fear from me, she knows that, but I want her trembling, so I squeeze slightly. Henry's nothing, she says with disarming honesty. Just a means to fill the spaces. Fuck me, this woman will destroy me. I won't leave any space for him to fill then, I mutter. Giving up, I slam my mouth down on hers. It takes a split second before my brain remembers what she tastes like, how glorious her mouth is beneath mine. I spin her around as anger accelerates my thoughts. I hate the effect she has on me, but I'll fuck this want right out of me and ruin her for any other man in the process. Once I have her this one last time, I can get over her. I can walk away. She evokes too much in me, the pain of killing Francis and the guilt of keeping that knowledge hidden drives me to grip the hem of her red dress and drag it up until it's wrapped around her waist. I need a distraction, and this is a good one. Pushing my clothed body to hers, I whisper in her ear, "One last chance." I nip her earlobe for emphasis. Karina tilts her neck toward me before dragging her long, dark locks over the opposite shoulder. I press a kiss to her neck and inhale her sweet scent. My teeth graze the sensitive skin, and I bite, causing her to hiss. She tries to move, but I slam my body against hers, keeping her pinned to the cockpit door. I press a kiss to my teeth marks where they appear on her neck before I bite again. She jerks under me before she gives a little cry as I sink my teeth in for the third time. "Don't scream too loudly, Karina. What would Henry think if he heard?" I whisper, sliding my hands over the globes of her perfect ass. I squeeze tightly before dropping to my knees. Her ass looks better than it ever did, and there isn't a blemish in sight. Her skin is like golden honey, flawless. I press a kiss to one ass cheek before doing the same to the other. Karina splays her hands on either side of her shoulders and stands still, her body trembling slightly. She was always a good girl and did as I said in the bedroom. There was no lane she wasn't willing to go down. I sink my teeth into her flesh and she clenches her ass. When I release the skin, I lick my teeth marks before pulling her thong away from my destination, her pussy. I let my hands run down the backs of her legs, and like a puppeteer, she spreads them for me. I don't stop until I touch her heels. My hands glide back up, and this time I keep going until 2 fingers part her lips, and I sink them into her pussy. She's soaking. "You are a very wet girl," I say. She groans as I drive a 3rd finger in, only a few strokes before I pull my fingers out. My cock strains against my pants, and I want to bury myself inside her. But first I need to taste her. I want her juices all over my face. Using both hands, I spread her ass cheeks as wide as I can and push down on her lower back to give me access to her pussy. I can barely breathe as I eat her out, and she squirms, pushing herself against my face, wanting more. My cock is a rock, and I can't take much more. I need more. I twist her around until her back hits the door and bury my face deeper between her legs, hitching one leg over my shoulder to give me even greater access. Years of want have me giving her clit a hard suck before I return to licking and fucking her with my fingers. Her hands drop from the wall to dig into my hair, her fingers tightening around the strands until my scalp burns. The pain has me licking quicker, more determinedly, unable to get enough of her perfect pussy. She's breathing quickly, squirming under my mouth. I burrow another finger inside her, moving faster. She cries out, coming hard and fast across my face. The walls of her core clench around my fingers. When her juices coat my face, I slow down and lap up all of her cum. My cock is a painful rod of steel as I twitch her dress back into place and rise slowly to my feet. I can't meet her eyes as I pull a handkerchief from my breast pocket and wipe my face, and then press it into Karina's palm. I don't speak as I open the door and walk silently away. I thought maybe making her come would settle me. I thought I could taste her again, fuck her, and get her out of my system. She isn't. Just having her sweetness on my lips is its own special brand of hell. If I were to sink my cock into her, I might never move again. I just started the cycle of want all over again.
Chapter 6. Karina, 12 years old. Dear Diary, Francis and I are 12 years old today. As per usual, instead of a birthday party, we celebrated with fireworks at the Valachi estate because it's more important to pretend like we give a massive duty about Independence Day. Sigh. At least I got to see Lulu and Vivi and Luca. Dio, Luca Marzano is so hot. And you will never believe what happened. When Lulu and I went to get some gelato, their housekeeper makes the best gelato. We overheard Don Valachi and the other fathers discussing marriage. Ew, as if. They want me to marry Angel. No. He's so mean. I cried because I like Luca, and Lulu was hugging me, and then Luca came and asked me what happened and who had hurt my feelings. It was so cute. He was like, "Whose ass do I need to beat?" But Lulu told him what had happened, and his face got all serious, and he hugged me, swoon, and told me not to worry. I wouldn't be marrying anyone but him. Diary, I think I'm in love. I pop a shrimp into my mouth and chew, watching Henry from 10 feet away as he glad hands some silver fox I'm unfamiliar with. He barely noticed that I had disappeared or returned earlier, which doesn't bode well for his constituents or his chances of re-election. Honestly, I don't know why I bothered coming to this thing with him. He's duller than dull. Actually, scratch that. I do know. My gaze drifts to Luca. It's like I said in a foolish moment of honesty. I knew I'd see him. Since emerging from the Concorde an hour ago, I've spent the time giving polite nods and restrained greetings to everyone within Henry's ever-drifting circle. I can feel the flush on my cheeks, but I'm sure it can be attributed to the work of an over-enthusiastic makeup brush rather than what took place in the cockpit of the Concorde. No one needs to know I was a complete and utter fool. No one needs to know about that. No one needs to know that if my every sense is heightened, it's because every part of me is on high alert for the smallest trace of him. My senses reach out and follow him around the floating museum, searching for his presence across the distance. Always seeking, always finding. There are moments when I catch a glimpse of him from across the room, and he boldly meets my eyes with his own dark ones, sometimes lifting a glass of champagne to his lips and sipping. Other times just staring. It's the most disconcerting thing in the world, but I'm sure he knows that. I'm sure he's doing it intentionally. Luca always did like to fuck with me. Eventually, he disappears altogether, and my senses reach out for him in vain. I set my flute of champagne onto a passing waiter's tray with a barely muffled curse and lift an eyebrow at Henry. It's time to leave. Without waiting, I make my way to the coat closet. Discarding his drink hastily, he follows after me like a puppy. I refuse to be this girl, the one who mopes around and looks for the man in a crowd, hoping against hope for some romantic meeting of the eyes from across a crowded room. No, I left all that romantic foolishness behind when I left New York, and I'm not looking to resurrect it now that I'm home. Luca Marzano and what he did to me in that fucking Concorde has me all twisted up. All girly and out of sorts. Give me my dog and a glass of wine, please, God, and let me put myself in order. And Henry Stanton. Dear Lord, was there ever a man more oblivious? Luca and I could be dancing naked in front of him, and as long as we were holding a ballot with his name checked, he wouldn't see anything else. On the way home, Henry tries to flirt, but it's too little, too late. And Henry, well, he's not Luca. He's not even a distant second or third. I smile pleasantly, but distantly when he tells me how lovely I look and places a hand on my knee just as the limo pulls up in front of my building. I put a hand over his, lift his, and lower it firmly in his own territory. Have a good night, Henry. I open the door and slide out. Good night, Henry. His expression registers confusion, and he follows me across the seat and out of the limo. I don't understand. I sigh. Several responses hover on my tongue. Another guy ate me out in front of you, and you were so focused on yourself that you didn't even notice. You have no clue who I am. You're an idiot. I just used you to make someone jealous. You're too nice for a girl like me. It would never work out, is what I finally go with. But I was really honored to have a woman like you on my arm. I thought we hit it off tonight, and I'm grateful for the Scarpetta support. And there it is. He's actually building castles in the air because of my name. My gaze sharpens. Maybe because of it. Do you even know who my family is? I ask. His brow crinkles. Well, sure, you're the Scarpettas. Old Italian family, lives in Jersey. Old Italian family. I try to put the pieces together as simply for him as I can manage. His gaze remains guileless, though, and I shake my head. Mother Mary, forget about it. I'm not interested, Henry. Go home. Sighing, I unlock the ground floor security door and step inside, closing it behind me on his half-hearted protests. I can just picture it. Me, the wife of a politician. A husband so mentally and emotionally checked out that he doesn't even notice when his partner basically fucks someone else during a party. Father's men brought Baccio back for me, and he's waiting when I enter my apartment, sitting obediently on the black and white checkerboard tile as I step out of the elevator and unlock the heavy-duty door I had specially installed for my unit. I stoop to scruff his neck and step out of my heels at the same time. Hello, my lover, I croon. Were you the best baby? Without changing from my evening gown, I slide my feet into the tennis shoes sitting by the door and pick up Baccio's harness. He comes forward, dipping his head eagerly for me to slide it on. I shrug into my puffer coat, and we leave for a quick turn around the block, the red tulle of the gown peeking out from beneath the long jacket, and my guard, Ronaldo, pacing us several yards back. He's always with me, always just out of sight, if at all possible. Baccio is a good deterrent for anyone stupid enough to fuck with me, but I've already grown accustomed to having an around-the-clock human guard here in New York. I pull the coat closer against the chilly wind, uncaring that I look ridiculous. This is New York. Anything goes. If a girl wants to walk her big-ass dog in an evening dress and tennis shoes, then she shall do so. Baccio is curious about his new environment, but trained well enough to walk quietly at my hip, attentive to the infrequent passers-by, city noise, and traffic. His training allows my mind to wander as we stroll briskly along the sidewalk, and I find it drifting back to the interlude earlier in the Concorde. Luca. His hands, rough and bold. His handling of me, creative and skilled, even if I didn't appreciate the way he walked away there at the end. He was just as intense and commanding as he was when we were together years ago. It stirred feelings I'd rather remain dormant. Pain. Hurt. He didn't fight for me. I pause as Baccio squats on a promising square of grass and does his business, then motion to Ronaldo to clean up behind him as I turn about and head back to the apartment. A grin plays on my lips. It's Ronaldo's least favorite part of his job, but a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, right? My grin fades. That's what it really comes down to, doesn't it? I loved him, and I thought he loved me, but when push came to shove, he didn't even fight for us. He just let me go. So, yeah, now I'm supposed to drop everything and go after Luca, and Father acts like I should be grateful for the fucking opportunity. Like, thanks for this chance to set everything right that you fucked up years ago, old man. So very thrilling. I can't get past it, though. The hurt Luca levied on me by opening the hands he held me with and letting me fall. I can't trust that he won't do it again. And I can't trust my stupid self not to let him do it. And then there's his engagement. I flinch, my grip tightening on the leash. The Concord, that wasn't me. Regardless of what Luca feels or doesn't feel for Evie O'Hanlon, regardless of whether their arrangement is just business, I don't get in the middle of other people's relationships. The fact that I've been here less than a week and I've already done so leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Baccio and I reach the apartment and start back up the stoop, but I stop, something registering in my subconscious. I bend, pretending to fix something on Baccio's harness while my gaze scans the street around me. It's relatively quiet as New York neighborhoods go. No one else is about this late at night, except for a young couple further down and the twitch of a curtain 2 houses over. It's so quiet, I start to think I'm imagining things. Then I see it. A movement inside the dark SUV parked on the opposite side of the street. It's the faintest bit, too small for me to see what or who it is. A couple making out, maybe? Someone behind the wheel texting someone? Someone watching? The only reason it even registered on my radar, I think, is because I noticed the car earlier when Henry dropped me off. I didn't think anything of it at the time. This is NYC. People walk around. People drive. People park. But it is weird that someone is still in that same car after all this time. And in my business, one has to be wary of people sitting in cars outside of your home. I look back at Ronaldo, exchanging a slight dip of my chin with his raised eyebrow, and make a mental note to check for the car in the morning. Ronaldo will keep an eye on it for now. I lead the dog back inside the building. Maybe I'm paranoid. Maybe I'm just careful. You can't be too careful.
Chapter 7. Luca. I had hoped tasting Karina would make me stop thinking about her, but she's infiltrated my system and demands to be my every thought. I can't have her on my mind today. Today is important. I have a meeting in a place I don't want to be. A place that I swore I would never return to. I pull up outside the 10-story building. The parking garage is full of high-end vehicles, telling me some very important people are inside. This building is mostly used for storage. As I park my car in a reserved spot, 2 Range Rovers pull up on either side of me into spots that have also been reserved for my men. Once my men get out and check the garage, I follow. I've brought 5 of them with me today. You never know who will be here. I can still picture my father sitting with the Romanov leader in the VIP box after they left me no choice but to kill Francis. This area of New York is protected, and no police would dare come near this building or its surrounding area. I have always been happy with the blind eye the police turn to our dealings, but not this place. I want to tear it down brick by brick. I push all of that away, though, and slip on a mask of indifference as I walk to the main door of the building. A single silver keypad sits to the left of the entry. Punching in the 4-digit code sends a buzzing sound along the door before it opens. I step into the long corridor where lights flicker on with each step I take, lighting up the space in front of me. The walls are lined with steel roller doors, and in between each are plain wooden doors with numbers. I stop at the door to number 13. The number was picked for a reason. In American culture, it is considered bad luck, but with us Italians, it's good luck. To me, nothing good is behind this door. I tighten my hand around the knob and pull open the door, entering into another long hallway. The corridor is already lit up. There are no doors on either side of this hall, just an elevator at the end. Once again, a code is needed to enter, the number the same as the front door. I punch in my code and the elevator doors spring open. This isn't the only entry to the basement, but it is the one the Mafia uses. The fighters went in via another door, I remember, entering from the lower-level alleyway on the opposite side of the building. Those doors are manned and have cameras on them. Here, there are no cameras. No traces of any who enter or leave. It works well for my meeting today. I don't want any evidence left behind. 2 of my men ride down in the elevator with me. The other 3 will follow behind. When the doors open, we enter the large basement level of the building. This was intended to be an underground parking garage, but the project was never completed. Right now, it's being used for underground fighting. Memories of the pits slam into me. I can almost taste the blood in the air and the sweat of the spectators who stand around the cage, waiting to be entertained. "So, you want another round?" Francis's voice whispers against my mind. The arena that's been erected sits below me as I move toward the aluminum bleachers, pushing back the memories of the 5 times I fought to the death in this place. I choose a mostly empty section of bleachers and sit down, focusing on the cage below us after a cursory look around me. I don't look up at the VIP box. I'm sitting directly beneath it. Whoever is up there won't see me, and that's how I want it to remain. I'm tempted to look up, though, to see who's here tonight. My father wouldn't be in attendance. He never had before. Not until he pitted me against the other unfortunates with no way out. After the pits received its 5 souls from me, my father was never anywhere around. I'd like to attribute that to shame, although it was nothing new. He had never been around, not even when I was a kid. The only person who was consistent in my life was Tom, my father's head of security. He was there, silent and strong, when I returned drenched in shadows and with a soul soaked in blood. He didn't try to make me feel better, but he didn't make me feel like a monster either. I glance at my security, who are scattered around me, but not too close. I need my protection in this wide-open place, but I also need my privacy. Someone is always watching. I glance at my watch and see that I'm 10 minutes early for my meeting. I take off my wool coat and open the top button of my black suit jacket. 2 of the event runners nod up at me from the bottom of the bleachers, and I return the greeting by tipping my chin toward them. They split after a few minutes, breaking off in separate directions to set up for taking bets from people scattered around. Lights flood the arena below, leaving the bleachers in semi-darkness, and for that I'm grateful. I'd rather be anywhere else but here. This is where everything changed for me, where I killed my best friend. "It's okay, you made it quick," Francis whispers. I don't shift in my seat, but grit my teeth. I had tried to make the kill as painless as possible for him, but the damage it caused me is something I will never be able to erase. The crowd around the cage stands with the dull roar of mumbled chatter. Bets haven't been placed yet, as everyone waits to see who is fighting. They don't have to wait long before two fighters enter the pits, and the crowd below goes wild. The runners take bets within seconds, the odds drawn against each man. The hair rises on the back of my neck as the crowd chants for blood. Flashes of broken skulls and screaming opponents slam into me, screams for me to stop. But they knew when they stepped into the pits that stopping wasn't an option. The gates would not be reopened until only one person was left standing. The lights shine on the two fighters who pace around each other in a wide circle, insulting the other in unheard words. But each growls as the other speaks. The taunting makes the kill easier. Nothing like slamming your fist into someone's face when they insult your mother. "On the left, we have the Bull," the announcer roars into the mic, and the crowd rises with their chants. The man is built well, and the ring in his nose reminds me of a bull. I can see where he got his name. He smashes his fist into his open palm. His wide back is coated in a black dragon tattoo. He looks Bradford to me, but I could be wrong. "On the right, we have the Cannibal." The roars aren't as intense. The man is built slightly, but that shouldn't have men placing their money on the bull. Size doesn't matter in the ring. It's about stealth and that final blow that not all men have in them to make. We can easily put a bullet in someone, but killing a man for sport with your bare hands takes a different kind of beast. Everyone here had to sign up willingly. Each one was hand-picked and pitted against someone who represents another Mafia faction or gang. This is a battle for a show of strength, a battle to the death. The roars start up again as the bull strikes first, sending the cannibal to the ground quickly. From the corner of my eye, I see a man approaching me. He doesn't make it far before my security team surrounds him and pats him down for weapons. I keep my focus on the fight, but watch without turning my head as a gun is removed from the band of the man's pants. My men keep him in place as they wait for my approval. I give the order with a wave of my hand to allow him to leave the circle they made around him. His gun will be returned when this is over. The man approaches, but doesn't sit down beside me, instead sitting in the row just in front of mine. "Were you followed?" I ask. The fight has escalated. The cannibal takes a chunk of the bull's face and spits the flesh out onto the white sand, a string of saliva and blood following in its wake. He roars at the crowd in victory, each of his silver teeth catching the light. I can see why he's called the Cannibal. "At this point, if I'm being followed, I'm fucking doing it on purpose, all right?" The man's gravelly voice doesn't hide his irritation. His Brooklyn accent is thick and grating, dropping every R sound. The man's an undercover federal agent, one who's worked with me for a long time, and who's also done work for the Valachi family. But he might as well be a gutter rat for the way he acts sometimes. I don't fully trust him. I don't really trust anyone, but we have to work together. "My assignment may be ending soon. My superior officer is considering pulling me." He keeps facing forward, so I can't catch his expression. But from his tone, he isn't happy about being taken off this particular assignment. The cannibal is tearing into the bull's neck, the fight growing vicious. "Why?" I ask. I lean forward and place my elbows on my knees. It appears that I'm focused on the fight, but it's his next words that I don't want to miss. "How the fuck should I know?" he growls. "That's all I got. I'm being pulled. They make the rules, and I follow." I get it to some degree. His life undercover has him cut off from his own reality. These men are playing thugs, and to do so their own lives must be left behind. He's been with us for nearly 2 years, so to be pulled so easily after giving so much of his life would piss anyone off. But that doesn't help me. The crowd goes wild as the fight shifts, and the bull slams his fist repeatedly into the cannibal's mouth. Silver teeth fly across the arena. The bull is wise to remove the one weapon the cannibal seems to have. "I've been hearing things, a lot of things. It seems like something big is coming, and my superior officer feels the same way. Truces are being formed between gangs that normally have nothing to do with each other. I don't know anything about it, so they want me out." I rise to get a better look at the fighters. The bull isn't stopping. The cannibal appears dead, or he could be dazed. The agent in front of me rises too. "I think they're going to make a raid soon on the pits," he says. I curse under my breath. It's too soon, and that won't do any good. Closing this place down won't work, I say. They'll just reopen somewhere else. You can't take a snake down without cutting off its head. "I know, I said that," the agent mumbles. But I hear his words. I move a little closer down the bleacher. We need to figure out who is at the top of this. That's the only way this ends. "Thank you for telling me that. Seriously. After working this job for 15 years, I have no idea how any of this works." The agent removes a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his jeans pocket, but he doesn't light one up. Fucking cigarettes. I hate the things. The fight ends with the bull declared the winner, and I return to my seat. I don't like how easily the agent disrespects me. He's normally wiser, but with this arrangement ending, his mask is slipping, and that is a dangerous thing. I think a reminder is needed. If you did, you would know not to talk to me like that. "Omerta, pretty boy. We are each other's greatest assets and liabilities right now." Fuck Omerta, the Mafia code of silence. I clench my fists. It's one thing to pay off the police. It's something else altogether to do the extra stuff I'm doing. To be their inside man, their mole. If the Mafia found out I was exchanging information and doing more than the surface bribes, I'd get a bullet in the brain. It wouldn't matter that I have the police commissioner or a judge in my pocket. It would never get that far. I'd never stand trial or see the inside of a cell. I'd be just another hit by the Mafia. A reminder to everyone that no matter who you are, being a snitch isn't tolerated. So I didn't put 2 years of my life on the line to have them fuck this up. Shutting down the pits is all that matters to me. I want to know who's behind the curtain. I don't want anyone else to have to do what I was forced to do and kill a friend. So, since you're still my fucking asset, do you have anything useful I should know? So far, this conversation has garnered me nothing but shit news. The body of the cannibal is dragged from the cage, and the bull staggers out after him, blood from the hunk of flesh taken from his neck still streaming sluggishly. 2 men enter with rakes and try to hide the blood that was spilled across the white sand by turning it upside down, but it's impossible to cover it all completely. "Gino of the 17s is pissed." The agent's voice holds humor. I find it very fucking funny, too, and snort to let him know I don't give a shit. If Gino makes any more noise, I'll have to silence him. I'll take great pleasure in destroying that little shit. "There has been some communication going on through graffiti," he continues. "Certain events are lining up that coincide with a noticeable graffiti painting that was spotted yesterday." What is the graffiti of? 2 more men enter the cage, men place bets, and the resulting roars stop the agent from speaking straight away. He shuffles closer but never turns around. "A new one went up overnight. It showed a crane under a black rose." A black rose, the sign of death. That particular symbol is used by only one family, the Scarpettas. Fuck, something huge is happening. I need to find out who the target is, and I know who I can try to pry the information out of. The Scarpetta's little princess, Karina. The thought of it makes my lip twitch in grim satisfaction. I'll look into it, I say. He slips the cigarettes back into his pocket. Are we done here? He asks. For now, I respond. I watch as the agent approaches my men, and they give him back his weapon. I continue to watch as he leaves the arena. What are the Scarpettas up to? I will have to go find out. I put on my coat and notice a runner staring up at me. I lift a brow, and he turns hastily back to his work. Fucking imbeciles. I will find out who runs this place, and I will destroy it from the inside out. That is my promise.
Chapter 8. Karina, 17 years old. Dear Diary, we buried Mother today. I'm numb. I watched them lower her box into the ground and felt nothing. There's just been so much lately. Francis, his disappearance, and then being found later at the pits. And now, Mother, not 6 months later, in a car bombing. A fucking bomb. After the funeral, I watched our men walk around the family's car with mirrors, making sure our undercarriage hadn't been rigged while we were busy grieving. Why are men like this? Women aren't so brutal. We're mean in other ways, emotional ways. Look at me the wrong way, just call me Jolene. Snub me at a party? Oops, how did those nudes go public? But men, they don't hesitate to cut and maim and kill. I miss my mother. After being raised in the Palisades mansion, I got sick of living in opulent, dark homes. My home was ridiculous, a testament to the Scarpetta family's wealth and might. Privacy was non-existent, with staff and soldiers around every corner, and with the exception of the sunroom that opened out to the rear gardens, it felt like the only windows were forever covered up with thick velvet drapes. I hated it. I was an artist. I needed the light. I craved it. The Marzano mansion, to which I was a frequent visitor during that brief time when it seemed like there might be an alliance with Luca, told a similar story. It was luxurious, magnificent even, with marble-tiled floors and gold-plated fixtures. Evie O'Hanlon was welcome to it. It would never be for me. I wanted something that breathed light and air, something simple. No, I didn't want that. I needed it. My apartment in Soho, rented years ago while I was still living in New York, and the only piece of my former life I had held on to, is a response to that. It's nothing fancy. Located in an older, historic neighborhood, one interior wall is aged red brick, while its opposite is plain white plaster. It's a straightforward design, an unpretentious apartment that could belong to anyone. It's not anything one would expect to find a Mafia princess to own, and all the more precious for that. It's important purely because it's mine, and mine alone. At first, I rented it when I turned 21 and had moved out in an attempt to gain some independence by living on my own. It was a comical effort, as Father was paying my rent, but we pretended I was an independent woman all the same. I was deep in a relationship with Luca and wanted my privacy, so an apartment was a necessity, for all of the 10 months we lasted before Father sent me to California. After I moved to LA and started making my own money, I bought it outright as an affirmation of my independence. That's what it remains now. It's more than just an apartment. It's a place for me to be myself. To take the gun off my hip, the heels off my feet, and let myself be vulnerable. I run my hand across the comfortable floral pattern of my Lazy Boy recliner, which clashes perfectly with the buffalo plaid sofa. My mother would choke on her diamonds if she saw them. I can hear her now. So pedestrian. Someone in our family shouldn't have such plebeian tastes. I should be using Michael Dawkins or Vitra. Sometimes, though, a chair just needs to be a chair, not an expression of the might and wealth of a Mafia family. In the brick wall, a window overlooks the courtyard at the building's rear. With excellent light throughout most of the day, it's the perfect spot to set up my easel and a thick tarp underfoot to protect the hardwood from my inevitable spills. I move to stand there now, picking up a thin brush to hold lengthwise between my teeth and contemplate the canvas in front of me. What do you think, Bacho? A little light over here, eh? Bacho, in a sprawl at my feet, pricks his ears but doesn't otherwise move. Not helpful, dog. We've had a lovely, lazy day, one that's fading rapidly into evening. The other 2 apartments on my floor are being remodeled for sale, so my current situation is ideal. Only privacy, and more privacy to worry about. I've spent the day walking around in a cami and a pair of boy-cut underwear, checking in with my team out west, and trying not to think about how shitty it's going to be if I decide to go through with my father's plan. And making a shit ton of progress on this painting. I'm about done for the day, but there's something bothering me about it. Tilting my head, I study it, the strokes, the colors. Its vibrant colors swirl together, blending into 2 dark green pools just off-center. After dropping the skinny brush, I lift my wine and sip, then pick up a black Sharpie. My favorite method at the moment is to layer the canvas with paint and then add detail with a marker. Odd, but strangely effective. I have a plan for these 2 deep green pools, but looking at them now, I can't bring myself to change them. There's something about them. If only changing my real-life situation was as easy as changing the paint on the canvas. Years ago, when I thought myself in love with Luca, I would have done anything to get my father's blessing to pursue something with him. We had fallen into a relationship almost overnight, it seemed, when we were just kids. He was 19, I was 17. While the 5 families weren't openly at war with one another, they weren't at the point that a romantic relationship would have been easily approved of either, so we were careful. The politics were real, and we understood the dangers. Luca and my brother, Francis, were friends, and God bless him, Francis never minded covering for us by being a third wheel on excursions outside of the city and meetups in dark movie theaters. We found ways. Even after Francis's death, when both of us had changed and we were becoming different, angry people, and it felt like the world was trying to pull us apart, we found time and opportunity to see each other for years until I was 21 and Luca was 23. I tried to fight against what I felt for him, but there was something fiery and instinctive and holy about what lay between us. I had never felt that with anyone before, and never experienced the same with anyone after. It was what made everything that passed between us so damned hard to understand. Oddly, it was Don Valachi who had expressed displeasure at the idea of Luca and I being wed. One of the 5, all of the families on the East Coast, asked how high when he said to jump. It was the way of things. My personal feeling is that it would have upset the balance of power, made both the Scarpettas and Marzanos more powerful through the combined might of a union of the 2 families, and Valachi didn't like that. When he disapproved of the alliance, the Scarpetta and Marzano families said, "Okay, sure." Neither of our fathers cared enough, or were brave enough, to fight for us. But then Luca didn't fight either, so I guess I can't be so upset that they hadn't seen fit to argue on our behalf. I fought, though. I screamed. I threatened. I swore. I got sent away to cool off. For 5 fucking years. So it's humiliating that years later, I've been placed in the position of having to actively pursue him. I'd be somewhere else, somewhere far, far away, if not for my father's edict. I guess part of me still chases his approval, even if it makes me sick to admit it. And while I'm being honest with myself, it's all too easy to fall into old habits with Luca Marzano. That flirting at the restaurant? Habit. Like how you try to push on the brake pedal while riding shotgun in someone else's car. What happened on the Concorde? Maybe not a habit, but definite proof that he still wants me, at least. Which is vindication. At least I'm not some love-struck girl going after a guy who isn't interested. Luca feels it too. He can't quit me any more than I can quit him. I narrow my eyes on the canvas, realizing suddenly that the verdant green is the same hue as Luca's eyes. Oh, fuck off. Groaning, I toss the contents of my glass at the painting. The red liquid runs down the canvas, mixing with the paint. Beneath the splatter of liquid, a scratching sounds at the front door. I twist, listening as it continues. Baccio goes on alert beside me, a low growl sounding in his throat, and I flatten my hand to keep him still before moving to the desk to set down the empty wine glass and retrieve my handgun. Stealthily, I move into the foyer, Baccio a silent shadow at my heels. He's so well trained he doesn't bark or otherwise give away our presence as he waits for my signal. Unless I was incapacitated, he would do no more than stay at my hip, waiting for me to give him his command. That kind of trust and loyalty is an invaluable quality to have in a companion, canine or human. The doorknob twists, and I realize the door is no longer locked. The scratching noise must have been someone picking the mechanism. It was locked, that much I know. One does not live this kind of life without getting into the habit of locking doors. Locking doors and hearts. The thought is an unwilling intrusion, reminding me that I need to shore up my defenses against Luca Marzano if I don't want to see my heart broken again. I reach forward. To relock the door or open it ahead of whoever is on the other side, I don't even know. But it bursts open, a man following the swing of the door. Without prelude, he fires a shot that barely misses. I feel my hair move as it slices the air beside my head and watch in horror as he shifts his stance, readying himself for a second shot. I lift my hand and point. Attack! Baccio doesn't hesitate. With a low growl and teeth bared, he leaps at the intruder, even as the gun fires a second time and latches onto his gun arm, shaking menacingly. The man's howl rises, and he yells, trying to pull free without success. I train my gun on him, but it's more observational than anything else. I won't risk shooting with Baccio latched on, and there's no way he'll get loose of a mal. So I wait, letting my dog have at him for a few minutes. "You fucking bitch," he bites out. Picked the wrong house, I say. He stumbles forward a step, managing to propel Baccio forward, and wraps his free hand around his neck. He can't pull the dog off because the lock Baccio has on his arm is too strong, but he gets a grip on the gun still in his hand and lifts it until it's pointing at me. Damn it, Baccio is just enough in the way that I really don't want to shoot him. But I will. I raise my own gun another inch, trying to get a lock on his constantly shifting head. Seconds seem like hours. I'm looking into his eyes, finger squeezing the trigger when a gun fires. When he drops, Baccio still attached to his arm, Luca stands just beyond him in the doorway. Smoke drifts from the barrel of the gun in his hand, and he lowers it slowly, one eyebrow raised. "You're welcome."
Chapter 9. Luca. I lower the gun and try to get my heart rate under control. Karina comes into full view, wearing nothing more than a lacy tank top and a pair of boyish-looking panties smeared with paint. She narrows her eyes and slams a hand on her curvy hip. I had that. If you had it, I wouldn't have had to take the shot. Her dog, the normally vicious-looking beast, whines and sinks to the floor, paws extended, and I try to keep my annoyance at bay. She didn't have it. If she hadn't had the dog, and if I hadn't arrived, she would be dead on the floor. The thought is too much to bear. I pause, glancing at the animal. He's panting softly. "Good boy," I murmur, tucking my gun into my waistband. I step into the apartment and close the door behind me. Karina hasn't moved from her position. She's as shaken as I am, but she's not hiding it as well. I kneel down over the body to give myself something to do, because if I don't, my control will slip. I pat his pockets, but of course find nothing. A good assassin makes sure he's clean going into a job. It's the ones from the streets, paid only a few hundred, who wind up carrying their phones and identification. They are the desperate ones. I pull the neckline of the man's top aside, checking for tattoos, but he's clean there too. He's thorough, not branding himself with a mark. He would be the type of man I'd hire for a kill. The question is, who hired him to kill Karina? I glance at her. She's watching me intently. He has nothing on him, I say. It's obvious I've come up empty, but the silence is stretching between us, and I don't want to say what I really feel. I don't even know what I'm feeling yet. I return to examining the body and push up his sleeves, checking his arms. What do we have here? He wasn't as careful with his ink here. I pause and tilt my head to take in his tattoo, a skull and a cross within a triangle. Il Veleno, I say. Il Veleno is a gang, one who was supposed to be loyal to the Mafia. I think of the information I just received from the Fed about the graffiti on the walls. Did the Scarpettas carry out their kill, and this is retaliation? I drop the arm, and it hits the ground with a heavy thud. I allow myself to really take in Karina. Her hair is tousled, the dark strands taking on a life of their own. She looks good, all mussed and undressed like this. Sexy. Despite the dead man lying in the hall, or maybe because of him, I take a step toward her, but halt as she raises a hand in the air. Don't touch me. You just touched a dead guy. He just died, Karina. Her gaze holds fear mixed with adrenaline, and I shift my tone to teasing. No, thank you, Luca, for saving my life. I had it handled, she says again. God, this girl. I fold my arms across my chest. Okay, explain to me, please, how you had it handled. Because when I stepped in, he had a gun to your fucking head, Karina. My arms drop to either side of me, and I glance at the body on the floor. I could stand here and argue with Karina all night, which is perversely a favorite pastime of mine, but I need to get rid of the body first. I walk back and grab both his arms so I can drag him to the front door and out into the vestibule. I send a text to my cleanup crew to come dispose of the body, then step back inside. When I return, Karina has a full glass of wine. She plants her hands on the counter on either side of the glass. So, you had it handled, I prompt. I remove my suit jacket and place it on the counter. After rolling up the sleeves of my white shirt to the elbows, I turn on the faucet and scrub my hands. She sniffs and walks away. Her footfalls have me looking up to see her rolling up the rug and lugging it to the door. It lands with a heavy thud in the hallway. She doesn't look at me as she returns to the island. I finish washing my hands and take a towel off the oven door handle. I would have fired first. Her response is weak, and she fucking knows it. And Baccio had him. As one, we look at Baccio. Karina's demeanor changes instantly, and she sinks to the floor beside him, where blood is pooling on the hardwood floor. Oh my God! Baccio! Luca, I think he was shot. Her horror galvanizes me. Try to keep him from biting me. Bending, I use my knees as leverage and scoop the dog up in my arms, grunting under the weight of his solid frame. Grab towels. He's surprisingly docile as I carry him to the elevator in the hall and punch the button with my elbow. Before the elevator doors open, Karina is back with an armload of towels, dressed in a long puffer coat and a pair of black Doc Martens. We descend to the parking level in grim silence. She doesn't speak until we're in the back of my SUV, one of my men speeding us toward an emergency veterinary clinic that sometimes, ironically, operates on my men. Having located the source of the bleeding, she's pressing down with a combination of strength and tenderness, determined not to cause the animal pain, but equally bent on stopping the flow of blood. She looks up at me over his matted fur, her eyes bone-dry but burning with agony. I can't lose him, Luca. I can't even explain what he's been to me in the past few years. The past few years. So she adopted the animal when she was exiled to California. She's still speaking. Friend, companion, protector, a sounding board, even though he can't talk back. Her voice breaks, and when she continues, it's thin with the tears she refuses to shed. He's the brother I lost, the family I chose. I close my eyes, then open them. We'll save him, wild girl. I promise. Fucking idiot. As if you can make a promise like that. I did, though, and if I have to stand over the doctor with a gun to his head, I'll make sure it happens. Hours later, Baccio lives. He took a bullet to his flank, and the vet assured us that Mal's have incredible survivability odds, even if we hadn't been able to get him into the clinic as quickly as we did. I knew a guy, a combat veteran, who was a dog handler over in Afghanistan. His Mal took not one, not two, but 3 fucking bullets for his sorry ass, jumped right in front of him, and she's living her best life out on his farm, happy as can be. When he retired, she got to retire with him. Karina cries at that, dissolving into tears. I pull her into my arms and thank the vet quietly, before swinging her up against me and carrying her out. Baccio will be spending the next few days in the vet's kennel, receiving the best surgical aftercare money can buy, which leaves me to take care of Karina. I don't take care of women, but that's exactly what I find myself doing from the moment we step out of the clinic. I tuck her against my side in the car and hold her as we make the drive back to her apartment, stroking her hair as silent tears stream down her face. I don't think I've ever seen Karina cry, not since Francis died, at any rate. I lift my eyes heavenward, grateful that the dog made it. I'd be dealing with a very different Karina if he hadn't, and honestly don't think I'm equipped for it. Shh, I murmur, pressing a kiss against her temple. He's all right, pretty girl. I need a cigarette, she mutters into my shirt. No fucking cigarettes anymore. They're bad for you. She lifts her head, and I'm relieved to see the tears drying on her cheeks. You're not my fucking father, Luca. No, I'm a hell of a lot more than that. Yeah? Why's that? Because last time I checked, you belonged to another woman, and I didn't belong to you. She breaks free of my grasp and starts to slide to the opposite side of the bench seat. Fuck that. I grab her and haul her back. I change the subject. Have you done anything that would make the Il Veleno gang target you? There's no good answer for it. I don't even know why the hell I'm here. Only that I can't stay away from her, any more than I can stop breathing. Karina wipes her cheeks with the back of a shaking hand. What on earth could I have done? I just got back to town. That's not what I asked you, Karina. Lowering my hand, I massage her thigh gently through the thick coat. We're both covered in the dog's blood and in desperate need of a shower, but I peel the coat back to see a bare thigh. What the hell are you wearing? You went out naked under this? She pulls the coat back around her. Focus. The only person I've seen is you. I have no idea why I've been targeted. With difficulty, I pull my attention back to the matter at hand. I believe her. We were surrounded by people at the policeman's charity and the Bastoni Pietre, and we weren't exactly subtle. What if someone else saw us, saw me lead her into the Concorde, saw us speaking in the restaurant? I brood as my mind spins until we reach her apartment and ride the elevator up. The agent had said Gino was angry and that truces were being formed between the gangs to strengthen their positions. What if Gino had asked a member of Il Veleno to make the hit? Another thought hits me. If the gangs are aware of Karina and me, so are our people. That little whisper wouldn't escape being transmitted to the most powerful people's ears. "So you have no idea?" I ask again. But it's clear she doesn't know. We walk inside and I take in the spacious apartment, something I had no time for earlier. One wall is entirely red brick from floor to ceiling. It should make the space feel cold, but it creates quite the opposite atmosphere. I like the place. I always have. It suits Karina perfectly. And yet, the Scarpetta mansion is secure and heavily guarded. It's stupid for you to be holed away in a little apartment when protection is available there. You have no protection here. Look how easily someone got in. I turn to find Karina watching me again. She touches the stem of the abandoned wine glass from earlier before her fingers dance along the medallion around her neck. "I'm not going to my family's estate. This is my home." Leaving her unprotected in this apartment isn't something I'm willing to do. "Where are your father's men, the ones he assigned to guard you?" She shrugs. "When I got home, I didn't need them. I had Baccio, and he's worth 10 men. I kept one down in the parking garage, but I refused to allow the others up here. I send a text to my guy, who's also in the garage, to check on that one." I walk to the couch and sit down, sprawling an arm across its back. "I'm staying." "Please get up," she says. "You'll get blood all over my sofa." Karina walks to the couch and stands before me, arms crossed. "I can take care of myself, Luca." My grin is humorless. "You keep saying that, but we both know the truth. I saved your life." Her mouth opens, but I hold up a hand. "You can thank me later." She narrows her eyes. "I'll get my father's men back here so you can leave. Because they did such a great job before." I throw my other arm across the back of the couch, too. "Come now, Karina. The death of Agostino Scarpetta's daughter is the last thing anyone needs right now. I'm staying." She bristles at her father's name, but I can't tell her I'm staying here for my own selfish reasons. Karina touches the medallion around her neck. It's something she's been doing a lot lately. "Something bothering you?" I ask. "Yes, you." I laugh at her quick-fire response. "Well, since I'm here and not going anywhere, how do you propose we pass the time?" I allow my gaze to trail across her body. I pushed my adrenaline-fueled lust response aside earlier when Baccio needed help, but the desire is back, stronger than ever. I can't even blame it on adrenaline now. It's just Karina. Karina picks up the remote off the glass table and drops it close to my leg. "You can entertain yourself with some TV. I need a shower." I keep my focus on her as she waits for me to pick up the remote. I lower my hands from either side of the couch, and relief blossoms on her face. It's almost comical, the idea that I'd come here and kill a man for her while she stood before me in her underwear, and I'm not going to want to fuck her. Even if the thought of her having almost certainly been with other men in the intervening years makes me want to spank her and kill them, I'm in physical pain from the idea of not fucking her. It's like a switch has been flipped now that she's home. I went 5 years refusing to allow myself to think of her. Now she's home, and I can't not think of her. I can't not see her. I can't not have her. Fuck the consequences. I'll deal with the fallout later. Her shoulders relax as I pick up the remote, but I don't turn it on. Instead, I drop it back onto the couch and rise to my feet. A shower sounds perfect. My voice sounds deeper than usual, even to my own ears. Something's becoming clearer to me each and every time I see this woman. I want her. Here in her home, so close to her, with the thought that she could have fucking died so fresh in my mind. I can't help but want to claim her irrevocably as mine. I want to stamp my brand on her. I want to mark every inch of her flesh. I want to make sure she knows who she belongs to, even if I can't say it publicly. That's a problem I'm going to have to deal with. In the meantime, I'll deal with her and my increasingly complex feelings for her in the only way I know how. What's it going to be, Karina? I take a step toward her and reach out to take her glasses off her face. A shower? Reaching out, I stroke my finger along the line of her collarbone. Or a shower.
Chapter 10. Karina. 18 years old. Dear Diary, well, that just happened, and all I can say is hallelujah and praise the Lord. If that's an orgasm, it's going to happen a lot more if I have anything to say about it. What is that, you ask? Oh, just losing my virginity, that's all. Inspects nails. It wasn't an absolutely religious fucking experience or anything. Luca didn't make me come on his lips and his tongue before showing me the most glorious penis I have ever seen. And yes, I'm well aware that I've only seen two, thank you very much, and making me come all over that too. I didn't even think virgins could do that. My boyfriend is just that good, ladies and gentlemen. I foresee lots and lots of sweaty, freaky sex in our future because, apparently, Luca is a little freaky. He told me he likes all sorts of weird shit, like choking and knives and butt stuff, and I must be weird too because I got a little hot just thinking about it. I mean, things will never be boring. I told him I was perfectly okay with just about anything as long as there were no golden showers or fecal matter involved. I draw a hard line at that. And hitting me. You better not hit me, bruh. His eyes got all murdery and intense. Have I said how much I love his green eyes? And he grabbed my chin with his thumb and his forefinger and said, I will never lay a finger on you, my wild girl. That you don't want. I promise you that. Then he said he loves me. I foresee, way down the line, marriage and fat, happy Italian babies with pretty green eyes. His coloring is so odd, so pretty. He says he looks more like his American mama than his Italian father. I foresee happy ever after for always. I am in love. Mrs. Luca Marzano. A shower or a shower? Luca stands there in front of me, my glasses in his hand and his eyes narrowed as he regards my bare legs and the curve of my hip with a mix of mischief and cool disinterest, as if he doesn't actually care what my answer is. Hunger glints beneath the look of devil-may-care in his eyes, though. This is more than just passing the time. I look down at the floor, at the faint memory of blood stains his cleanup crew left behind. What about Evie? Luca reaches past me and picks up the bottle of wine I left sitting on the counter, his fingers tightening on its neck. The gesture would be imperceptible unless you're watching for it. I am. I used to be able to tell what he was thinking with a sideways glance. He's learned subtlety in the intervening years, though, and now I'm hunting out every tell, desperate for the smallest thing to reveal his thoughts. He's gotten too good at hiding from me. Evie is immaterial, he finally says. A hiss rises in my throat. I won't be your side piece, Luca. You're not my fucking side piece, Karina. His green gaze glitters at me, hot with frustration and lust, and he tips the bottle up to drink before passing it to me. I hesitate, my fingers curling around the neck of the bottle. If I drink, I'm agreeing to a shower, agreeing to something more than a shower. There's a part of me that doesn't want him to touch me until I've had a chance to scream at him. I need to yell at him about Evie. Get it all out of my system. How dare he get himself engaged to some other woman, some woman he doesn't even love? It would be one thing if he loved her, if he couldn't live without her. I could understand it then. I could accept it. But he's here, with me. More than that, though, I want to tear him to shreds over how he abandoned me when I needed him most. This man, who has always fought so hard for his family, didn't lift a pinky for me. Fuck him. The other contrary part of me says, yeah, fuck him. Fuck him now. My body wants him so much. Every bit of him speaks to mine in a language that is sewn deeply into my DNA. It's a language so personal and so intimate that I've never met another human who speaks it with the same mastery Luca does. The hurt is still there, though, and I need to let it breathe. I need to let him know I'm not cold steel like him. The wound is full of fuel and flame, and right now, it's burning me from the inside out. I want him to burn, too. It's at that moment the decision I was wrestling with crystallizes. Do I do my father's bidding and manipulate an alliance with Luca when the time for doing so is clearly dead and gone? He's with another woman, for God's sake. Up until now, my response has been a lukewarm, and I don't know, of epic uncertainty. I want Luca. I always have. But I didn't want him like this, the product of a calculated maneuvering engineered by my father. The puppet master. Well, screw that. If he can't make the simplest of decisions about his fiancée, then my decision becomes very easy. Luca Marzano will be mine because I'll make him mine. Without taking my eyes off his, I tip the bottle back and drink. It's a tacit agreement. A silent yes. Luca's nostrils flare and his mouth descends, his tongue licking out to twist against mine. He pulls the bottle from my hands and backs away toward the hall that leads to the bedrooms, his fingers already going to the buttons of his shirt. "Where's your bathroom, wild one?" I brush past him to lead the way into the bathroom and turn my head, glancing briefly behind me to catch his hungry gaze on my ass. Swallowing, I lean into the shower and turn on the taps, testing the temperature of the water as it gushes out, hard and fast. The wine bottle clinks against the counter, and I turn to see Luca drop his shirt. He pulls his belt from his belt loops with a sibilant hiss, his gaze unblinking. While I stare, he unbuttons and drops his pants and boxers, then toes his shoes off and kicks them and the pants a few feet away. He takes his cock in his hand and strokes it a few times. Up, down. My eyes follow the movement. "One of us is overdressed," he murmurs. I don't respond, chewing my lip instead. "I can think of better things you can do with that mouth." I release my lip from between my teeth as he stalks across the tiled floor. His hand circles my neck, but it's not tight. I can pull away if that's what I choose. I stay within the light grip of his hand, making my choice, and a faint smile crooks the corner of his mouth. Jerk. He always did like being in control. And me. Well, this was always the one place I kind of liked giving up that control. It's part of the reason Luca and I meshed so well. When he exerts a light pressure to my shoulder, I obey without protest, falling to my knees before him. "Suck my cock." The command has my blood heating. Reaching out, I run a fingertip down the length of his shaft, hiding a smile at the hiss that escapes his lips. I dip my head, about to take his cock into my mouth, but at the last second go lower and engulf one of his balls with my lips, running tantalizing circles with my tongue around his sensitive flesh. He groans, gripping my hair, and I move to the other. "Fuck me, but I forgot how perfect that filthy mouth of yours is." I release his flesh, looking up at him with a teasing look before I flick my tongue out and lick the tip of his cock. He closes his eyes and rocks forward as my mouth covers the top of his shaft, and I swallow him slowly, taking as much of him down as I can. He touches the back of my throat and starts to pull out.
Enough. Get up.
My hands grip his thighs, holding him firmly in place as I pull back and push forward again, taking him deep each time in a sloppy mimicry of the fucking we'll be doing soon enough. He gives in, and his fingers tangle in my hair as he pulls my face into his groin, the familiar bite of pain anchoring me and sending a flood of arousal straight to my pussy. I flatten my tongue and hum around his cock, knowing the vibration in my throat drives Luca crazy. He doesn't give me the illusion of control for long. My mouth can get him off entirely too fast like that, and neither one of us is in the mood for fast tonight. I need him to make it last and make it hurt, to take my mind off the fact that someone just tried to kill me but hurt my dog instead. With a muffled curse, he pulls me upright. Up. He watches, eyes hooded, as I strip swiftly, peeling away my camisole and shoving my panties down to my feet. My breasts sway, nipples pebbling as I step toward him. I want his mouth on me. Luca grins, reading me like a book. Get in the shower, dirty girl. The stream of water just touches my backside as he swipes the bottle of wine from the counter and follows me in. Placing his palm in the center of my chest, he pushes me gently until my back hits the tiled wall. His gaze intent, he lifts the bottle to his mouth and drinks as his hand skims my collarbone and feathers my nipples. Then he tilts the bottle and pours the red liquid across my breasts. Luca. He dips his head and licks the wine away, lapping and suckling until I can't tell where the wine leaves off and the water from the shower begins. I tilt my head back against the shower wall with a moan, my knees quivering as his teeth glide across the sensitive skin of my nipple. Lower. I want him lower. I shove my hands into his hair, trying to push his head down toward my pussy. Patience, he whispers, pulling away. Staring into my eyes, he tips the bottle again, this time letting the wine run across my abdomen and between my legs. I shiver as it hits my slit, and Luca drops to his knees before me. He drags his tongue along my clit, holding onto my hip with one hand and the bottle of wine with the other. His eyes glitter up at me. He drinks deeply, then spits the mouthful of wine across my pussy. His lips follow, and he buries his face in my cunt and laps almost reverently at the bitter wine as it mixes with my own excitement. I widen my stance to give him more room and twist my fingers in his hair to give me strength, rocking against his mouth. Luca always said he loved to eat pussy, and his enthusiasm for the task proved his sincerity. The fingers of his one hand curl around my ass cheek, spreading my folds wide enough for him to reach upward with his fingers and stroke me until incoherent words tumble from my lips. The other hand presses the cold neck of the wine bottle high on the inside of my thigh, nudging it ever closer to my opening. Goosebumps break out across my flesh, and I tense. Sex with Luca was always eventful in the past. He was adventurous and borderline depraved, always ready to push my limits with edging and objects and a little taste of pain when he thought I needed it. He almost always had a reason behind his methods. I was in my head, and he wanted to get me out of it. I was angry about something, and he needed to redirect me. He was angry and needed to turn that passion into something productive. So I don't doubt there's a reason he has that wine bottle so close to my pussy right now. What are you doing? I ask. Did you fuck anyone in California, Karina? The bottle twists higher, slipping just barely inside my pussy. I stiffen, straightening, but Luca's hand on my hip is relentless as it holds me in place. There it is. He's jealous. Funnily enough, I was too busy helping Sal Fiorelli build his empire and too intimidating for most of the men out there, but I have no intention of setting his mind at ease. Instead, I glare down at him. What kind of question is that? Did you fuck anyone here in the last 5 years? I reply. He pushes the bottle farther inside me, an inch, maybe. His other thumb works my clit at the same time, and the conflict of feeling has me groaning.
I'll take that as a yes, he answers. I'm gonna fuck you with this bottle, my wild one.
Giving proof to his words, he slowly works the neck of the bottle farther inside my pussy. I can't help the instinct that drives me to grind helplessly against it.
That's right. Fuck it. Fuck it, and no, none of those other men were anything more than a vessel.
He fucks me fast, and just this side of hard with the unyielding glass, intent on giving me pleasure but not hurting me, using his free hand to rub the swollen bud of my clit. When I'm close, he pulls the bottle swiftly from my pussy and lets it drop to the floor of the shower with a dull thud. The last of the wine spills onto the floor, mixing with the water of the shower as he grips my hip and rotates me.
Turn around.
I listen, daring to reach out and wrap my hand around his cock first, hard and swollen, and rising nearly to his navel. He jerks my hand away and slaps them flat against the white marble tiles, then pulls my hips out and pushes on my lower back. I know what he wants and arch my back to give him the best angle to my pussy. He responds with an appreciative growl, stroking his fingers through my folds and spearing them into me briefly before pulling them out and smearing my cream around his dick.
You're fucking soaked,
he says, voice filled with dark satisfaction. He positions himself at my entrance and, with no further preliminaries, slams inside. For one perfect moment, we're both still. It's been so long. My body has craved this for what feels like an eternity, and from the way he pulses inside me, he's suffered from the same hunger. We stand silent, the water anointing our bodies as he fills the space too long left empty with his loss, and then the walls of my core clench around him, and he begins to move.
Don't you fucking come until I tell you,
he warns. My fingers splay against the tiles as his hands spread my ass cheeks, giving him deeper access. He pounds into me, hard and brutally fast, and one hand comes around to play with my clit. I stiffen and sink my teeth into the flesh of my arm, trying to stave off the building orgasm. I'm so close, Luca. I can't... With a muffled curse, he slows and shallows his thrusting.
Not yet.
9 times he thrusts shallowly, never fully withdrawing. On the 10th, he slams inside, hard and painfully deep. A hoarse cry falls from my lips, and I struggle to hold on to the sensation, to keep him with me, but he's there only for a moment, and then he's gone again. Each time he pulls almost all the way out, just to the point where my pussy clutches at him with a desperate hope, and then he starts the sequence all over again. Again and again, he repeats the process until I'm shaking and whimpering and begging for release. Please, Luca, I need to come. He pauses, balanced on a razor's edge of torment, and then surges forward to bury his cock deep within me in response. This time, he doesn't retreat immediately. He lays himself flat against me, his chest to my back, his forehead to my shoulder. His lips brush against my skin briefly, a stolen caress as we do nothing more than breathe. His arms steal around my torso, one hand snaking between my breasts to grip my throat, the other cupping my pussy. And then he begins to move.
Come for me, Karina.
It's different this time. The movement is calculated to bring me to release. The hand cupping my pussy applies pressure to my clit, 2 fingers pinching in tandem, and in a matter of seconds, I explode, the climax ripping through me in a release that leaves me limp and shuddering in Luca's arms. Luca follows moments after. He goes still above me, his hands moving restlessly over my hair and back. I feel his lips brush my hair before he disengages, and a moment later, the water shuts off. Then, he's wrapping me in a towel and carrying me from the bathroom to the bedroom, where he lays me on the bed and pulls the covers over me.
I have to go.
What? He said he was staying. I close my eyes. A tear trickles from the one turned toward the pillow, but he can't see it, so I don't bother wiping it away.
I've made sure you're safe until I find out what that was all about.
He continues, the rustle of fabric telling me he's getting dressed.
The shooter, I mean.
His hand curls around my skull, tangling in my hair.
Karina.
I rouse myself enough to speak. Thank you. His fingers tighten.
For what?
For the fuck. Good night, Luca.
Chapter 11. Luca. I tighten my grip on the steering wheel, my fingers aching with the effort. The streets of Manhattan are always busy, but today they seem more chaotic than usual. I'm on my way to the Marzano mansion, summoned by my father for an important meeting. It's a rare occasion for him to call me in, and I know that whatever he has to say is significant. I'm torn between a sense of curious dread over this meeting and lingering shame over my treatment of Karina last night. I can't believe I ran after we fucked. Thanks for the fuck. I'm a fucking coward. I hit the steering wheel, releasing a short pop of sound that startles the skinny delivery guy on the bike beside me. He starts to flip me off, thinks better of it, and makes a right-hand turn instead. Smart man. I couldn't stay. I made sure I left men to guard her place, one in the vestibule, one in the parking garage, and another on the street. But it was too much. All the feelings I had buried over the past 5 years came rushing back in a torrent of emotion. And if I had stayed, I'd have found myself cuddling her and painting her goddamn toenails while I made her a mixtape. So I ran. As I approached the mansion, I can't help but feel a twinge of pride for my family. They've always been proud of the fact that they never moved to the outskirts of the city. They've always remained in the heart of Manhattan, close to the pulse of the city. Their high-rise mansion is a testament to their wealth and power, a reminder of their golden days. But now the Marzanos serve the Valacis, a bitter pill to swallow for my father and the rest of our family. It's not that the Valacis aren't powerful in their own right, but with the death of Don Valaci, they're not seated on the commission any longer. They don't have the same level of control that the Marzanos once had, and that's something that we can't forget. I park on the street outside the mansion, not wanting to drag this out any longer than I have to. Men patrol the grounds, one of them approaching to monitor as I climb from the vehicle. He'll stay while I'm inside, protecting my vehicle from tampering. These men are a reminder of the danger that surrounds us. The streets of Manhattan are like a battlefield, and we have to be constantly vigilant to stay alive. I walk into the house and down the hallway toward my father's office. I look for Tom out of habit, wishing his stabilizing presence was around. But he retired recently and isn't on the property any longer. I find myself glancing at the walls that are lined with portraits of our ancestors, a reminder of where we come from and what we stand for. It's an impressive sight, but it's also a sobering one. They'd turn over in their graves if they knew everything I was up to. When I enter the room, I see that my father and his men are not alone. Standing by the window is Evie O'Hanlon, a woman I met exactly once before at a dinner party. She's stunning, with fiery red hair and curves in all the right places. She doesn't do it for me, though. There's something cold about her, something dangerous. Her eyes follow me as I take my place at the table, and I can't help but feel like a pawn in a larger game. I also can't stop thinking about Karina and what we just did. I push the image of Karina on her knees to the back of my mind. "Hello, fiancé." Evie doesn't smile as she greets me. I give her a curt nod, not liking the use of the word fiancé, especially after what I just did. But this is business, and it doesn't involve matters of the heart. I'm sure Evie has someone keeping her company at night. The thought of my woman sleeping with another man would normally make me want to crack bones, but I couldn't care less with Evie. My lips tighten. That's telling. The matter for which I called you all here can be discussed in the parlor. My father speaks without making eye contact with me. It's not that he's nervous. This is his normal dismissal mode, allowing us all to sit down and get comfortable, only to tell us we need to move, is his idea of power play. I don't comment, but rise, and as I leave the room I can feel Evie's eyes on me. There's something about her that makes me uneasy. I can't shake the feeling that she's hiding something, and that she's not to be trusted. But then, who can be trusted? As I leave the office, the silence of the hallway engulfs me. The clicking of Evie's heels is to my back as we make our way to the parlor, but she makes no effort to catch up. I step into the parlor and the door closes behind me with a soft click. My eyes immediately flick to Evie. She takes a seat with a cool expression that betrays nothing of what she's thinking. I can feel the weight of her gaze on me, and I know she's sizing me up, trying to decide whether she can trust me. I can feel the tension in the air, and I know that this conversation could determine the future of my family and the entire city. Evie speaks, her voice like ice. A little bird landed on my shoulder this morning. It sang an interesting song. Oh? That bird was a crane. I believe it's time for us to have a talk about the situation at hand. And my father asked you to deliver this news to me? I sit down across from Evie on a stiff brocade sofa. A small oval table separates us, making the space feel intimate. Evie stretches her legs out, and my mind, for some reason, flickers to the memory of Karina in the shower. Yes, he thought it would be best if I explained our proposition more fully to you. The proposition she speaks of is our marriage, of course. I already knew that, but now I would know why. But I already had an idea. Evie is the head of the O'Hanlons and the Paparados, two of the most dangerous and influential families in the city. The power that comes with our alliance is immense, but so is the risk. Our marriage will be valuable, she states, and she looks as unhappy about the idea as I do. As valuable as being an untouchable? I ask, my voice steady, even as my mind races with possibilities. The original Untouchables were the stuff of legend, a group of gangsters so feared that even the Mafia trod lightly around them. Evie's smile is small, but it sends a shiver down my spine. Perhaps even more so considering the alliance that comes with me. But I must remind you, Luca, that this alliance is not being offered to the Scarpettas. You should not be biting the hand that feeds you. I know she's right, that I shouldn't be risking everything for a chance at power. But the lure of that power is strong, and I can feel myself being pulled in two directions. Evie continues to speak, her words like knives that cut through the air. She's a tigress, a predator that stalks her prey with cold calculation. I know that I'm in over my head, but I can't back down now. This arrangement only extends between our families. No other family. There was a hit on Karina Scarpetta's life last night, I state. Could my power reach out to those involved and stop any impending threats? Evie rises and walks to the window. The clicks of her heels match the beat of my heart. She folds her arms across her chest, and I rise, ready to say more, when she turns to me. Let the pieces fall as they will, Evie says, her voice cold. This is the arrangement, and you're a wise man, Luca. I know you understand what I'm saying. When I don't answer, she gives a final nod of her head and leaves the room. The meeting is over, and her meaning was clear. If I want the power an alliance with her brings, I must let the hit on Karina go through. I sit for a moment and think about why my father didn't have this conversation with me. He knew allowing Karina to die wouldn't be something I could accept, but he also knows that having the power to join forces with Evie is something I can't walk away from either. I need to find a way to have both. As I walk back to the Don's office, I try to sort through my thoughts. But the moment I open my father's office door, he looks up from behind his desk and makes eye contact with me. He's ready to talk now. "She makes some very good points," is all he says, showing me he fully agrees with Evie, without me saying a word. I close the door gently behind me. My stomach twists with a mix of fear and determination. I've dedicated my life to the family, and I can't throw it all away for a woman, no matter how much I love her. And yet, "You had me kill her brother," I say, voice low. "And now you would have me stand aside and let them kill her, too. When we step into our roles in this world, the weight of them is heavy. Not everyone can bear the burden." My father leans back in his chair. "But you, my son, and you alone are made for this. It's our family's legacy that now rests on your shoulders." He joins his hands together. "Sacrifices will always have to be made. It goes hand in hand with power. You just have to know which sacrifices to make and when." The words sit heavily on me, and I can't help but think of what it will mean if I do nothing and let Karina live. My father rises. We have never bonded or had a father and son relationship. He's the boss first and foremost. Always. He makes the decisions, and we have to fall in line. "You will restore our legacy," he states, only a few feet away from me. I want to ask what will happen if I say no. But I'm not a child. I know what will happen. We lose everything we hold dear. I have a lot to think about. My words are as dry as matches, but with the right strike they would catch fire. My father assesses me for a moment. "Very well, have your thoughts." He doesn't sound happy, but as he returns to his desk, I know that's my dismissal. "Just don't think too long." I take my departure, but don't leave the mansion. Instead, I return to my old room and step out onto the balcony. I lean against the balcony railing, my eyes fixed on the bustling city below. Karina and I made love on this balcony years ago. The memory makes my heart ache. But I know what I have to do. Having Karina back is a test of whatever weakness I have left in me, and that weakness needs to be sliced out. I can't let my feelings for her cloud my judgment or distract me from the task at hand. The family's safety comes first, even if it means sacrificing the woman I love. But as the seconds tick by, my resolve begins to crack. I can't shake the feeling that I'm making a mistake, that I'm throwing everything away for a misguided sense of duty. Karina is different. She's not like the other women I've been with. She's wild, unpredictable, and passionate, and I can't help but feel drawn to her. "You will restore our legacy." The Don's words ring in my head. I take a deep breath and straighten, my mind made up. I won't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but I won't forget them either. They're a reminder of what I'm fighting for, of the sacrifice that's required of me. I walk back into my room, my heart heavy with the weight of my decision. The pieces will fall where they may, and I'll have to bear the weight of my choices. But I won't forget why I made them. I won't forget Karina, even if it means letting her go.
Chapter 12. Karina, 17 years old. Dear Diary, my twin is gone. I knew it before they came to tell us, before I heard Mother keening in the foyer. I felt this hollowness settle in my chest last night, an empty sensation where there was once something, a presence, an awareness. I don't know how to describe it. All I know is that I knew. When I heard that explosion of Mother's grief, I crept from my room to the landing. The household staff was standing there. It was like we were rubberneckers driving by the scene of a car accident, everyone slowing to get a good look.
They had his body in the foyer. It will haunt me, diary. I wish I had never seen it. No, I take that back. I'm glad I saw it. I cataloged every bruise in the seconds-long glimpse I got before Sarah, the housekeeper, dragged me away. I marked each one, and one day I'll have revenge for every one of them. I swear it. People think they know me. I'm so outspoken, so good about saying everything that's on my mind that they make the mistake of thinking I'm an open book. That everything there is to know about me has already been stated right from the source. Nothing could be further from the truth. Every woman, even the talkative ones, has her secrets, and most of mine are painful. Painful like the mixed feelings I have about Luca. Maybe this really is just passing the time with him. Who knows? There was a moment the other day when I thought maybe it was more, but then he left, and that moment passed as quickly as it had come. And then, of course, there's the constant reminder of how easily he gave me up. Every time I see him, my fingers itch with the need to confront him. But I can't. Not with what my father has planned. Not with me apparently being the other woman. God, what an ugly phrase. Shame burrows its way deep inside me, making me yearn to unburden myself. I should seek confessional and atone for what I've done, what I'm doing. But I won't. Evie doesn't want him. That's the secret I comfort myself with. Their relationship rests on a lie. Secrets and lies. That's all my life is anymore. With a sigh of resignation, I lift my fingers to the necklace around my neck and look out the window at the building across the parking lot. Tonight, I'm dealing with yet another secret. Shadows stretch across pockets of glare provided by intermittent pole lights, most of them out or flickering weakly. Brownsville, Brooklyn isn't the safest of neighborhoods to begin with, and I'm suddenly regretting my impulse to leave Baccio at the Palisades estate. One of Father's men, who I remember from when I lived at home, is watching him. They're no doubt kicked back watching a game right now, and even though I told him no popcorn, I can bet he's tossing him pieces of that shit every time someone scores. He's your fucking guard dog. Should've let him guard you. He's not fully recovered, though, and I can't take the chance on anything happening to him. The indoor storage facility I'm headed into will be crawling with people. Many of them will be ill-intentioned, although not necessarily toward me. I wouldn't make it 5 steps without Baccio wanting to go for someone's throat. Even though my fingers curl with the need to sink into his fur, it just makes sense to leave him behind and let the human guards do their thing. One of the Scarpetta men, my men, opens the door, and I climb out. He follows behind me as I smooth the form-fitted bustier I wear over a crisp pin-striped blouse and a sleek pair of leather pants and stride forward with more confidence than I feel. It always worked in California. Inside, I cast a cursory glance around the nondescript storage facility. Nothing to see here, folks. Just a guy working the night shift and a concrete-lined corridor with metal roller doors interspersed with numbered wooden doors. I walk to the one numbered 13, punch in the code provided to me, and turn the handle. Behind door number 13 is another corridor, this one long and plain and ending in an elevator. I climb into the elevator and ride it down, biting the side of my cheek to quell my nerves. It's a bit like walking through the wardrobe and into Narnia, only this isn't some place of fantasy. It is, however, a place of legend. Too bad I mean to burn it down. When my father summoned me home, I had no intention of following his orders. He could sit on his throne and rot. Before coming back, I could have easily gone another decade without seeing or thinking about Luca. I wanted no reminders of that pain. But this place, this hell of a place, it's the one thing that's kept me up nights for the past 5 years. It's my siren song of unfinished business that pulls me back to New York. We step out of the elevator into an antechamber that feeds into an open steel platform encircling an underground coliseum. The noise level is instantly deafening.
The center of the Colosseum houses an octagonal cage set into a sand base, essentially a hole in the ground. Spectator bleachers rise behind partial plexiglass shields on all sides, filled with a sea of humanity shouting and screaming at the two people grappling within the cage. They're thin and scrawny-looking, not the usual sort of combatants I would expect to see in an arena. One of the men punches the other, and a spray of blood arcs up and lands on the plexiglass.
Why are we here again?
My guard, Ronaldo, looks nervous, his eyes everywhere all at once. I need to give him something else to think about. He's around my age, but I don't remember him from when I was here before. I wonder if he even knows. "Did you know my brother, Francis?" I ask in a conversational tone, striding ahead.
I know.
He was my twin. When we were 17, someone kidnapped him and sold him to the pits. A roar goes up from below, and I pause, standing by the rail to watch as an attendant checks the pulse of a combatant in the cage. After a second, he shakes his head, stands, and grabs the other man's hand, raising it in a mark of victory. The winner's chest, smeared with blood and sweat, rises and falls heavily. He doesn't smile. He was killed down there. I gesture sharply to the scene beneath us before pivoting and walking on. Just like that. Behind me, Ronaldo makes a little sound, but I ignore it. I don't need his sympathy. Sympathy is for the weak. I've been trying to figure out how to tear this place down since. Trying to figure out how Francis got here in the first place. It makes no sense that no one was ever caught and punished for killing the son of a Don, don't you think? Silence. I side-eye my guard. That was not rhetorical.
Oh, no, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I wave off his fumbling. Someone needs to be punished. My gaze glides over the room as I traverse the platform, headed toward the far end. It disappears into a shadowy alcove that begins a sloping descent into the lower part of the pits, disappearing into a bottom story in much the same fashion as ramps work in a concrete parking garage. I've been here before. I've always known what happened in the Colosseum level of the pits, but I've never been any lower. That changes today. My fingers drift to my necklace as I begin my descent. Is this where they kept Francis? Further down, past the Colosseum level, the noise fades, and the ramp is guarded by a couple of guys seated at a card table. From where I stand, I can see dim light below, but the rest of the view is blocked. One of the guards stands, hitching his pants over a paunchy stomach.
Wrong way, sweetheart.
You must have me confused with someone else, I say sweetly. Now, step aside. The seated man looks up with an amused expression.
I'd listen to her, Frank. She looks like a vicious little honeybee.
Frank crosses a set of thick arms over his chest.
Don't make me have to escort you out, sweet.
I hold up a hand, stilling the flow of words guaranteed to get him in trouble. I'm not anyone's sweetheart, honeybee, sugar pie, darling, or any other moronic endearment that might cross your mind. I'm Karina Scarpetta, and I'll be on my way now, with or without your permission, or even 5 whole fingers on each of your hands, capiche? Frank swallows before stepping out of my way. He jostles the card table behind him, but dumbass number 2, I'll call him Beans, barely blinks, his gaze wide on me as I sweep past with all the confidence I don't feel. I need that false bravado because as I round the corner and descend the final slanting loop of concrete pavement, the area widens into what can only be described as hell. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. The lowermost level of the pits is monstrous. People are in actual cages, hollow eyes staring out at me through iron bars with a kind of hopeless fury. Homeless people mill about, passing through food lines and gathering around barrels that flicker with flame. Filthy children huddle in corners, drawing into themselves and trying to go unnoticed. It's like a different world. The willing, the unwilling, and people with no other choice are all down here. I make a slow circle, committing it all to memory. The drug use no one's bothering to hide. The pimp at the far end watching his girl. The children with no adult in sight. I want to vomit. Who? The question sticks in my throat, and I pause to clear it. There's no clear indication of who's in charge. Who's responsible for this? Beside me, Ronaldo is wordless, lips clamped tight. He shakes his head. This is your job, I tell him. You find me answers. Turning on my heel, I start walking back upstairs. Back to square one. God, this place. Everywhere I look in this city, I find more shit to dig beneath. It's exhausting. Frank and Beans don't say anything when I pass them, a fact for which I'm grateful. In my current temper, I cannot be held responsible for anything I say or do. I've reached the top and am crossing the main floor again when I spot Luca walking up the bleachers to sit near the top. Fury blinds me. What the actual fuck is he doing here?
Chapter 13. Luca. The Fed is fucking late. My father's still waiting for an answer from me, and it's a bitter irony to realize that the power that Evie O'Hanlon offers might just give me what I want, the means of finding out who's running this shit show and shutting it down. Bitter because, at that point, what damn difference would it make anyway? I check the Rolex on my wrist before glancing around. My men are more spaced out this time. There are too many people around to have them close by, but I mark the location of each of the 6 men I brought, noting exit strategies and potential for log jams. It'll do, especially after the attack on Karina. I know it would be foolish to be anything other than on high alert. I heave a disgusted sigh. Her return is a distraction I really could have lived without. Her reappearance has complicated everything. After another 10 minutes, I realize the agent isn't going to show. I'm not worried. Sometimes that happens. He could be caught up with work and is unable to leave without raising suspicion. But I need the distraction. I want some news that will keep my mind off Karina's safety and Evie's ultimatum. I can't sit here much longer without drawing attention to myself. I get up and make my way down the bleachers to the front, where most people place bets. Another fight is starting. The 2 contenders are piss poor and are made of nothing but bones with flesh strewn across them. Sunken eyes give away their addictions. Whoever is running this show is scraping the bottom of the barrel. I pick one for no reason, only to make it appear that I'm here to take part in the proceedings. The fight starts and ends just as quickly. I bet on the wrong horse. The next 2 men who enter don't look much better. One of the men seems to have a bit more strength than his opponent, though. Maybe they gave him his final meal. Some men request that, or a woman, before entering the pits. I remember when I was being held below, I was offered both, and declined both. The men who came from poverty or the streets took both with a savagery that made other men look away. For me, I had paced my cage, wanting to enter the pits so I could kill and leave. That was all I focused on, making the kill as quick as possible, so I could give up another soul and get out. You sure made mine quick. Francis's words whisper against my mind, and I shift my stance, trying to banish his voice. I place another bet, irritation goading me on. The fight starts, and I expect it to end quickly, but it doesn't. The men fight viciously. Exhaustion has them hanging on to each other with every chance they get. If we were counting rounds, I'd say this was the 7th. The crowd grows restless, screaming for death. Movement to my left has me glancing at a bald-headed man. The crowd parts for him, and when he reaches the cage, a glint of light catches on the knives in his hands before he releases them. They sail through the bars and land on the white sand. Like flies to shit, the men part and dive. The crowd is electric. The event runners get exactly what they want. With a wide arc of the knife, the man I bet on brings the weapon down across his opponent's neck. There is a second when nothing happens, and a hush falls across the crowd. Then a thin red line appears before it widens, and blood pours out. With the sight of blood, the volume blinks back on full blast, and I look away as the man's dead body hits the sand. Another soul lost. I glance around until my gaze clashes with one of my guards. I give a curt nod, and he presses the piece into his ear. My men separate themselves from the crowd, and as I make my way up the bleachers, they fall into step around me. We leave the chaos behind us and climb a spiral staircase, not bothering with the elevator. I take in the air up at the storage lockers. There is no taste of death or sweat on my tongue. But if anger had a taste, that's what would flood my mouth right now. I take out my phone to see if I have any messages from the agent. Nothing. I push open the front door and exit the building as I slip my phone into my pocket. My men have moved in front of me as someone approaches. Karina. What the hell is she doing here? They block her, and I wave them off, allowing her into my circle. I'm ready to question her, but no words pass my lips as she swiftly points a pistol at my head. 6 guns point back at her, and fear tears through my system. Lower your weapons, I order my men. An order from me should be obeyed, but none of my men lower them, and neither does Karina. I said lower them, I growl, and one by one the guns disappear. All but Karina's. It's you, isn't it? She pushes the gun closer to me. My men still have their hands on their weapons, and that makes me want to defuse this situation quickly. I don't want any of them to get jumpy and take a shot that would result in her death, because I would kill them. What are you talking about? I keep boredom laced tightly between my words. I don't like having a gun pointed at me, but I won't show fear. Her pistol shifts toward the building before pointing back at me. Put the gun away, I say. You are a vile human being. How could you? She's shaking her head. Anger sends trembles across the finger that rests on the trigger. An uncomfortable feeling stretches across my bones. You will have to be a little more specific, Karina. You're waving that gun around like you might use it. The pits. You are in charge of the pits. For a moment, seeing her with a gun between her delicate hands had been a slight turn-on, as uneasy as it made me. I had to admire her boldness. Anyone else and I would have let my men take the shot. But as her accusation leaves her lips, the beast inside me roars to life, and I want her blood. I take a step toward her, the gun pushing into my chest. I'm glaring down at her, and I want her to eat her fucking words. The pits cost me everything. They cost me my best friend, my sanity, my humanity. I fight with everything inside me not to strike out. I can't even form words as my jaw is locked with fury. Maybe she sees the fury in my gaze. She blinks several times, her brows drawing together. She doesn't seem so sure anymore. One last time, put the fucking gun away, I warn. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, and she's searching my face, but I'm sure all she sees is my rage. I try to calm down and remind myself that she has no fucking idea what she is talking about. I blink, my shoulders tightening in reaction as a shot is fired. I spin, roaring, I said stand down. But as my eyes sweep across them, I don't see a weapon. Another shot is fired, this one taking one of my men to the left of me to the ground. One of my men pushes me toward the SUV, and I jerk out of his hold, grabbing Karina and yanking her along. I shove her into the back of the SUV and follow after, my man pushing me down onto the floor of the SUV and jumping in as another shot rings out. He goes heavy suddenly, falling in on my back. Twisting around, I push his dead weight off me and see sightless eyes. I twist fully and kick him out of the way so I can close the door, then grab Karina's hand and drag her to the floor. "Drive!" I roar. Tires screech as we reverse at full speed. A spray of bullets shatters the windows, and I cover my face as glass flies in every direction. Karina still clutches her gun. As my driver stops to spin the SUV around, she lurches up to fire a shot back. I grab her again and pull her down. A bullet whizzes through the back window and strikes the ceiling, right where Karina's head was. "Why are you always stopping me from retaliating?" She's glaring at me like I've lost my fucking mind. I'd laugh, but the situation is far too serious. This isn't really the best time for an argument. There never is a right time, Luca. It's always on your clock. What the fuck about mine? The SUV tears out of the parking lot and onto the street. Horns blare and stop after a few seconds, and the sound of shooting fades off into the distance. Dragging the sleeve of my jacket across my hand, I wipe away some of the glass from the seat for Karina to sit down. But when I try to help her off the floor, she pushes me away. "I don't need your help." "You never do," I murmur, thoughts of the other night uppermost in my mind. Karina sits up in the seat, the wind from the shattered window whipping her hair in all directions. She fights with the long tresses, yanking her hair back into a knot at the base of her neck. I rattle off an address to the driver. We need to get to a safe house. "You could drop me at home," Karina says after wrestling with her hair. "Your home isn't safe." I send her an incredulous look. Do I really need to tell her this? "I'm clearly not safe with you either," she remarks. "You pulled a fucking gun on me," I remind her. "Maybe whoever just killed my men was really there to wipe you out. It wasn't the first time, now was it?" When I say it out loud, my gut twists. "Let the pieces fall," Evie had said. Fucking A. I most definitely did not just let the pieces fall. In fact, I would say I Matrix-level paused them mid-flight and redirected them with a merry little return-to-sender message. Shit. And Karina, sitting there giving me a death glare, has no clue what I've just done. I pinch the space between my eyes and, for the first time in my life, contemplate picking up a pack of cigarettes. The SUV slows down as we approach the safe house. Karina is silent as the vehicle stops, and I get out. The safe house is in a run-down neighborhood. There are boards on the windows of most of the block, and even some boards on the windows of the safe house. This place isn't where anyone would expect me to hide, which is exactly why we use it. I open Karina's door and she gets out. The 3 men who survived the attack file out of the vehicle with us, 2 of them moving ahead to secure the house. 3. That means 3 lives were lost today. I push the thought away and touch the curve of Karina's spine, directing her toward the front door. She moves quickly, getting away from me. When we get inside, I turn on the lights. The interior of the house isn't quite as rough as the outside, but it's no Ritz. The power works, and the place has been kept in good order. As I take in the 2-room space, I stop at the bed Karina and I will have to share, since there's only one and a love seat, and just stare. Normally, when I get to safety, I plan my next move and gather myself. But I can't move. The bullet hit the spot where Karina's head had been a second before. If I hadn't pulled her back onto the floor, she would be dead. "You can sleep on the sofa." Her voice behind me has me turning around and regarding the bane of my existence with thoughtful eyes. Evie and my father both want me to sit back and let her die. I think she's a target because of me. Maybe it's Gino. He can't strike at me directly, not without severe repercussions. So Karina is his target. Or maybe it's Evie. She doesn't want her plans fucked up. Regardless, I'm the impetus behind the bullet's trajectory. I ignore the statement to clear the space between us, and take her face in my hands. Her back collides with the wall as my mouth consumes hers. The kiss is feral and harsh, and I break it after a second, but I don't release her face. You are so fucking stupid and careless. I tighten my hold on her. Your anger is going to get you killed one day. I release her face and she doesn't move. I think she's stunned. And I'm not sleeping on the fucking couch. I lean into her neck and inhale her scent. I can't let her die. But I can't have her either. This is a new kind of pain.
Chapter 14. Karina. 17 years old. Dear Diary, things have changed between Luca and me since Francis's death. We were always close, the three of us. Even though Luca was a couple of years older, we hung out all the time. And then there was that Independence Day understanding, carved in my 12-year-old heart, that he was going to marry me one day. But after Francis's murder, it's like Luca has attached himself to my hip. I wake in the middle of the night and he's stretched out beside me, one hand fisted around a lock of my hair as if to make sure I don't go anywhere while he sleeps. I'm almost certain that he has feelings for me. I've always had feelings for him. We're just not entirely sure what to do with them. As we've gotten older, the politics of the 5 families has become increasingly obvious. It's such a delicate balance. We are not free to be with whoever we want because doing so could give one family more power than another family. But it's obvious that Francis's murder unsettled Luca, and he's getting tired of waiting for something to happen. I'm getting tired too. I wake with my back tucked securely against Luca's chest in the singular bed. We went to sleep in separate locations, me on the bed and him on the sofa, despite his declaration, but at some point, he must have climbed into the bed with me. I cast my gaze around without moving my head, cataloging my surroundings in the dim light of morning before I disturb him. I can barely tell that the sun has risen. The windows of the second room where we slept are blocked with boards, allowing weak strands of dust-flecked sunlight to stream in and infiltrate my sleep. The room itself is tiny, allowing just enough space for a full-size mattress to sit on a metal frame beside a small nightstand. Luca's arms tightens around my belly, pulling me in more tightly against him. His fingers curl against my skin, bared by my decision to sleep in my underwear and preserve my clothes so I could wear them again today. I hold my breath. It feels like an involuntary action, like he doesn't realize he's even doing it. All the same, the simple touch is sending heat coiling through my system from tip to toe. Part of me, the weak part, wants to place my hand over his and push his fingers between my legs. The other part remembers how he left me the other night. I pick up his hand and drop it behind me, slide out of the bed, and stalk from the room. The rest of the place looks as abandoned on the inside as on the outside. It's dark, dingy, and lacking all of the comforts I've grown accustomed to. I bypass the kitchen and use the bathroom, grateful there's at least a roll of toilet paper sitting on the sink and a thin, clean towel hanging on the bar. The shower basin looks clean, if not glamorous, and I take a swift shower in the tiny space, cringing at the sound of the water moving through the old pipes. When I leave the bathroom, I am only wearing my camisole over my bra and my pants, yesterday's underwear hanging freshly washed and damp over the sink. My St. Francis necklace rests cold against my skin. When I come into the kitchen, Luca is rooting through the kitchen cabinets. He straightens and gives me a cursory glance before turning back to his quest. I think there's coffee somewhere around here. No, thank you. This place is a sty. My lip curls. Honestly, Luca, couldn't we have gone to a hotel or something? Why on earth are the Marzanos using a place like this as a safe house? He pulls a mug from the cabinet and closes the door with precision. It did the job, didn't it? Yes, but I'm probably going to have to go get a cootie shot when I leave. Oh, for fuck's sake, woman. He whirls around, mouth open to say something, but stops, his expression arrested. His look is hungry, and I glance down to find the water from my hair has dampened my camisole, leaving it nearly transparent over my lacy bra. Crossing my arms over my chest, I raise my chin in challenge. My fingers drift to my necklace. Before my eyes, his heated expression changes, turning to sadness tinged with anger. He points at the necklace.
St. Francis.
I frown. Yes, I wear it for
your brother.
I close my eyes and inhale, then open them on an exhale. I get it, Luca.
You understand nothing.
We both lost him. That much I understand. Luca stares at me, his fingers clenching around the mug in his hand. We both lost Francis. He was younger, but he and Luca were close, drawn together by merit of shared history and background. The three of us used to hang out at gatherings of the 5 families. I've never understood why we couldn't talk about him together, share the burden of his loss between us. You were friends, I say now, and take a step in his direction. We should talk about it. He looks away, his throat working.
Not right now. We have other things to figure out.
Right, okay, well, maybe you could DoorDash me some coffee and a Danish?
Fuck the coffee. You had no business being in the pits last night. Your accusation was...
He searches for the word.
Ridiculous at best, dangerous at worst. I was a child when the pits were opened, Karina. You realize that, right? There is no way I'm running them.
He's closing up on me again, tucking that brief flash of feeling away. It pisses me off. You could have taken over for your father. I watch him closely. His anger is a tell, even if he doesn't realize it. Having Francis killed was a hit on my family as a whole, so it makes sense that your father would have been the one to initiate that.
God damn it.
Luca throws the coffee cup against the wall to my right, and it shatters. It's far enough away that the pieces don't come close to hitting me, but I flinch all the same, just barely holding my position as he stalks close to me.
Whatever happened between us, whatever I am now, you know I am not that kind of monster.
I look up at him, inches away from me. My breath comes faster, and I fix my gaze on the pulse in his throat. The perverse part of me wants to lean in and fasten my mouth on it. I have to go back, find out what has been going on there. Luca threads his fingers through my hair, tipping my head back. His gaze bores into mine.
No. You are playing a dangerous game, Karina. Doing it my way is a better way to get the information you want. Believe it or not, I do have a plan.
I hold myself stiffly within his grasp. How could you possibly have a plan? Finding Francis's killer wasn't even on your radar until I brought it to your attention last night.
How would you know that? You think I haven't been tormented by the same fucking thing for years?
Sincerity rings in his voice, making me pause. I stare at him, searching his eyes for the lie. There is none, and I sag against him. Fine, but Luca, if you don't give me something to do to help, I'm going to end up right where I was last night. Now that I'm back here, I can't just sit around and wait. I can't sit on my hands like a good girl and let the men handle things for me while... His grip tightens in my hair.
Do you have a fucking death wish? People are after you, Karina. You're lucky to be alive.
Finding Francis's killer is worth the risk. He pushes me tightly against the wall, his grip sliding until it brackets my throat.
No, it isn't. Francis is dead, and you're alive, and you'll damn well stay that way if I have anything to do with it.
Luca. I'm not afraid of his anger. I never have been. As violent and as cruel as Luca can be to his enemies, he has never laid a hand on me. And as far as emotions go, anger is one of the most genuine I've seen from him yet, with the possible exception of his lust.
Just shut up, Karina.
As if he read my mind, his mouth comes down on mine suddenly, hard and bruising.
You talk too fucking much.
His hands slide to the neckline of my camisole, and I realize he has produced a pocket knife from somewhere when he flicks it open and draws the dull edge along my collarbone. His expression when he pulls back from his kiss is cold and impossible to read. I shiver. He needs to punish me today, it seems. He always liked knives when I had done something to piss him off. Placing the knife at the V of my top, Luca slices a notch in the neckline. Drawing back, he places the knife between his teeth and tears the shirt from neck to hem, bearing me to the chilly air. Then, he slices the center point of my bra. "That was a perfectly good shirt and bra, thank you very much," I rasp, my shaking hands dropping to unbutton my pants. He palms the knife and helps me push them to the floor. His own follow, getting caught somewhere around his hips.
"Now they're perfectly good rags,"
he returns. Reaching down, he strokes the cool steel handle of the knife through the seam of my pussy, then hitches me up until I wrap my legs around his waist and my breasts are level with his face. Pushing me tight to the wall, he nuzzles in between my tits, then bites an open-mouthed kiss around one areola before sucking hard. A shaft of pleasure spears through me, arrowing straight to my pussy. Groaning, I clasp his head to me and hold on tight. "My God, Luca, I'm still so pissed at you." His hands curl around the base of my ass cheeks, his long fingers spreading me wide and stroking through the wetness pooling between my legs.
"You're also dripping."
"I want you." His cock is hard and ready at the notch of my pussy, and I reach down to wrap my hand around the base. He hisses at the contact, pulling back from my breast to watch, and I slowly stroke my hand up and down his length, brushing my thumb over the broad head.
"God, my pretty wild one, what you do to me."
It's mutual and it's terrifying. That's my last thought before, expression solemn, he leans forward and captures my mouth with his, lifting me up and fitting our bodies together in one powerful slide. The breath stutters out of me when he's fully seated within me. He bottoms out from this position, and for a moment, we're still, his forehead against mine, our mouths barely connected, our bodies pulsing together. The knife is cold against my hip, where he clutches it in his hand, reluctant for some reason to let it go. Then, using the wall and his hands on my hips to anchor me in place, he pulls almost all the way out and thrusts back in. Out, in. Our tongues meet and tangle in an echo of the plunge of Luca's cock upward and into me. I can go nowhere, move nowhere, as he pins me in place and fucks me. He moves one hand to put the knife to my throat and plunders my pussy with a brutal, violent passion, punctuating each thrust with a word and the edge of the blade.
"You're not to put yourself in danger."
"I can handle myself." The blade presses tighter, and another, harder slam steals my breath and renders me silent.
"Do you understand?"
I can't agree to that. I can't say I understand, not when I know it's a lie, and I'll do what I have to find those responsible for Francis's death. I remain stubbornly silent. Adjusting one hand to beneath my ass, he moves the thumb of the one holding the blade to my clit and presses, circling until sensation curls through me. His hold is awkward, the blade horizontal to my belly, and it brushes against my skin with each flex of his thumb against my nub.
"Say it."
The feeling tightens in concert with each punch of his cock, my climax hovering at the crest of a sweet, vicious wave. I close my eyes, my head falling back against the wall. It's right there, just out of reach. I won't. He holds his finger still, and the wave recedes. I moan, my fingers scrabbling at his shoulders.
"Say it, and I'll make you come, wild girl."
The knife dances along my flesh, the pressure a little harder. The steel blade is cold and steals some of my warmth. Luca's gaze steals the rest. I want to come. I want to come so fucking badly. I hitch my hips, trying to move, and he holds me still with a press of the knife, refusing me the ability to take my own pleasure. I look at him then, unashamed to openly beg. "Luca, please."
"Careful, Karina."
He won't move, instead holding me with infuriating stillness. It's me who makes the choice to take what I want, steal what I need, and what he's refusing to give me. I buck myself up against him, the blade nicking my skin. The resulting burn has me hissing, a bead of blood slipping free to roll down my skin to his thumb on my clit.
"Damn it, Karina."
"Just showing you who's on top here," I mutter, holding his gaze without flinching. Now make me come. After a shocked second, a grin replaces the fury on his face, and as if a dam has broken, Luca drops the knife and fucks into me hard and strong, his finger resuming the circling against my clit, which is guaranteed to get me off.
Come then,
he says. The wave breaks over us both a second later, pulling me into an inescapable current that leaves me shaken and gasping and ultimately spent. Luca stumbles a few feet away to the kitchen table and pulls a chair out. After yanking his jeans up to halfway cover his ass, he sinks down into the seat and holds me to his chest, his arms tight around my naked back for a second, until he pushes me away to inspect the cut on my stomach with worried eyes.
We'll do this together, wild one, I swear it,
he mutters, his mouth against my hair.
Chapter 15. Luca.
Before we journey on, take a breath and let the music remind you that rest is part of the adventure too.
Satisfaction rolls across my shoulders as I hold Karina against me, her damp hair clinging to her flushed cheeks and neck. The swell of her breasts against my chest has my cock hardening again, and I know I'll never get enough of this woman. She pushes her hair aside as I stand and finish buttoning up my pants, and then make my way into the bedroom, where I retrieve a plain white button-up from the closet. Returning, I see that Karina has her trousers back on and is trying in vain to fasten the bra that I sliced through. She glances at me and tosses the bra aside, and I hide a smile. It's one thing I love about her boldness. She isn't shy. She doesn't get awkward after sex. I hold the shirt out to her. There may be something you can do to help. She takes the shirt, sniffs it, and, satisfied, slips it on. When she finishes buttoning it, I continue. But I need you to be careful. Already I'm regretting even considering giving her a task to do. But keeping a woman like Karina locked up isn't possible. So I need to give her something to do to keep her away from the pits. What is it? She straightens the shirt and pulls all her hair back, as if she's about to tie it up. But she releases the long strands instead. My fingers twitch, wanting to touch them. Did you notice the fighters in the pits? I mean, the type of men they were recruiting. Fire lights up Karina's gaze. Yes, the vulnerable, the homeless. They were down on a lower level. She folds her arms across her chest. Fucking cowards. So much pain is held in the words. Hurt for all the men like her brother, those who have died and those who will continue to die if we do nothing. They're going to need fresh recruits for the weekend. They'll either pull from who they have on that lower level, or they'll start looking elsewhere to restock, so to speak. So you could keep an eye on some of the nearby homeless shelters. You know the type of men to look out for. Yeah, I know the ones. Hungry, desperate. Karina walks to the small love seat and sits down, her jaw tight. What about you? I have a meeting. I check the heavy silver watch on my wrist. a meeting I will be late for if I don't leave now. I'll let you know what I find, Karina says. I nod and return to the bedroom, gathering my suit jacket. I pause at the door, one hand on the frame. I'll have 2 men with you at all times. I'm just taking one. There's no need, Karina says from the couch. I'll be fine. They don't know where I am. I take a half step toward her. Don't argue with me, I bite out. She can't make anything simple. I can take care of myself, Luca. Once again, I see the bullet hole where Karina's head had been in the car, the blood pouring from her dog. There is nothing weak about Karina, but she underestimates how cruel men can truly be, how far we're willing to go for our crowns and power. I bite back my instinctive, angry response, and instead look at the floor, measuring my words. I don't want to leave you alone with no one watching your back. It goes against everything in me. Luca. Her voice is soft, and I look up, meeting her eyes. I'll take one man. I'll be okay. I walk over to her and plant a hard kiss on the crown of her head. I have to go. 2 of my security sit across from me at a nearby table. I left the 3rd member with Karina as agreed, but I organized more to follow her. I can't extend too many, as it won't go unnoticed when half of my security personnel are missing and tailing Karina. 3 men will have to do for now. The waiter arrives at my table with a drink of brandy. He doesn't speak, and neither do I. As I sit waiting for the agent yet again, I glance around the Bastoni Pietra. It looks like Italy threw up in here, only Americanized. White linen tablecloths, gilt finishes, dark wood grains, chubby-cheeked statues of cherubs in alcoves holding trailing greenery. My men keep glancing around them. Regardless of the restaurant's neutral ground status, they're on guard against danger. I can't blame them. We're all antsy, and they lost 3 comrades yesterday at the pits. How many more will die because of that place? I pick up the brandy and swirl the brown liquid in the glass. The liquid favors one side before it sloshes to the other. I can't fathom Evie going to such lengths to preserve our arrangement. It has to be Gino behind everything. The attempts on Karina's life, the killing of the 3 men at the pits. How stupid is he? I'm not clear on the point the idiot is trying to prove, but he has to understand that the punishment for this affront won't just land on his shoulders, but his family's too. That is quite the risk. I take a sip, and the burn along the back of my throat is instant. Glancing over the rim of my glass, I slowly lower it to the table as the agent enters the restaurant. One of my security approaches him and pats him down. He doesn't object. He knows the drill at this stage. My man removes a gun, which will be given back at the end of this meeting. When the agent, his expression sour, takes his seat across from me, I down the remainder of the brandy. The glass clicks on the smooth tabletop when I set it down between us, but he doesn't flinch. You were a no-show yesterday. Why was that? I watch his every reaction as he answers my questions. I didn't miss that the one day he didn't show up to one of our meetings, I nearly died. I was on another job. He doesn't blink, but there is tension in his shoulders, shrouded in a long beige jacket. I glance at the waiter who's standing by, waiting. I raise the empty glass and hold up 2 fingers. Care to elaborate? I ask, even though I know he won't. It's really none of my business, but I just want to wipe any doubt that he could be behind this out of my mind. I turn my gaze back at the agent. He's looking at me dead in the eye. I was given a command to follow Karina Scarpetta to the pits. The order was to kill. I close my eyes. His death flashes in the most brutal of ways behind my eyelids as I struggle to keep myself in the seat. A gun is too quick. Perhaps a blade, flaying his skin from his bones with painstaking pressure. or a hammer first that liquefies every joint. When I open my eyes, the waiter has placed the glasses of brandy in front of me and removed the empty one. My lip tugs up, but I'm sure I look feral. I twirl the glass to allow myself a moment to calm the fuck down. I need this agent. Ripping his head from his shoulders would be satisfying, but it would also bring the commissioner down on my head. You do realize that you were shooting at me last night. This time the agent has the balls of steel and smiles at me. Yeah, but not one hit you, Luca. For a reason. I could have killed you 10 times over, but I know it would cause the sky to land on the ground, and I like breathing. The sky would land on the ground if Karina was shot too. I don't voice my anger. 3 of my men are dead. I pick up the glass of brandy and take a deep swallow, emptying the glass completely. My anger hasn't subsided, and I reach across and take the agent's drink. I could have used a drink, buddy, he says. I lick some brandy from my lips and lean in close. We aren't fucking buddies. This is a simple business situation. You dance to someone's drums that I often beat. I finish his brandy and place the empty glass in front of him. I'm sorry about your men, but I had a kill order for Karina. They got in the way. I tried not to take those shots. I know I need to calm down quickly. I want to reach across and snap his neck. My mind jumps back into the arena, the screams of the crowd, the taste of blood in my mouth, the softness of the white sand below my feet. As I spun, each face meshed into one, until they all looked like one. Him, my father. My throat aches. I swear I can feel Francis's neck in the vice of my arm, and I'm squeezing the life out of him as a cry rips from my throat. I blink rapidly, and the memory disappears. The agent is looking concerned, and I know I need to get a grip. What other news do you have? I ask. He opens his jacket and shifts in his seat like he's trying to throw off the murderous waves that still emanate from me. I'm backed into a corner like a fucking dog. Everything that I learned about how these gangs work has gone out the window. They are more organized than they have ever been. This Gino guy is good at inspiring people to do greater things. He says Gino's name like he has some respect for him. Is that who ordered my agent to kill Karina? Could the web of all this be so tangled? No, Gino couldn't be working with the agent too. Greater things? I try to stay focused on this situation. An NYC without the families. I slump back in the chair at that stupid statement. The cartel, the Irish mob, the French mob, the CIA, the FBI, all of them have tried to take down the 5. It has never worked. It never will work. We're too strong, too organized. I want to tell him how ridiculous it all sounds, that Gino must be smoking some pretty strong stuff. You are right, that's what everyone says. They are untouchable. They know that. Everyone knows that. I don't say anything, as I can see he isn't finished. But with that kind of certainty comes complacency. They are too comfortable on their thrones. A threat is almost laughable to them. He makes a very valid point. No one should ever get comfortable in this profession. The minute you do, someone dies. Haven't we all been taught that lesson over and over again? The agent exhales loudly before running his hand across his face. Over the next few days, I'm going to be pulled off the job. I'm not sure if we can meet again. He stares at me and waits for my response, but I'm still seething from his attempt on Karina's life and the information that Gino is causing so much damage. If anyone ever finds out we have been meeting, his worry is plain on his face. How I'd love to hang him out to dry after what he just attempted. But in doing so, I'd be airing my own laundry. No one knows. I say, outwardly calm. Inwardly, I run scenarios. There's a chance I can kill him, and his higher-ups wouldn't link it to me. We don't know what the fuck they know. Be careful out there. He slides out of the chair. Hey. I wait until he turns to look at me again. Who gave the kill order? He shakes his head. You know I can't tell you that, Marzano. He waits as one of my men returns his gun before he leaves the small restaurant. I do know that. Whether the kill order came from one of the 5 or someone in the department or someone else altogether, it wouldn't be good if I knew. A war was sparked in the 1960s, and with the weapons we have now, if it was to happen again, we could wipe each other out. It wouldn't matter if you're a Don, a Mafia prince or princess, or even someone like me, an untouchable. No one would leave untouched. All the rules would go out the window, and with it, the bodies would pile so fucking high we wouldn't be able to see beyond the carnage. Still, I'll find out who it was, and when I do, I'll be glad to start stacking bodies. I raise a hand for my men to follow as I leave the restaurant. Outside, the city looks calm, the normal undercurrent of movement ebbing and flowing. There is no sign of the impending war. But something like that doesn't show its face until it's too late. It explodes in a storm of blood and fury, and there's nothing to do but fight your way out. Don't ever get comfortable. The reminder zings through my thoughts as I reach the car. One of my men uses a mirror to conduct a swift search of the undercarriage, then opens the back door for me. I wave them off and climb behind the wheel. Right now, I have no idea who to trust. You can follow. I'm riding alone. I pull out from the curb. I should go to speak to my father, but I have no desire to tell him I've decided to break things off with Evie. I don't think I had even consciously made the decision until just now, but it feels right, if life-altering. The phone rings, the sound shattering my thoughts. I'm ready to ignore it until I see Karina's name flash up on the screen. I answer. How did you do? Did you find out anything? I'm sure the homeless shelter will lead us to something. Yeah, I think I did. She sounds distant, like she's keeping her voice down, but moving quickly. I'm ready to ask her what's going on when she speaks again. Luca, I think I'm being followed.
Chapter 16. Karina, 23 years old. Dear Diary, 12 hours later, my heart is still pounding. The fucking ambush came out of nowhere. I don't know where Sal's guys got his intel from, but it was piss poor, and there's no excuse for it. Those guys weren't there for a buy. They were there for an assassination attempt. That's okay, though. I sent Johnny to take care of that problem already. Somebody's losing a fucking eyeball because clearly they can't see for shit. We got out of it okay. That's not such a big deal. We kept our end of the bargain, made the trade. If they didn't actually walk out of the warehouse, it's no skin off us, you know? The thing that really got me was the dog. Someone brought a fucking puppy to a gun show. Beautiful little guy. Couldn't have been over 3 or 4 months old. I think the breed's called a Malinois. It's those super smart kind they use in the military and the police. It hid under one of their SUVs while we were shooting at each other, and I thought it was going to die. One of the bastards kept trying to grab it and pull it out like he was going to send it out to do his dirty work for him. I could see it shaking from across the warehouse. Poor baby. Like, what the hell was that little puppy gonna do? I know it was stupid. It makes no sense, even now, looking back. There was just something about it, though, that made me think of Francis. It was so helpless, so stuck. So, I ran out and shot the bastard in the head. Someone shot me, but only in the arm before my guys got him and the rest of the motherfuckers, thank Jesus. And I got that baby, and we got the hell out of that place. And now he's mine. I kissed him, and he's mine. Bacho. I clutch the phone to my face and walk swiftly down the sidewalk. I don't know how he can continue to speak as if he's discussing the weather when death itself could be chasing me. There's something comforting in his calmness, though. It's reassuring. He may not have been there for me in the past, but he's here now. I'm sure of that.
Where's the guy I sent with you?
I look behind me, but I don't see the man Luca assigned to go with me. Up until now, he had been less than 6 feet behind me. He's not here anymore.
Not there.
Luca bites off a curse.
Don't go back to the car,
he says. What? Why? That doesn't make sense.
If someone's following you, they could push you into your own car and take you. Just listen to me, please.
Fine, I huff, cutting my eyes to either side of the busy street. A couple of men across the street push off the wall where they're leaning and start walking, matching my pace in a quick fashion. My heartbeat quickens. There are more of them, from the other side of the street. They're looking for a place to cross.
Don't directly look at them.
Luca's voice is edged in frustration.
Tell me where you are.
I glance up at the next cross street and tell him the street name. Through the receiver, I hear the blare of a horn and the rev of a motor.
Okay, past the next street,
he says.
At the next alley to your left. I want you to cut through and get to the next street. I'll pick you up in my car.
You'll be there? I pick up the pace, conscious of the man behind me and 2 on the opposite side of the street.
I'll be there.
You promise?
I swear it, Wild One.
The promise and the pet name slides like sunshine over my fraying nerve endings, calming me. In my periphery, I see one of the men from across the street jaywalk and cross over. A horn honks, but I keep my gaze fixed ahead. My heart is pounding. Ignoring the traffic light and an oncoming car, I dart across the street. I hear a shout behind me. One of the men is caught by the tide of traffic. The alley's opening is about 100 yards ahead, a black maw to my left. I increase my pace, conscious that behind me, the men have done the same.
Don't run, baby.
They're right behind me, Luca.
Being in public is your only defense right now. Don't panic, or everyone around you will instinctively scatter.
I glance across the street into the storefront windows, where they are reflecting my side of the street. The first man has crossed the street and is growing closer to me. I'm closing in on the opening to the alley and risk a look over my shoulder. The man realizes what I'm doing and increases his own pace, one hand reaching into the pocket of his jacket. I make a sound, something fearful that I barely recognize as coming from my own lips. This isn't me. They frisk for weapons at the pits, so I don't have my gun. I had picked one up from Luca's dead security last night to return fire, but dropped it just as quickly when Luca pulled me to the floor. It was still there, in the floor well of his vehicle. I don't have my dog or my men. I'm as helpless as any ordinary woman out there.
Fuck.
Luca's curse sounds clearly through the phone, sending a bubble of hysteria up through my throat and out my lips.
Get to the alley. When you get there, that's when you run. Hard. Fast.
Another 2 steps and I'm in the alley. I don't look back, and I don't hesitate, but I sprint as if my life depends on it. For all I know, my life does depend on it. I run harder than I've ever run in my life, conscious of pounding steps behind me and concrete stretching out before and above me. The sky is a leaden strip high above me, and when guns fire several times in succession, the sound ricocheting off the brickwork to either side of me, I wonder if that will be the last thing I see. A gray New York City sky, heavy with grit and grief. The alley is eternal, and I run harder toward its end. A homeless man stands up from behind a dumpster and shouts. There's another shot and a heavy thump as he falls to the ground. The homeless man is dead. Luca, I gasp into the phone, which I'm weirdly still holding to my ear. There's no answer. I can't breathe. It's happening again. Right when I need him the most, he's not here. I'm not worth it. Not worth fighting for. He won't be here. He won't. And then he's there. My avenging angel rising up at the end of the alley, leaping from a black SUV. He yells for me to get down, waving his arm and running toward me. Running into hell. I drop, scraping my knees and elbows on the pavement before landing hard and sliding forward on my collarbone. Luca aims and shoots, and the gunman falls, twisting and groaning on the ground. Luca looks past him to the second man and proffers him a bullet in the forehead. He falls instantly. No one else is in the alley, the third man having cut his losses and disappeared. Luca walks past me and goes to the first gunman. He grabs him by the hair and slams his head over and over against the asphalt until he stops making noises. Then, wordlessly, he scoops me up from the ground and carries me to the car.
Chapter 17. Luca. She's safe, sitting beside me in my SUV. Safe for how long, though? I take another long look at Karina. She's quiet and staring sideways out the window as I drive away from the mess I left. I reach for my phone and pause. My fingers are flecked with blood. It's the hand I used to smash his skull in. I scroll through my contacts until I find who I'm looking for. He picks up on the first ring. I have a cleanup I need taken care of. I'll send you the code. I hang up, not waiting for his answer, and text the code and location. My gaze flickers from the road to my phone. I also glance at Karina, but I can't see her face, as her head is turned away from me. She's not going home, not while they're fucking hunting her. I'll have to take her to another safe house, since I don't like to use the same one 2 nights in a row, unless it's absolutely necessary. The safe house I'm thinking about is rarely used, and at that only in extreme emergencies. Normally I'd have to get permission from my father before using it, but I think it's probably better to ask for forgiveness later than it is for permission now. I'm at the point where I'm done trusting anyone other than myself. My chin itches and I reach up to touch it, but then remember my hand is coated in blood. I move the rearview mirror and catch sight of myself. Blood has splattered onto the side of my face. I look like a monster. I'm sure that's how I looked as I repeatedly smashed his head into the pavement. It's not enough. There wasn't enough pain he could feel or blood he could shed to feed the anger inside me. My knuckles ache and I loosen the tense grip I have on the steering wheel. I'm trying not to turn the car around and continue pummeling the man's dead body. I glance at Karina, and it hits me like a fist colliding into my chest. I'll do whatever it takes. I can't lose her. I'm taking you to a safe house. My voice is nothing but a rasp, and I clear my throat to continue when Karina glares at me, holding up a hand. Her fingers dance across her medallion as she stares at me. I can't read what I see in her dark brown eyes. "Just stop," she says. I obey and focus on the road. She's normally the one who obeys, but I don't fucking blame her. She has to know at this stage that it won't stop. What would she think if she knew I'd been ordered to step aside and let her die? "Your plans haven't really been working," she says. "So maybe it's my turn to make the plans." "Karina, no offense, but this isn't a playground for little girls." I glance at her. This person has been one step ahead of us all along, which indicates some kind of inside track. Does she really think she's capable of outwitting whoever that is? Especially after being back in New York for, a week? And does she really think she could just roll out a red carpet and expect me to walk it? Could I even? That's a level of trust I have never given to anyone, not even my own father. Not after the pits. But then, Karina was a victim of the pits, too. If there's anyone I can trust, it's her. "Do you have any idea what I've been doing for the past 5 years?" she asks softly. I grimace and shake my head. I can always humor her by listening to her idea. It doesn't mean I have to comply. "Call Sal Fiorelli," she says. "Ask him about his General Queen." I sit up straighter in my seat. The General Queen of the Western Division is a shadowy figure, but a legendary one, a female who's risen in Fiorelli's ranks over the past several years. Several years. "You?" She nods, her expression serene, and I can't help it. I laugh. It's long and protracted and ends with me wiping tears from my eyes with my unbloodied hand. Karina rolls her eyes. I really didn't expect this level of patriarchal assholery from you, Luca. I sober and grip her thigh, squeezing firmly. I suddenly don't give a shit that my hand is covered in blood. Karina has seen worse. If the stories are true, she's engineered worse. The General Queen is famed, even in New York, for being a ruthless, beautiful bitch, one who can spot a liar yards out, and who won't hesitate to chop off a finger if that's what's needed. I'm impressed and turned on as fuck all, Wild One. I should have known. A little smile plays at the corners of her mouth. You're forgiven. What do you recommend? My family has a safe house not far from here. I don't want to use a safe house I have no control over, but trusting my own people doesn't seem the wisest choice right now, particularly with the extra security I sent to cover Karina mysteriously missing. Okay, we will go to your safe house, I answer. Lead the way. The safe house that Karina directs me to is in the Bronx, right next to a row of Cuban restaurants and gentrified apartment buildings. I stare up at it, thinking that it's the kind of place the two of us might have ended up living in if other choices had been made. It's a quiet townhouse with bright fake flowers in window boxes, and so completely normal looking. It seems like someone could come out at any moment to walk their dog. I haven't gotten out of the vehicle. I can't look away from how normal it is. We aren't normal. We never will be. We use it as an Airbnb. Of course, my father wasn't on board with the idea, but when I explained it would get the locals accustomed to the idea of strangers coming and going, he waved his hand and gave the go-ahead. I look away from the picture-perfect house to Karina. But what if you need it? She hasn't met my gaze, but focuses on the house. We have more than one. We keep the schedule open at all times on a rotating basis in each of our safe houses, but otherwise they're generally occupied. We keep an updated schedule in cloud storage so we can always access it on the fly. That's smart, I say. I make a mental note of this strategy. Karina gets out and I climb out behind her. She pushes a white gate open for us to walk down a concrete sidewalk framed by a small patch of grass. She lifts a red porcelain boot with yellow and red flowers planted in it by the door, retrieves a silver key from beneath it, and without even glancing back, opens the door and walks inside. It's kind of archaic, she says over her shoulder, having a physical key, but it's handy if someone doesn't have digital access for whatever reason. There's a small bathroom in the entryway. I turn on the tap and start to wash my hands, but the blood is thick, and I have to scrub my flesh to remove it. Once that's done, I focus on my face, scrubbing harder than necessary to get rid of the bloody reminder. When I'm done, my jaw aches. Picking up the towel, I dry my face and then my hands before pausing. A wooden shelf above the toilet has some tiny ornaments. I pick up a statue of a cat climbing the Empire State Building, then replace it and put the pink towel back on the rack. Who the hell furnished this place? Rain begins to hit the small bathroom window, catching my attention. I take a final look at the row of statues on the shelf. I hope it storms, I tell the cat. I hope it fucking hails and floods. I want entire villages to be swept away. Karina is standing in the doorway of the bathroom. She scrunches her face and nods at the statue. Should I give you guys a few more minutes? I snort and look away from the shelf, my gaze drawn to Karina like moths to a flame. 3 times now someone has tried to kill her. 3 times I've saved her. Yet most of the time she glares at me like I'm the enemy. I look away. I suppose I am no better than the enemy, though, since I know of the order against her. Thunder rumbles in the distance. "You may get your wish about that storm," she says. I don't want to be in such a small spot with Karina any longer, so I move past her. The tight space has me brushing against her, my senses flooding with her scent and the feel of her pressed against me. I stare down at her moodily and palm my phone. "I'm going to message the coroner to come get us in the morning." Karina immediately stiffens. "No, I won't have the location of the safe house compromised. Our lives are on the line," I say. "We can't stay in any one place too long." My gaze drops to her lips. "And while it's true that cell phones can be traced and tracked, I have scrambling tech on mine. We won't be leading anyone here that way." I narrow my eyes. "Unless yours is compromised. Damn it, I should have checked that to begin with. Mine is secure," she says. "And I think you mean my life. The first attack was in my apartment. The second attack, outside the pits, was also directed at me. You just got in the way. And the third, today, well..." I see a sliver of fear pass across Karina's gaze. I wonder if I frightened her when I killed that man. My fingers tighten around the phone in my hand. She keeps going. "I know staying in one place too long isn't smart. I also know walking out of here without protection of some sort isn't wise. I get all that. But I'm at the point where I'm through relying on other people's security, Luca. If we're calling anyone to come transport us somewhere, it's going to be a Scarpetta. Even after I've just saved her life for a third fucking time, she still doesn't trust me. The coroner is a hitman that works for the Valachi, but takes jobs from the Scarpettas, Paparatos, and Marzanos," I point out. "One person isn't enough to protect us, Luca." Karina's voice softens, and I see the weariness in her gaze. "The coroner is one of the best. He's not one of my people." She still argues, and when her lip curls up in anger, my cock grows hard. Perverse bastard. "I've saved your life 3 times, Karina. You've got to trust me at some point." She hesitates, her gaze resting on my lips. I could move away. Part of me thinks maybe she doesn't want me to, though. It doesn't matter. Certain safe houses are not meant to be shared with others. I nod and fold my arms across my chest, intentionally brushing my forearm against her breasts. I lean in close, and she tilts her head to the side. "And yet, you shared the location with me." "That's different, Luca, and you know it." She licks her lips. "Tell me how it's different," I whisper, wanting to kiss her. "I trust you." I pause, despising the emotions her words churn inside me. "We have a history," she continues. I need her to shut the fuck up. I unfold my arms and press both palms against her shoulders, forcing her heavily against the door frame. "You shouldn't trust me," I bark, my heart hammering. "Jesus, Luca, make up your mind. You want me to trust you, you say I shouldn't. Which is it? As you said, you did save my life 3 times now. It's hard not to." Karina eyes me unflinchingly. The truth erupts. "Because I was told to let the hit take place, to let the pieces fall. Once I do that, an alliance between the Marzanos and O'Hanlons would be final." Thunder sounds outside the window, but it's nothing compared to the impact of the pain in Karina's eyes. "It's Evie trying to kill me? How I bet you and she laughed." She shakes her head and pushes against me with a bitter laugh, trying to move past. I don't let her. "What a cunt." I push harder against her shoulders. "Don't even fucking joke about that. Of course it's not Evie. She just knows better than to fuck with someone's hit." I give her a little shake. Something I obviously don't. Karina pushes back against me. "This isn't me joking, Luca." She's angry. I don't blame her. Her open palm strikes my chest. "I should have known." She strides away. I let her take a few steps before I follow her toward the bedroom, stopping to lean against the door jamb when she stops just inside, crossing her arms over her chest. You always want to fight with me over not talking, yet you are the one walking away now. I fire after her. She spins around, fists clenched, and she shakes her head, pain and anger fighting for dominance in her gaze. So why am I still alive? This is the part I'm struggling with. Why do you think? I can't stand back and watch you die. I realize as I speak the words out loud how true they are. Karina Scarpetta will not die on my watch.
Chapter 18. Karina, 23 years old. Dear Diary, struck out, Luca. It's been almost 2 years since you fucked me on your balcony and then drove me to the bus station and sent me on my way. How's life been treating you? I'm good. I'm still angry, if I'm being honest. Still very confused. Still waking up wanting you in the middle of the night, and goddamn, does that piss me off. But I'm so much stronger now, Luca. Sal Fiorelli took me in and gave me a home when mine was snatched from me. And he taught me everything I needed to know to raise myself up from Daddy Agostino's princess and Luca Marzano's wild girl to a fucking queen. I take names now, Luca. I take names, and I take lives. Or, at least, I decide who lives and who dies, if it comes to that. I take a little money, and I make a lot of money. I take a little influence, and I create more with it. I want you to remember that. I took your and my father's betrayal and rejection, and I'm making a goddamn empire with it. So fuck you. I stomp into the bedroom of the Airbnb, frustration boiling over. Someone has had a contract out on me, and he's known about it this entire time. He's known, and he hasn't seen fit to tell me, even though he's seen fit to fuck me. Fuck me over, more like it. Hurt and confusion swell within me, and I cross my arms over my chest, keeping my back to him so he won't see it all over my face. I don't get it, I whisper. How can I trust anything you tell me? I don't understand. The question of why he didn't come after me, or fight for me to stay, is one that has plagued me for years. It's one that's made me wonder whether or not he loved me at all, if he felt a fraction of what I did. And yet, he's still here. He's been the burr beneath my skin ever since I returned, insistent on protecting me, staying with me, helping me, despite being told, and apparently, to just let things happen the way they're supposed to. To just let me be killed. I just don't know if it's because he wants to be with me, or if it's that he feels guilty, or if he feels responsible for me, or if...
What don't you get?
I turn to look at him. He's standing in the doorway, his face a blank mask. His eyes are anything but blank, though. His eyes burn, the fire covering over secrets I'm just beginning to unearth. Do you have any idea how frustrating it is for me to be a woman in my position? To be someone accustomed to making decisions every goddamn day, but to suddenly be relegated to the role of helpless female because I don't have a clue who wants to kill me. I don't know who to take the fight to. My voice breaks. But you do, don't you, Luca? Maybe your precious Evie isn't pulling the strings, but this is because of her, isn't it? I ask. There it is, the tiniest flinch in the muscle beneath his right eye.
What are you talking about?
Someone wants to kill me because of Evie, because you're supposed to marry Evie O'Hanlon, and they know about us. I gesture between us, the motion jerky. Whatever it is we're doing, and they don't want me to fuck it up. So it could be any number of people. Someone from the commission, the Valacis, the O'Hanlons or Paparados, your own father, Luca.
That's crazy, Karina.
He straightens from the door jamb and takes a step forward, but I halt him by raising a hand. Is it, though? You just said that I shouldn't trust you, that you were told to let the pieces fall. The words are a hiss. That definitely sounds like someone wants to make sure your marriage goes off without a hitch. He shakes his head. But Evie knows that I'm nothing to you? I cover the bitterness of my response up with a laugh. I think someone missed the memo. Luca puts his hands on his hips. His shoulders drop as he lifts his face to the ceiling. He closes his eyes, appearing weary all of a sudden. When he opens his eyes and fixes his gaze on me, though, he looks anything but tired. He looks enraged. You're not nothing to me, Karina. He moves toward me, and reflexively I stumble backward. How can you think you're nothing when you've been fucking everything to me since we were kids? My legs hit the side of the bed, halting my backward progress and knocking me off balance. How can I think that? You're engaged to another woman, Luca, and you let me go. It wasn't even that you didn't tell me to stay, or you didn't come after me. You drove me to the fucking station. My tirade ends when his mouth crashes down on mine, and his body propels me onto the bed, giving me no room to argue or evade. His hands cup my jaw, holding my face still as he pulls back a scant inch to glare at me. You're everything to me, my wild one, and I don't know how yet, but you will be mine. Do you hear me? Everything. Say you understand. I nod, frantic with feeling, and pull his face back to mine, sealing my mouth to his in a kiss that leaves me gasping. Luca levers himself up and tosses me more fully onto the surface of the bed. He follows me, crawling over me on all fours. Sitting back, he straddles my hips, and his hands go to the buttons of the shirt he gave me this morning. He makes quick work of them, tugging the plackets briskly apart and sending buttons scattering across the bed and floor with little plinks of sound. I help, shrugging out of the arms and then shimmying free. He stills, his fingers brushing across an abrasion on my collarbone I hadn't realized I had. He shudders. God, Karina. I glance down at the spot and curl my palm around his fingers. It's okay, I'm okay, I say. You got there in time. Moving my hand, I tug on the hemline of his shirt. Now, get this off. With one last glance at the spot on my collarbone, red and angry but nothing to cry over, he presses his lips together and tugs the shirt over his head. We divest each other of the rest of our clothing swiftly and without speaking, until he pushes me back against the comforter, hitches my legs up and over his shoulders, and, with no preliminaries, slides home. I close my eyes at the feeling of fullness as he bottoms out inside me. He's having none of that, though. Open your eyes, Karina. Look at me. He gives a little twist of his hips to punctuate his demand as my eyes flutter open. Who's fucking you? You are. Who am I, crazy? I don't know what he's asking for a moment, but then it hits me with the force of a freight train. The answer steals my breath and renders me mute. I must take a moment too long to answer because he slams into me again, harder than before, drawing a thready gasp from me. You're mine, Luca. Mine. It's the right answer. With a growl, he flips us so I'm on top, his position half inclined so he can take my breasts in his mouth. Take what's yours, he mutters before his teeth clamp down on my nipple. Taking his cock in my hand, I position him at my opening and seat myself in one sharp thrust. God, yes, one of us says. It doesn't matter who. Where one leaves off, the other begins. We're one creature in this bed. I ride, one hand before me on his chest and one hand behind me, balancing myself on his thigh. I undulate in a staccato rhythm, feeling him thick and hard and almost painfully long within me with each roll of my hips. Luca presses his thumb to my clit in circles, and sensation coils and narrows to that one spot. My nails dig into his chest, coming away wet with his blood. Grinning, he grabs my wrist and forces it behind me, shackling it with its twin at the base of my spine. Even when I'm on top, he demands control. He fucks up into me hard and fast, and the orgasm rockets through me, shaking me to my soul. He follows after a second later, his cum spurting hot within me, shouting hoarsely into my throat, and clutching me to him before sinking back against the pillows. I collapse against him, exhausted. Hours later, he rolls us over and tucks me against him, his hand stroking the curve of my hip lightly and raising goose flesh. I hum quietly. No getting up and leaving me this time. He smooths my hair back from my cheek, damp with sweat.
I didn't fight for you before. I had my reasons, things I can't explain right now. But I will fight for you now.
His lips touch my head in a hard kiss.
I promise. I'll keep fighting for you, always.
Outside the window, it's still storming, quick bursts of thunder and lightning having their own sensual dance of supremacy in the sky. Luca's phone buzzes with a text, and he lifts it before both of our faces, opening it to read it with no regard for privacy. I marvel even as I read the text. Something has changed between us. Something big.
It's the coroner. He's here early,
Luca says, shifting so he can rise. I watch as he crosses the room, the light from the hallway spilling inside the darkened bedroom and illuminating the lines of his body as he lifts the curtains to look outside.
Car's there.
We dress quickly, with me finding a cast-aside sweater in the owner's closet of the rental to cover the buttonless shirt. I'm going to need to find some clothes. Luca's destroying everything I have. What happens next? I ask. I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay right here, cocooned in this little haven. Luca checks the clip in his gun.
I'll talk about that with the coroner.
I need to get Baccio. I left him with my father's men. And we need to figure out how we're going to move forward as a couple, I want to say. Will you ever trust me if you find out I was ordered to seduce you? Will you ever believe my feelings are genuine? I say none of this, though. Instead, I wait on the street while Luca jogs around to the driver's side of the waiting car. He bends to peer inside, then straightens and looks up and down the street, his expression tight.
Get back inside.
What?
Inside the apartment.
A car goes by slowly, its headlights illuminating the inside of the coroner's car. Its back window is blown out. I gasp, my hand flying up to cover my mouth. So is the hitman's face.
Chapter 19. Luca. Fuck. Thunder still rattles in the air, but it doesn't clear the heaviness that settled on my shoulders. The bullet had ripped through the car and taken out the best hitman I knew. He must not have even noticed he was being followed or watched. Who the fuck is doing this? Someone with skills I have clearly underestimated. Every turn I take, I'm hitting a brick fucking wall. Fear of being completely boxed in has me turning to Karina. They can't touch me, they wouldn't dare. But Karina... She's standing here in the living room, wrapped in a blanket with water dripping from her hair. She's just staring at her shoes, saying nothing. This is twice now in the same 24-hour period that she's descended into this shocked silence. It isn't like her. I'm used to her taking things head-on, to fight through everything, pushing, colliding with me. I don't know how to deal with quiet Karina. As I watch, her fingers dance along her medallion, and guilt tightens my chest and stomach. Her brother's death has done so much damage. I've done so much damage. I push that horrible truth aside. Do you remember the time you broke your mother's favorite cup? Karina's head snaps up and she blinks rapidly. Even in her subdued mood, she's still a force. She still makes every fiber of my being pay attention. It broke into so many pieces. I walk toward her. Each step is heavy with guilt, fear, love. It's like walking in waist-deep water. But I keep going until we're almost toe-to-toe. A shot of light flashes in her eyes, and I know she's going to smile before her lip tugs up slightly. You spend hours putting each tiny piece back together. I smile, thinking of the time I sat and watched her work in deep concentration. Karina did that to me, made me forget about time and obligations. All that mattered at the moment was her. It wasn't just a mug, it was an heirloom, And I also remember you made me break it. Her voice quivers, the shock of what just happened settling into her bones, while the pull of being present fights for dominance. How is this my fault? I question, entertained that she could turn this one on me. You made me laugh so hard I dropped the thing. She smiles, but there's loss in her gaze. I reach out and pinch my fingers against a long tendril of hair, pushing the moisture to the end. You got the last piece of the mug. She shakes her head, but the smile on her face has me grinning. Stupid glue, she says, her brown eyes twinkling up at me. On the final piece of porcelain, Karina glued her finger to the mug. When we tried to get her finger loose, the mug shattered for a second time. It was worse than the first time. We'll blame the glue, I tease, and reach out and grip her head, tilting her neck back so she's looking up at me. Do you remember what you said to me while holding all the broken pieces in your hands? Karina's smile is gone, and her brows drag closer together as she thinks about that day. I haven't forgotten a second of it. You told me when things break so badly that they can't be fixed, you must take the pieces and make something with them. She nods. And that's what you did. You made that picture for your mother with the broken pieces. Karina's lips curve upward. Well, I paid someone to do it. I laugh and dip my head closer, placing a kiss on her forehead. That's the only reason her mother forgave her, the thought Karina had put behind it. The last time I was in her home, it hung proudly on the main living room wall, among all the fine art. I'm sure it's still there. I need you to do it again. I lean out so I can look into her eyes. I touch her chest. I need you to take all that fear and turn it into something else. I can't bear to watch her fall apart on me. I have never seen her like this. Karina's gaze darts to the door, and moisture causes a shine across her irises as she fights with her emotions. When she finally looks back at me, she nods, her hands wrapping the blanket tighter around her frame. Her small agreement will have to do for now. But I know I can't stay in this moment with Karina. We need to get out of here. Someone on the street will notice the body. We need to leave. I chew on my bottom lip. I can't guarantee they're not still there, that they won't try to take a shot at us when we leave. I think Karina has gone quiet again, but she's more alert as her gaze bounces around the space before it lands on me. The reluctant smile I just provoked is nowhere in sight. The full reality is sinking in, and she pulls the blanket even tighter. I think it's time to pull in some help, Luca. I stop in my pacing and narrow my gaze on her. We don't have a clue who we can trust, Karina. She tilts her head at me. What the fuck did you do? Me? I point at myself in shock. Don't you mean you? This is all about you, Karina. I've already told her there's a price on her head. She half laughs. Never about you, Luca. Nothing ever is. Bitterness twists her lips, and it makes me pause. Karina isn't done. Go run, Luca, like you always do. I'm tempted to tell her to suck it up and that we need to leave, but there's a look of sheer panic in her eyes, like she needs this. And so for the first time, I don't run. I stand in front of her. Say what you need to say. I speak low. Karina shrugs off the blanket. It pools at her feet like a second skin. You just always do what you want. You always make things more difficult for me. Anger slowly drips into my system. It's my anger feeding off hers as she strides toward me. No one was trying to gun me down until you showed up. I could say the same about you, I fire back. I've lost more men since you came back than I have in my lifetime. You went on that ski trip without me and never even thought twice. A laugh bursts from my lips. That was over 15 years ago. Are you really still mad about that? I ask incredulously. Yeah, I am, because that's you. Doing whatever you want, whenever you want. Her outburst doesn't make sense, and I want to reach across the space and cut off her words. I don't have time for her to start digging up the past. Everything is in the past for a reason. This is stupid, I finally say. We need to leave. This is stupid to you, Karina yells, getting my full attention. I could have had that time with my brother. Her voice catches on the last word. You had that time with him. Guilt slams hard and fast into me. It's on my tongue that I took more than a trip away from her. I took him from her. God, if I could turn back the hands of time. The day of the trip, when her father had punished her and wouldn't let her go, I had shrugged it off, thinking she wouldn't care. It was only a weekend of skiing in Canada, but clearly that was time with Francis. I hadn't known his time was so limited. Karina. I place my hands in my pockets. She holds up both hands and closes her eyes. This is so messed up, she finally says. When she looks at me, she raises her head. Something I don't recognize crosses her features. My father ordered me to seduce you. Her voice doesn't lower or wobble at her confession. I have orders to ruin your engagement. I'm staring at her. She doesn't flinch as I search for the lie and don't find it. She was ordered to sleep with me. By her father? I don't have to ask why. She just said it was to ruin my engagement. Pain pulsates under my skin. I clap my hands together. Each strike of my hands has Karina flinching. Well done. You succeeded. She really had me fooled. I fold my arms across my chest like a barrier holding the onslaught of pain back. Her approach on the ship makes sense. How I thought I had sought her out. It was the other way around. Had she even been invited? So many times I noticed hesitation, but I hadn't thought it was anything like this. All the fucking risks I've taken for her. I'd have died for her. Walls start rebuilding themselves fast and hard around my heart, until I can almost hear the last brick being laid and clicking into place. Are you done, or can we leave now? I ask. That's it? Karina spits out. I grin without humor. What do you want from me, Karina? I take a step closer. You want me to cry? I laugh. Sorry, sweetheart, but that isn't going to happen. Not now, not ever. Karina shakes her head again. You always shut down and locked me out, just like when they sent me away. You never fought for me. I drop my hands and keep the words I want to say at bay. How I never stopped fighting for her, in ways she couldn't imagine. Yes, my father told me to seduce you, but... She shrugs. It was all real for me, Luca. A brick falls and crumbles to dust on the ground. Because I know Karina. Only because I know her so well. I see her truth. I stand before her, waiting. It has always been real with me. Her mouth drags down at the corners, and fear shoots through me that she might cry. I can't take her tears, even after her confession. They would still unman me. I clear my throat of its sudden obstruction. It's okay. You leaving was for the best. I became obsessed with the pits. I'm trying to find a way to shut them down, and I knew having you here would be too much of a distraction. I take a step closer to her. I have to end them, Karina. She has no idea how much. My throat tightens again, and leaving this room seems like a good idea. Some space between myself and Karina seems wise right now. I want the same thing you want. This time, Karina steps up to me. She places a hand on my chest. They took Francis from me. Her other hand touches the medallion. I won't ever stop, not until I know what happened to my brother. Why it happened. Her eyes well up. The pits took everything from me. It's almost choking me. The truth, the knowledge that I killed Francis, took his life in the pits, and have kept it hidden all this time from the one and only person I love and will ever love. I want to tell her the truth. I want no more secrets between us. But the real fear of losing her has me stubbornly silent. The pits took Francis, she says again. It's like a taunt. I have never had this conversation with her, so I've never had to directly lie to her. But now she's looking me in the eyes, and she deserves so much better than my lies. Blood seems to slip from my veins and pools at my feet as I open my mouth. The pits didn't take Francis from you. I've just flipped a coin, and I already know which way it's going to fall before I continue. It was me. Karina's gaze waters. I'm sorry for bringing up the ski holiday. I know it was a long time ago, and I had no right to be angry with you because I didn't get to spend time with him. She thinks I'm referring to Canada. I have a moment of awareness that I can step away from this. No harm, no foul. She'll never know. Evie's words play in my head. Let the pieces fall. It's ironic advice for just this moment, and I take it. I take the biggest risk of my life. My heart drums, but I feel a sense of something I've experienced before. Not panic, precisely, but something different, something anticipatory. It's like that moment when someone has shot at you, and you have no idea if the bullet will tear through flesh and bone or miss you altogether. It's a moment of pure fear and adrenaline. I often think it's the closest thing to death, that awareness that death is dancing with you, even if only for a moment. I killed him. My words sound hollow. Karina's gaze darts around my face, and I watch her smile, narrow her eyes, and shake her head before she removes her hand from my chest. The smile melts away. You're just saying that so I'll stop searching for his killer. She's looking up at me, wanting me to make sense of what I'm saying. I'm back in the pits, my arm around his throat as I force the life out of him. I tilt my head back so I don't have to look at her, so I don't cave and take it back. I was pitted against him. Only one of us. I don't get to finish. Her hand connects with my face. The sting is a rush throughout my body, a reminder that I'm very much fucking alive. How I wish it wasn't so. Stop. Just stop. You're lying. You want me to stop searching for his killer. You think I'll let this go if you point the finger at yourself. Words fail me as I watch her shift from foot to foot, as her brain keeps fighting the information. She points a finger at me, blinks, and tears spill. You take it back right now. You tell me you're lying. I can't. I exhale a breath of anguish and slightly shake my head. Her lips wobble and her gaze glazes over. Luca, she says before swallowing. Her chest rises and falls, and the room disappears around us as she comes to terms with what I'm saying. I'm sorry. Two meaningless words that are meant to comfort someone send Karina into a frenzy. A scream I don't recognize as human leaves her mouth, and she's in front of me. Wild, wide eyes consume me. No! No! Her hands grip at my shirt. The horror in her eyes has me rooted to the spot. I want you to stop lying. She's sobbing. I need you to stop lying. Her sobs arc through the room with pain as she leans her head against my chest. I'm begging you, don't do this to me. Not you. I bite the inside of my jaw as everything inside me screams to take it back. Keep the lie up. I could say that she's right. I was telling her I killed Francis to make her stop searching for the killer. But it's like the cork has been popped and it won't fit back in. I keep my hands at my sides. My fingers curl into fists that send an ache shooting up my arm. The strain on my jaw is what I focus on, so I don't cave. I had no choice, I say. The crown of her head disappears as she steps away from me, releasing my shirt. I can feel the wet patches her tears have left. She steps back, her hysteria disappearing, like a switch has been flipped. Tears continue to stream down her face. He was so much smaller than you. He was younger and smaller. She sniffles. Her hand waves up and down my torso. You are so much bigger, so much stronger. She walks in a circle before she stops. It was Francis. My throat restricts and I swallow. I know. Her eyes widen and she storms toward me. Her hand hits my face and the sting burns along my jaw. You killed my brother! She's roaring, losing herself in pain that I have no idea what to do with. Her hand repeatedly crashes against my face, and I stand still and allow her to unleash her devastation on me. I deserve every bit of her anguish. Each slap she lands on me has to be hurting her hands. That's the only reason I stop her. Gripping both her wrists, I pull her joined hands into my chest. She screams while thrashing against me, trying to break free. When she looks at me, it's too much. It's the worst kind of torture to see the destruction I've caused, and I release her. She sinks to the floor. Her hands make contact with the ground before her sobs bring her forehead down, and she's lying on the floor. My own legs can't hold me up, and I slowly walk back until I sink to the floor. I sit, arms wrapped around my knees, and I don't take my eyes off Karina as she howls in unbelievable pain. I don't take my eyes off her as she beats the floor again. I don't take my eyes off her as she crumbles before my very eyes.
Chapter 20. Karina. 27 years old. Dear Diary, it's strange to me that the sound of a heart breaking is perfectly, utterly silent. A car crash ends with the noise of shattering glass and rending metal. Countdowns end in explosions. A trigger pulled ends in a bang. But heartbreak? There is no sound for such devastation. It's like it breaks in a vacuum, splinters apart with shards of heart glass flying in every direction, but they're sealed away. No one can see them or be cut by them. Only the bearer of the heart. The bearer of the heart, i.e. me, is bleeding out internally, seized by the fundamental, sickening awareness that I can't even hate him for breaking my heart. Damn you, Luca. That's how I know I love you, and I'll always love you. I sit on the sofa, watching as Luca makes a few calls and reports the coroner's murder. He saw sense in calling in some help, although it was no one I wanted to call, and now he paces to and from the narrow windows in the living room, every movement filled with agitation as he pulls the curtains back just enough to peer out. It doesn't take long for the blue and red strobes of the police to filter in through the small cracks. I'm sure whoever it was, they're gone by now, I say, my voice dull. I don't want to say anything, but I need to leave. I need to get out of here, away from him. Luca's revelation has left me reeling. We were moving forward. We were moving somewhere together. And then he tells me that. I can't even vocalize it, not even on the inside. It's too awful. Luca grunts. I feel like it's his status as an untouchable that is saving me right now. I don't like the sick feeling in my stomach this gives me, the almost certain awareness that I'd be dead if it weren't for him. I went so long feeling like he'd shown me the absolute worst side of him when it came to relying on him for any kind of support. It makes me ill to know that's exactly what I'm doing now, when part of me would like nothing more than to put a bullet in his brain. I'm not relying on him anymore, though. I made my own call, one to my father, asking him to pick me up. He turns from the window, frustration etching the lines of his face. Karina, we need to talk. Don't.
When the Scarpetta car arrives, I stand up and walk by him without a glance. I feel his eyes on me, burning into me, filled with questions, with accusation. I can't deal with it right now. He stops me with a hard grip on my upper arm at the doorway. His lips are close to my ear when he promises me, "This is not over, Karina. We are not over." I jerk my arm away and walk, pressing my lips together without replying. I can't answer without crying, and I've cried enough for one night. Back at the estate, Baccio is waiting for me in the foyer. He lies on the cold marble floor, ears pricked forward as he waits for me to return. He's a patient boy, but I can see the tension in his body when I walk in, flanked by my father's men. I'm sure he's been confused as hell by my absence the past couple of days, and even though he's been cared for, I don't like that I had to leave him. I sink to my knees in front of him and take his muzzle between my hands as he rises to his haunches, and I hug him to me, careful of the bandage on his haunch. We reconnect silently, the language of mistress and beast communicating with nothing more eloquent than a simple touch, and then I stand. "Where is he?" "His office, miss." "I'll see him now." "But I said now." I take off walking down the hall, Baccio at my side where he belongs, and father's men trotting behind me where they belong. It's past time I learned the truth of some things, I think. I've been swimming in shadowy depths filled with sharks for far too long. If I have to drag every one of them into the oxygen-laden air and watch them choke on it, that's what I'll do. The walk down the hallway to my father's office feels uncomfortably like a walk of shame, a relic of too many times during my childhood when I've walked the same path for some infraction or other. I've done nothing wrong, though. I've done nothing I wasn't told to do, and more significantly, nothing my heart didn't demand of me. And yet, I feel stupid, misled. And these goddamn ugly light fixtures. Each one I pass in this fucking hallway feels like a face staring down at me, mocking me, judging me for trusting the wrong person, for loving blindly. I blink back the tears, and without caring what the soldiers behind me think, I lift a hand and slap each cheek lightly in quick succession. The quick snap of pain helps orient me and reminds me who I am. I'm Karina fucking Scarpetta, and I'm not a crybaby. Father is seated at his ridiculously ornate desk. I swallow down that part of me that wants to please him no matter the cost, letting the pain and betrayal cover it up. He may not be the reason Francis is dead, but he's the closest thing I have to a punching bag right now. I will have my answers. Father ignores me, giving me the opportunity to study him uncontested. How would Enzo handle this? Not well. If Enzo learned that Luca Marzano killed his little brother, a real war would erupt. The commission be damned. It wouldn't matter who ultimately called the shots. Enzo would go for everyone's blood, and he'd worry about the cleanup later. Father continues to ignore me for a bit, scribbling on some paperwork at his desk. I stand quietly with my hands clasped loosely in front of me, Baccio sitting obediently by my leg. I don't make the mistake of seating myself. The Scarpettas are not as old school as the Marzanos, but there are certain traditions we still keep. One of them is that no one sits without the Don expressing a desire for that person to do so. It's a pretentious move, a power trip. It's ridiculous and offensive that he does this with me, his own flesh and blood, but it's fine. I don't mind playing his little games. I've been playing them my entire life. My tongue darts out and licks my lips. It's something he never understood about me, my old man. Something many men failed to grasp, really. I gave up playing princess long ago, but only because the wounds engendered by the game created a warrior. And one day, one checkmate, one wrong move that'll be coming soon, I'll be queen. After enough time passes for him to suitably annoy me, Father finally lays down his pen and waves a hand at his men. They exit, leaving us alone in the room. Well? A lecture, then, rather than a seat. Father is going on the offensive rather than waiting for me to do so. It's fine. He's a cagey bastard, which I can appreciate. I had to have gotten my intelligence from somewhere. I decide to poke at him. I'm not sure what you're asking. A dull flush rises on his cheekbones. Why are you here instead of with Luca Marzano as directed? Because I'm in danger with Luca Marzano, Father. You have to realize that someone is targeting me because they think I'm a threat to his alliance with Evie O'Hanlon. You foolish girl. This is a good thing. No one in their right mind is reckless enough to take out an untouchable, so they try to hurt that person as much as they possibly can through others, people they're close to. He eyes me shrewdly. If the gang thinks that person is you, then whatever you're doing is working. At my side, Baccio whines, and I realize I've tightened my fingers in his fur. I loosen them one at a time and stroke him gently in apology before replying. You're not worried about your own flesh and blood being targeted and possibly killed? I think Luca Marzano is perfectly capable of keeping you safe. My trick with the police department proves how far his reach goes. He rubs the graying stubble on his chin. The Scarpettas could use someone with Luca's connections. I frown. Are you expecting us to marry now? He makes a sound and eyes me condescendingly. If Angel Valachi is anything like his father, a marriage pact between the Scarpettas and Marzanos would never be permitted. So, what then? You just want me to be his whore? His fist crashes upon the desk. Watch your filthy mouth, girl. Worry about keeping his attention, and that'll be plenty. That's all I need to take advantage of his advantages. His whore, then. It's too much. Everything I know, everything I've raged against, swells against his edict. I can't. I shake my head. What? I can't be with Luca. Not for you, not for this family, not for any reason. Father half rises from behind his desk, then sits back down with a nervous expression when Baccio growls. Explain yourself, and contain that animal. I stroke Baccio's head. He killed Francis. Karina. Father rubs his forehead with both hands, everything about him weary suddenly. Tired, but not surprised. You knew, I whisper, shaking my head. He raises a blank gaze to mine. Some gambles don't have the payoffs one expects them to. I lift my chin. Francis was the price? His shoulder lifts in a shrug. Vito and I got drunk one night at Bastoni e Pietro. There was this whole thing with the Romanovs and the Marzanos. The Romanov boy had already done his time in the pits. I bet Vito that Francis could best Luca in the pits. But Luca was so much bigger. He was substantially older. I'd needed the money. Vito agreed to the gamble. My fingers are tight in Baccio's fur again, but this time he merely turns his head and licks my hand, seeming to understand that he's my anchor in this moment. How could you? How could a father do that to his child? After what he's been pushing me to do with Luca, I shouldn't be surprised. And yet, I am. He's calm when he explains that it was a worthwhile gamble, that the Marzanos had one son, and he had two. I could have taken away their only heir in a single night. I open my mouth to reply when two of his men reappear, diverting his attention. It's probably a good thing. I'm not sure what I would have said, but I don't think it would have been polite or respectful. With a flick of his wrist, Father dismisses me and everything I feel, just as he's done my entire life. I set my jaw and leave, Baccio following with a click of nails against the floor. I walk to my old room, fury building with every step. I hold it in, though, until I close the door behind me with a soft, controlled snap. Only then do I reach for my hair and pull. Only then do I shove at a stupid-looking fake pedestal, letting the vase it holds fall upon the floor and shatter. Only then do I sink to the floor and dissolve into the tears I've been holding back. Luca had to have known about my father's involvement. Why didn't he tell me? Would I have listened to him? Believed him? I was done with the conversation there at the safe house by the time his police friends arrived. A soft tap comes at the door. "Miss Karina, everything okay?" It's the housekeeper. "Go away!" I scream the words, startling Baccio before I'm able to grab hold of my tenuous control and pull it tightly around myself. Rushing to the door, I throw it open. "Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream at you." The housekeeper nods stiffly and walks away, and I close the door again, returning to stand at my vanity and stare at my reflection. I don't recognize the woman looking back at me. Something has blossomed inside me and carved out a space for itself in the hollows of my eyes, but it's not pretty or flowery. It's a thorny vine, twisting itself around everything soft and vital. It smothers my heart with every beat. Every lie and betrayal and manipulation is a barb threatening to spill my blood. I know now, looking at myself in the mirror. Whatever darkness lies inside of Luca that allowed him to snuff out Francis's life, it's in me too. It's a hunger, a need for vengeance, and I can no longer pretend it doesn't exist. I need to think, to process, and so I do what I always do. I dig out the leather-bound volume from the bag at the foot of my bed, uncap a pen, and begin to write.
Chapter 21. Luca. I'm numb. It's a feeling I'm accustomed to in general, but not with Karina. I crush my eyelids closed with the heels of my hands, trying to bring back the pain that took me to the floor. But it doesn't come. There's nothing but numbness. Maybe I should be happy with that. "I've been looking for you." I don't turn at Tom's voice. He shouldn't be here. He retired years ago. But he always seems to appear when I need him. "You found me." I tighten my hold on the balcony rail and look down at the street below us. People bustle past, skyscrapers surround our home. Once upon a time, we were the largest building in this borough, but times have changed and the city exploded around us. We've had generous offers for our building over the years, but my father declined each one. When he dies, I'll sell this place to the first bidder. Most people want to cling to their childhood home. Not me. I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop in. Tom joins me on the balcony and leans against the rail beside me. "Out for a stroll?" I ask, glancing at his suit. He grins. "I was at a meeting close by," Tom admits. "I take it the meeting was with my father." He nods. "How have you been?" He turns so his back is to the rail and he can better see my expression. "How have I been? Shitty." "I'm fine, Tom. Don't worry about me." I try to offer a crooked smile, but it falls flat. What the hell does it say that the head of our family's security was always more a father to me than my own flesh and blood, someone paid to do a job? He runs his fingers across his graying beard. "That's the thing, Luca. I never worry about you." There is a commotion far beneath us on the streets grabs my attention. A female voice has me pushing away from the railing. "Luca?" Tom calls after me in confusion, but I'm already through my room and making my way down the several flights of stairs, the steps faster than the ancient elevator. The voice sounded like Karina's. I race through the main foyer and out the front doors. A marble wall surrounds the mansion, and my focus is on the main front gates, where the guards are still arguing with a woman. "Let her through," I yell, and all attention swings to me. The gates separate, and my men step aside. "Let her through," I say again. I'm stunned she's here, but Karina, no matter her initial level of pain or discomfort, isn't someone who runs and hides for long. She pushes through, her dog on her heels. Words tumble from swollen lips she looks to have spent time chewing on. "Luca." "Inside," I say, cutting her off. When she grows silent, worry worms its way through me. I want to grab her and carry her up every one of the 100 or more stairs to my suite, but I don't dare step 1 foot across that line in the sand she drew back at the safe house. This is one of those times I have to wait for her to erase it. I lead her upstairs, Bacio's nails clicking on the floor alongside us, and pray I don't meet my father along the way. I don't have the time or patience for him at the moment. As I reach my rooms, I remember Tom is still waiting for me on the balcony. Fuck, now I need to get rid of him. When I enter and check the balcony beyond, it's empty. He's gone. The door closes behind 2 of my security, and I spin to find Karina looking around my room, like it's her first time here. Baccio settles himself at a command from her on the carpet, and her eyes flit to the balcony doors before darting away. I see the ghost of a memory, and it makes me want to kick my own ass. It reminds me of the last time she was here, when I made love to her, and then took her to the train station. What are you doing here? Why are you out walking the streets alone? Don't you realize what could happen? I clear the space between us, the idea of respecting lines and boundaries removed until I hear from her lips why she's here. I don't care, she says, her fingers reaching up to touch her medallion for the 1,000,000th time. And I didn't walk. I had Ronaldo drive me over. Her voice falters, then strengthens. I keep trying to picture you there with Francis. Her words gain momentum, and I want her to stop. The numbness that had fallen upon me was starting to lift. Another side effect of Karina Scarpetta. She makes me feel. I keep seeing you in that cage, like animals. She squeezes her eyes shut, but when she opens them, there is a strength I haven't seen in a few days. Not just Francis, but you too, Luca. She takes a step toward me. You were put in that cage too. I can't even imagine what it felt like to know only one of you was walking out of there alive. She blinks and a tear falls. I know you didn't want to. She swipes the tear away. I don't know what to say. This almost sounds like forgiveness, and I don't want that. I don't deserve it. My father knew. A fresh wave of pain tightens her features. No more lies. I know. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to take out my gun and put a bullet in his head. She says it with such conviction that I fear for her. If she ever did, she would die. I'm so sick and tired of following everyone's rules when what I truly want, her hand drags down my chest, is us, our revenge. Us? Her gaze darts across my face, and the vulnerability and rawness I see in her expression have me reaching out and gripping the back of her neck to pull her tightly against me. I press my forehead against hers. I want to kiss her mouth. The downturn of the corners makes me think she might cry. I don't want her to cry. I took the world from her. Now I want to give it back in any way possible. My hands slide up to cup her face. You have my word, I finally say and kiss her. I'll find out who's running the pits. A tear falls slowly from her eyes, and I lean in and press a kiss against one eyelid. I lick the salt of her tears off my lips. And I will destroy the person responsible. I kiss the other eyelid. We will destroy the person. Karina's words are fierce, and I'm so fucking proud of the woman she is. I let my hands slide from her face and take hold of her medallion. I don't burst into flames like I imagined I would. I bring the medallion to my lips. Together, I whisper, and kiss her pendant. For Francis. Was he scared? Karina's question is a whisper. I place the medallion gently between her collarbone. No, he knew one way or another he would die. My throat and eyes burn, and I want to glance out at the city, but instead I focus on Karina. My hands ball into fists, the hands that took his life. I wasn't going to do it. I couldn't. He said if he left there alive, they would kill him. He didn't leave me a choice, Karina. Karina's soft hand touches my cheek, stopping the flow of words. I understand. I'm glad it was you. Tears fall from her eyes. No one else would have made it quick. I press my lips to her cheek and am surprised to feel the dampness of my pain there. It was quick, I whisper. I'm waiting for Francis to say something snide in my mind, but there's silence. Thinking about it, I realize he's been silent for some time now. We do this for him. That fierce tone is back in Karina's voice. She grabs my shoulders and forces me to bend to her, placing kisses on both my cheeks. I know she will taste my tears, just like I tasted hers. Her tongue flicks out and runs along my cheek. I've never seen you cry. Karina moves to the other cheek and repeats the action, running her tongue after my tears. What she's doing has my cock growing hard. When I glance into her eyes, I see a fire burning. She eases away, stepping backward toward the balcony, and then turning and walking resolutely toward it. Karina, I need new memories, Luca. I follow after her, gripping one arm at the threshold and pulling her toward me until both her hands land heavily on my chest. My tears are gone. All I want to do is possess her, make those new memories, and burn the old to ash. You want to hurt someone? I ask. Karina's nostrils flare with temper. I'm going to do more than hurt them. I'm going to kill them. My mouth slams down on hers. Our teeth clash with the intensity of the kiss. She pushes me back through the door of the balcony until I hit the rail. I'm going to end their lives, Karina declares, nipping my lip. The pain is instant, but she runs her tongue along my lip, soothing the sting. It has to be slow, I state. Karina smiles, but it's vicious. Painful. They'll scream, I add, loving this word game we're playing, laced with real emotions. I spin her around until her back hits the rail. The impact tears a hiss from her, and before she can speak, I slam my mouth down on hers again. My cock is painfully hard in my pants, and as I devour her mouth with anger, something else seeps in that makes my lips slow down. I love you, Karina. I open my eyes. I need to see her, make sure she understands the truth of my declaration. It's like a snap of a finger. Her anger fades, replaced with something bittersweet and full of trust. The surety has her tilting her chin back. I love you too, Luca. I always have. Always will, I finish off, because that's exactly the way it shall be until we both rejoin the earth. I press another kiss to her lips, as if I can seal the promise we have just made to each other. We will be unstoppable, because we are together.
Chapter 22. Karina, 27 years old. Dear Diary, I had to read this book once about a mockingbird who wasn't a bird at all, and a little girl who learned some tough lessons about how terrible people can be to one another. There was this one line that stuck out to me, something about how you shouldn't judge people until you've walked a mile in their shoes. We do an awful lot of judging in my world. Judging, jurying, executing, all in one fell swoop. I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to put myself in Luca's place, which, God help me, means I have to imagine him and Francis in that cage. I'm not sure I can do it. But if I want any peace at all, I have to try. I have this image of Luca waiting for his challenger, grim and resigned and just trying to survive the night. The gate opens, and he turns to see Francis, his friend. I see Francis's face through Luca's eyes, his terrified brown eyes just like mine, his dark hair and pale skin, that skinny build he hadn't really grown into yet.
At 17, he was nothing but baby fat over bone. A boy on his way to manhood, but nowhere near there yet. There's no way Luca would have wanted to fight him. I know that. But God, does it hurt to think about it? It hurts to know it was Luca's hands that painted each bruise on Francis's white flesh. It hurts to know it was Luca's impetus that stole my brother's breath. It hurts to know that while Luca killed Francis, the souls of 2 men were murdered that night, as surely as I draw breath. But while it hurts, I know. I can't let Luca go another hour suffering the torment of his choice. There was no choice. This fucking balcony. It's haunted me for too many years, the shadow of my and Luca's last encounter here, the last memory I had of anything physical between us. No more. It's time for a new memory, a new beginning. The wind breaks against us, bitter and fierce. It buffets my hair against the back of my skull, blowing it forward into my face, where Luca holds my jaw and rains fierce kisses against my mouth. Impatient with its interference, he grabs it in a fist and yanks it back, baring my neck to his open-mouthed assault. The only things between us at this moment are fabric and skin, breath and shadows. There are no more secrets reminding us of things we'd rather forget. No more lies reminding us to keep our distance. Luca pulls his lips from my throat, holding my gaze while his nimble fingers drop to the buttons of my shirt. He unfastens them swiftly without breaking eye contact and spreads the 2 halves of my shirt apart, then brings his hands in to palm my lace-covered breasts in a rough squeeze.
I don't care what's gone on before or what's happening now. You're mine, and I'm yours, Karina. You always have been, even when we were on opposite sides of the country. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
I nod and cover his hand with my own, the last of my anger slipping away and softening into a blend of regret and acceptance. I think I finally do understand. He let me go, abandoned me, to California years ago because he was mired in guilt and an inability to move forward. He was given an impossible choice. Fight for me and risk losing me anyway, when I learned of his part in Francis's death. Let me go and lose me in a different, kinder way. And the hell of it is, I'm not at all sure he wouldn't have lost me for good if he had told me back then about the pits. I was a different person then, younger, and even more headstrong than I am now. I don't think I would have tried to understand his part in things, and if I couldn't have done that, well, forgiveness wouldn't have been possible. I lean my forehead against his and seek his mouth, tasting salt when my lips find his. We'll figure that all out tomorrow. Make love to me, Luca. I look past him to where Baccio is snoozing quietly on the rug inside. It's just us, a new day, a new start. The demand galvanizes him. He pushes the shirt from my shoulders, and it slips down my arms to land on the concrete pad of the balcony. My bra follows, my nipples pebbling to hard points under his hungry gaze and the cold wind. I lower my arms to my sides and let him look his fill. Every time we've come together before now, it's been hurried and violent in its passion. Tonight, we'll go slow. We made love on this balcony a lifetime ago when we were just kids. It feels full circle to baptize it anew with the rawness of our feeling for each other.
You're so damn beautiful.
My chest tightens, emotions rising to sit thick at my sternum. My eyes steady on Luca. I lift my hands to release the button on my pants and push them and my panties down over my hips, towing my shoes off when I reach them and kicking my legs free of everything. Your turn. I stand back and watch as he strips swiftly and without comment, divesting himself of the sweatpants and t-shirt he had been wearing and tossing them aside. Then, all haste abandons him. He grips his cock almost lazily, running his palm from root to tip in a carnal gesture that makes my mouth go dry. He has such a pretty cock, long, rising almost to his navel, and thick,
with a slight curve that feels incredible snugged up inside my pussy. A thick vein travels its length, and without thinking, I reach out to run my finger along it. Luca grunts and drops to his knees before me. He fastens his mouth to my breast, circles the nipple with his tongue, and suckles hard, sending a shot of pleasure straight from my breast to pussy. His hand works my other breast, squeezing and tormenting my nipple until my knees are weak, his opposite arm sliding behind and beneath them to prop me up against the low wall that borders the balcony. "Oh, God," I moan loudly, then bite my palm. For some reason, I don't want to make noise. The men just inside, maybe. Luca looks up and pulls my hand away with a smirk, then grabs my other hand and places both of them on the wall on either side of me.
"You'd better fucking scream,"
he says. His head dips lower until his lips cover my clit. His tongue circles and tugs at the tiny bundle of nerves, then moves lower to lick and thrust in a mimicry of sex. Widening my stance, I move my hands from the wall, reaching to grab his head and pulling him in tighter against me. He responds by spreading my folds wider with his fingers to give him greater access and eating at me hungrily, eagerly. I whimper and thrust forward frantically against his tongue and lips. He chuckles, the vibration rippling through me.
"You want it, baby?"
I'm so close. I am, but I don't have exactly what I need to send me over the edge. I'm reaching with each rock of my hips. I want that orgasm desperately, but it's just out of reach. It's like everything else I've chased since I arrived in New York. Every answer, every secret, every shred of resolution. On a theoretical level, I know what the problem is. I'm too aware of the humanity all around me. His men just beyond the glass doors of the patio. The cars crawling on the street beneath us. The windows of other high-rises all around us, in all likelihood concealing watching eyes. It's more than that, though. My hips keep moving helplessly against his face as I chase completion, my hands gripping his hair like I hold on to the darkness and fire that lives within us both. When we leave here, if nothing else, we'll have each other. After the bareness of the past 5 years, that's everything. But I need to fill the emptiness. We need our revenge. My thighs begin to tremble, and Luca tightens his grip. As if he understands every dark thought, he plunges 2 long, thick fingers of one hand inside me, pressing the heel of his hand against my clit, and scissors them against my walls at the same time. It's the final piece to the puzzle. The fullness of his fingers in my cunt and the motion send me hurtling over the edge. I cry out loudly and shake and shudder with the unwinding of my release. Luca brings me down with gentle, hungry laps until I'm limp and boneless. Then he lifts me to sit completely on the narrow wall. My legs automatically go around his waist, ankles locking in as I look behind me and go rigid. There's nothing at my back except wind and sky and city lights. He holds my hips firmly in place, but I clutch at his neck and hair, fear sending me sliding my hips into his at the same time he lines us up and thrusts forward into me. I scream a short, terrified burst of sound cut off by his lips. He presses his forehead into mine and moves his hands to hold me more firmly against him.
"Look at me, wild one."
I can't open my eyes. He repeats the command, the rough timbre of his voice sinking under my skin and settling something inside me. I'm consumed by full-body trembling, a fear of falling like I've never experienced before, grabbing hold and refusing to relinquish me. But I open my eyes.
"I won't let you fall,"
he tells me. I shake my head, then nod.
"Do you believe me?"
One hand travels down, coasting through my hair and along my spine to grip my right buttock, while the other brackets the back of my neck in a firm grip. I draw in a short, shaky breath, then nod more decisively. Trust. I have to trust him.
"Good. Think about us, what we're going to do together."
He pulls out, then slams back in. My breath slams out on a sharp gasp. His gaze never leaves mine as he pulls out and repeats the gesture, never lets me go.
What we're going to be together.
Sweat drips from the bridge of his nose onto my face as he tilts me back a few degrees.
Look up,
he whispers. As he thrusts again, I gather my courage and raise my eyes heavenward. The city swims around us, an ocean of lights that could be stars blurring into something beautiful and otherworldly.
Let go.
He leans forward and kisses me as he fucks me hard there in that sky of lights.
Let go, and let me love you, Karina.
I swallow hard, and then I do it. Opening my fingers from the death grip I have on his neck, I let go. I spread my arms wide, turning my palms up to the sky, and close my eyes and let go. Not just of my fear, but of every ounce of anger and bitterness and resentment that linger still. They have no home here any longer. We'll have our revenge, but for now, I'm full. Full of the love Luca has replaced that hunger with. When we both tumble over the edge moments later, we don't fall. We fly.
Chapter 23. Luca. Is this really necessary? Karina asks. Her voice doesn't carry its normal argumentative tone when she addresses me. Everything has changed since last night, and for that I'm grateful, but I'm still trying to come to terms with our new dynamics. We're together, again. The wild child turned Mafia queen and the untouchable. We're such an unlikely pair, and yet everything fits so perfectly. It's difficult to even think about the time we wasted apart. I turn so I can look her in the eyes as she waits for my answer. She's in the back of the SUV, an arm curled protectively over Baccio, who sits in the seat beside her. I suppress a smile at what I'll need her to do in a moment. I already know she won't be happy at having to hide in the back of the car. She isn't the type of woman to cower. Yes, it is. Everyone will think you're at the Palisades estate. My apartment right now is the safest place you could be. Karina refuses to return to her family estate, and I can't blame her. Our own father's parts in the events leading to Francis's death isn't something that can be as easily forgiven as my own culpability, and that's saying something. We've traveled to virtually every safe house I can think to use in this damnable city over the past few days, and the last bastion I can think of is my own apartment. My jaw clenches every time I think of anyone hurting her. I had kept my secrets buried so deeply in fear of Karina never forgiving me. But she did, and it wasn't even her forgiveness over what happened with Francis that has made my love for her grow deeper, but her compassion and understanding of what his death has done to me, too. I had hoped that she might forgive me one day, but I had never dared to dream that she might go so far as to understand that I lost a piece of myself that day, too. Taking Francis's life can never be erased, and I'm sure my part in that will haunt both of us until the day we die. But we now have a chance to get through it together. Karina fiddles with the medallion on her neck. No one will dare touch you at my place, I finally say, and her fingers slip from her neck and land in her lap. The nod of her head has me unclenching my jaw. I need you to lie down, I say, and immediately she doesn't look pleased. You gotta be kidding me. We can't take any chances of someone seeing you. Fucking A. Continuing to gripe, she does as I say. Karina doesn't cower, but she's not stupid. I can't stop myself from reaching back and touching her cheek. It won't be long before we're home. She smiles slightly at the word home. It seems fitting since I know that's what it will be for both of us. I'm not letting go of Karina. Not ever again. The drive isn't far, and I maintain a steady pace in an effort to keep the ride smooth for Karina. I don't speak to her in case anyone is watching. I see the blue and red strobes when we round the corner of my street and slow to a crawl. Police cruisers aren't normal for this relatively quiet neighborhood in Brooklyn. I bring my phone to my mouth as if I'm making a call, but I don't press any buttons. Situations like this, there's always an audience. I'm going to stop the car, but you can't get out. There are police cruisers here, so I'll get out, lock the car, and get a read on the situation. Stay where you are until I come back for you. Karina murmurs assent, and I pretend to end the call as I park and get out. As promised, I lock the SUV and walk toward the police officers, who immediately turn to me. One of the officers approaches me, his hand going to his service belt. I don't recognize his face. He's young, a rookie maybe. "Do you live here, sir?" he asks as I approach. I try to push down the irritation at being questioned by someone I most likely own. The second officer stops him with a hand on his shoulder. I don't know his name, but I've seen his face before. "Why don't you go canvass the neighbors?" He directs a nod down the street, and the officer who questioned me turns and leaves without hesitation. "Sorry about that, Mr. Marzano. We had a report from a neighbor that your apartment door was left open. I'm assuming you didn't leave it that way." "Definitely not." I shake my head and glance up toward my apartment windows, like I might be able to see through the walls. Who the fuck was in my home? "We did a sweep to be safe and found no one, but the place was tossed. We'll get you up there in a minute to see if there's anything missing." I glance back at my car where Karina is hidden. I said this would be the safest place she could be. That's not looking like the case anymore. The officer is still waiting for me to say something. How the fuck did someone get past the security doorman? That's the whole reason I own a unit in this place. It should be impossible for anyone to get into my apartment, let alone rob it. The building is a gated complex manned by a guard rather than a traditional doorman. I also usually have a guard outside my unit, but with everything going on lately, I've been shifting manpower from one location to another, and resources have been a little scarce. He wasn't here this evening. He points to a black body bag on a gurney several yards distant. "It looks like someone got a drop on him, unfortunately, and then it was a simple matter of popping the lock on the door." I run a hand through my hair. Jesus. At least I don't have to worry about taking Karina into the building with the police being here, I guess. The officer turns partially to the side and speaks into the radio on his shoulder, and then back to me. "They're ready upstairs. Would you mind taking a walk through the apartment and letting us know if anything is missing?" "Give me a minute." I return to the car and unlock it. As soon as I open the back door, Karina starts to rise up. "Everything okay?" "I think I've been robbed, but I won't know until I check things out." I hold out my hand, and even with the police presence here, I can't help but look around me for a threat. I focus on Karina as her hand slips into mine, and she allows me to help her out of the SUV. The minute her feet touch the ground, she releases my hand, but I stay at her back as we walk to the apartment entrance. When we enter, the concierge and the building manager begin apologizing to me, but I cut them off. That won't make my home safe again. I don't want to hear how someone fucked up. I just want to find out who entered my apartment and have them in front of me on their fucking knees so I can teach them a lesson. I continue walking, gaze fixed ahead on the bronze doors of the elevator that will take us to the top of the building where my apartment is located. "I'll do this alone," I say to the police officer, who's ready to step into the elevator with us when the doors open. I touch the small of Karina's back, nudging her to step in first. "I'll wait down here," the officer replies. Everyone watches us until the doors close, hiding us from view. Soft music plays, and I glance at Karina, who's watching me. "I'm sure this has nothing to do with you," I say, not wanting her to feel unsafe. "I won't ask what enemies you have. I'm sure your list is as long as mine." I grin. "Most likely." I grapple with a sense of unease, though. I'm supposed to be an untouchable. This isn't supposed to happen. We enter my home, and straight away the space feels different. The living space has been tossed. Cushions and furnishings and my private things were strewn about haphazardly. Drawers are open, items on the floor. My desk is a mess, all the drawers open. Papers scattered like someone was looking for something in particular, and in a rush. Books were torn from the bookshelves behind my desk and thrown to the floor, and the smell of ammonia permeates the air. "Is that piss I smell?" Karina asks, her nostrils flaring. She steps away from the books. I can't wait to find out who did this and end their miserable life. I leave my office space to find the kitchen hasn't survived the violation. Jars are smashed on the floor, sauces smeared across the white marble tiles. All the cabinet doors are open, their contents emptied out onto the floor. I kneel to pick up a jar that has survived and place it on the granite countertop. My window herb garden, the one living thing I've allowed myself in these years I've been alone, hasn't escaped destruction. The tender plants I've nurtured season after season lie amid shattered terracotta on the floor. I nudge one with the toe of my boot, breathing through my rage. "It seems personal," Karina says. Absolutely it was. This wasn't someone looking for a quick payoff. This was someone bent on making a point. They wanted to let me know they were here, that they went through my belongings, my food, that they marked it. I leave the kitchen and pass the emptied bookshelves, pausing in the small room I use as an office. The safe hidden behind my bookcase has been discovered and gapes open. Muttering a savage curse, I stride across the floor and peer into its dim interior. Shit! My laptop, the one I store inside this safe, is gone. My stomach sours. That computer holds years of plans. I squeeze my eyes shut before I open them again. I can only hope they took the laptop as a crime of opportunity. But my gut says otherwise. If that information sees the light of day, it could be the ruin of me. I rise to my feet and continue going through the apartment. In my bedroom, the heavy velvet bedspread has been slashed. Definitely personal. The walk-in closet doors are open, and none of my custom suits have survived. They've all been sliced lengthwise from tip to toe, along with every one of my ties. Movement behind me has me looking at Karina. Anger burns in her gaze as she quietly tells Baccio to sit, and he makes himself comfortable on my ruined bed. She doesn't need to tell me she's as pissed off as I am. It's as clear as day. I walk into my large bathroom, and my shoulders slump. Not even this room escaped wreckage. I stare at the several versions of myself in the cracked mirror. I'm staring at the broken version of my face for far too long. "We will find out who did this," Karina says from behind me. I glance at her in the mirror. That missing laptop could be the ruin of us both. I need to find out who did this, and quickly.
Chapter 24. Karina, 23 years old. Dear Diary, I never had the slightest intention of raising dogs or kids. Not after Luca abandoned me, anyway. This dog, though. I'm so glad I snatched the little dude from beneath that truck. Even if Fiorelli's guys are being dicks about it and won't shut up.
Pussy. Soft-hearted bitch.
That's all right. I have a feeling about the pup. He's nothing more than a cute little ball of fluff right now, but I've seen these animals before. If I'm right, and let's face it, I usually am, he's going to grow into a machine. An intelligent, fear-inspiring machine that'll be damn near impossible to take down. And loyal. Christ, are they loyal. Already he's mine. I've had him a day, and he's 30 pounds soaking wet, and I bet I could get him to eat someone's face. Earlier, Ronaldo walked in without knocking, and the little bugger jumped up and growled. I love it.
They're gonna have to get used to each other, though. Sal's man will be helping me until I heal up, which means taking the puppy for walks and being a general dog dad. I'm sure he's thrilled. They'll be best friends in no time, though. Right now, Bacho is lying across my feet, right where we settled after I got back from getting that stupid bullet extracted, and he hasn't moved. It's like he knows I was hurt. I can't imagine being without him. He's such a good boy. It's a bittersweet irony that the one place Luca thought I'd be safe has been so cruelly violated before I've ever stepped foot inside. Even desecrated, Luca's apartment tells me more about the man than all the days I've spent in his company. He acquired it after our time together, so this is the first time I've been in it, the first glimpse I have into this aspect of his personality. I hate that I'm getting it like this. I look around as Luca and the cops catalog missing and damaged items, Bacho snuffling about nearby. Snapping my fingers, I call him to me, not wanting him to cut his nose on anything broken. I'm possibly being overprotective, but I've been that way ever since he was shot. Beneath the mess, the furnishings are tasteful and spare mid-century mod decor. The few scattered accent pieces scream wealth, like the heavy bronze equine bookends tossed on the floor and the Sputnik-style chandelier that, thankfully, looks to have missed the burglar's notice. A window in the kitchen has a glass shelving unit designed in front of it with a built-in herb garden. Half of the terracotta pots have been removed and shattered on the black-tiled floor. Luca nudges one of the plants with his toe. "I'm so sorry, Luca." "I can repot the damn plants," he says. "It's the computer." With a grim expression, he walks out of the kitchen. Stay, kiss, kiss. I find Bacho a relatively undisturbed spot where he won't injure himself on cut glass and wander after Luca, taking in each piece of the destruction along the way. Luca is standing at the sink in his bathroom, palms flat on the granite counter as he stares into the mirror as if asking himself for help. His face is reflected back, distorted into multiple versions of himself by the broken glass. I lean cautiously against the door jamb. "Are you okay?" It's a stupid question. I know he's not okay. He shakes his head, meeting my eyes in the mirror. "That laptop." Most of the things destroyed in the apartment look to be replaceable. It'll be aggravating, but Luca will file a police report and a claim with his insurance. The damages will be repaired, and physical items, stolen or injured beyond repair, will be replaced. The more cherished personal mementos will be a loss, but in our business, that's something we always know to be possible. We shore up those memories for the possibility of such losses and ensure we're always equipped to exchange their loss for flesh. The laptop is in a different category, clearly. What about it? "It's not the laptop itself," Luca says, dipping his chin to his chest. "It's the secrets it holds." Ah. Moving past him, I sit down on the closed toilet lid, which somehow escaped destruction. What's on it? I pause, raising an eyebrow. Or can you even tell me? Luca turns around and leans against the sink, crossing his arms over his chest. "Well, the good thing is, unless they have a guy who knows computers, nothing. I'm pretty good at using proxies and firewalls and such to hide things." But... There's a but there. I can hear it. Uncrossing his arms, he brings up both hands behind his head to rub wearily at his shoulders. "But if they do have such a person, everything is on that laptop." I don't need him to tell me what everything is. I can imagine it. Records of his racketeering, the timeline of the developments of the pits, his theories on the development of the pits, including who's involved, his income, how he distributes gains. Everything. He nods, a single clipped tip of his chin. I look at him narrowly. When I speak, I pitch my voice low, conscious of the cops in the other room. You need to be straight with me, Luca. This is more than just you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and we all keep each other happy now, isn't it? He doesn't respond, and that's all the confirmation I need. Jesus H. Christ, Luca. What the hell are you into exactly? He opens his mouth, but no sound comes forth. Let me guess. You're feeding the cops information about the pits? His hand comes down across my mouth, cutting off the words. That's enough, Karina. Don't say anything else. I nod slowly, and he moves his hand. I'm right, and therefore he's right. It's information that would be incredibly dangerous in the wrong hands. With that information in the wrong hands, Luca's no good to anyone as an untouchable. What he knows is common knowledge. He has no leverage anymore. I stare at Luca, unable to comprehend that he would keep data like that in such an easily accessible location. You just had it sitting out? He slants a look at me. No, I didn't just have it sitting out, Karina. It was locked up in my safe. Not good enough, obviously. I stand up, too agitated to continue sitting. How could you be so stupid to keep something like that around anyway? Gee, thanks. No, Luca, this is serious. Do you know what they will do? He grabs me around the waist and pulls me into him where he leans against the vanity. Shh, that's enough. I'll fix it. My voice is muffled by his shirt when I answer. I'm worried, Luca. His arms tighten around me, and his fingers scratch reassuringly at my scalp. I know. It's not the first time it's happened, though, and it won't be the last. We used to keep that kind of thing on paper. Digital lock keying is actually a step up from how my father runs things. This will be a good test of our security. The detective appears in the doorway of the bathroom, and Luca straightens, subtly pushing me behind him. His expression hardens and blinks imperceptibly in the presence of another person. I can't help the feeling of warmth that spreads through me at the awareness that I'll never be one of those people he goes neutral with ever again. May I help you? Sorry to interrupt, sir. It's fine. Did the department have anything to do with this? What? No. The detective steps back, shaking his head emphatically. You know better than that, Luca. We don't mess with you, you don't mess with us. Pretty strange for someone to make it past both our men, don't you think? I don't know how the hell that happened, except that the doorman was shot. We're pulling the footage on it. His gaze travels the confines of the bathroom, touching on me for a moment before settling on Luca. I'd like to speak frankly. So fucking speak. Astonishment has my jaw hanging for a second before I close my mouth. I know what an untouchable is, of course, but my experience up to this point has been pure theory. This is power in action. No one in my family has ever had this kind of sway over the law. It's kind of hot. It also explains quite a bit, such as why Evie chose Luca and not Enzo. My brother doesn't have this kind of power. The detective leans into the room a bit and pitches his voice low. Far as I know, no one knows about this yet, just us and you. So, not your family. He looks at me again. Not her family or anyone else's. I have 2 guys in here, and up to a certain point, I can make sure they keep their mouths shut. You do that. I'll make sure my house is clean. We should get to the bottom of it fairly fast. Luca shakes his hand, and the officer nods and walks away. Are we still thinking it's the gangs? Luca shakes his head, lips pressed into a flat line. I genuinely don't know, Karina, but I am going to find out. This feels more sophisticated than Gino, to be honest. I don't see how they could even get into a place like this with the kind of security you have. Yeah, well, a bullet to the brain is pretty persuasive, and I've been stretched thin lately. Usually, there's the doorman to vet visitors, and I have a guard outside my door, whether I'm in or away. But I didn't have that extra layer tonight, so the only thing they needed to get rid of was the doorman. I walk out of the bathroom and study the mess before me. Were you able to tell whether they took anything other than the computer? Luca comes to stand beside me. His hand settles, warm and reassuring, around my nape. That's the only thing I see, which is worrisome. Fuck. Yeah, they're getting desperate, Karina. From the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of a fleeting, wicked smile. That's okay, though. Desperate men make mistakes, and when they do, I'll be ready.
Chapter 25. Luca. Karina stands at the window, looking out over the city that surrounds my home. The paranoid possibility of someone watching her from a nearby building sends a spear of panic through me. They could have binoculars trained on her right now, or the scope of a high-powered rifle. I flip the light off to lessen the possibility of anyone seeing her and to steady my nerves, and I go to stand beside her, edging her body slightly behind mine. It's been a long time since I even bothered to look out this window, but seeing the city with its twinkles of light and flow of activity is a reminder of life. Even when we wish it to stop, to pause for a second and just fucking pay attention, it continues on its merry way. I used to come here as a boy with Tom. I sense Karina's gaze on me without looking, so I expand on what I just said. Tom was my father's head of security. Karina nods. I remember Tom. He always watched you with fond...
Every great tale deserves a breath of silence. Let the melody guide you gently through this peaceful space between the words.
We're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling. I can't help but stay. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Love this feeling.
She smiles softly. The hard edges are slowly disappearing from her gaze, leaving the softness I remember from before. It gives me hope that if we can just get past this fucking kill order, we can get back to who we were before Francis's death. He was good to me. This was his building, actually, where he lived. He brought me here when things got heavy at home. They got heavy a lot. Living with my father demanded the man in me always be present. Tom let the boy in me come out. We would come here and stand where we are right now, and we'd pick a building. We would build stories about their lives. I smile. Tom had a wicked sense of humor, and the stories he weaved always took the sharpness out of my life. He had a fondness for superheroes, I continue. So every time he got to tell a story, it was always the headquarters for some secret superhero franchise. Of course, I'd pretend to be bored, but I wished it was real. I shoved my hands into my pockets. A stupid childhood fantasy. I look at Karina and can't help but touch her cheek. There are no superheroes, only monsters. Karina reaches up and captures my hand. Monsters are only men, Luca, and I happen to think you'd look great in spandex. Maybe when this is all over, you could live out this Henry Cavill Superman fantasy I've always had. I didn't think I'd laugh so soon, but my lips tug up and a burst of laughter falls from my lips. Karina's eyes widen before she joins me in laughter. I just might, I say, brushing my lips against hers. Maybe you could dress up too, I offer with a smile. Wonder Woman, of course. I always thought they should have gotten together. Role play, huh? I didn't think that was your thing, she teases. What isn't my thing? I'm a little depraved. I brush a loose strand of hair behind her ear. When this is over, let's spend all the time in the world together, please. My words sour the mood, but we need to leave now. Without argument or question, Karina agrees, nodding her head briskly. I think it's best if we keep moving. The one place that hasn't been hit yet is my safe house, so I plan to return there, meet with my agent, and grill him until he tells me who ordered the hit on Karina. It's the only tangible link I have. We ride the elevator down, and I use the time to message the Fed, sending him the location of the safe house. Hopefully, I've given him just enough time to get there, but not enough time to arrange for anything more nefarious. This means the location is in the hands of the FBI. I won't ever be able to use it after this visit, but I need a safe place to meet him. I slip the phone into my pocket after sending the message as the elevator doors open. After a silent exchange with the cop who stayed behind to keep an eye on my SUV and the building, we walk across the sidewalk toward the street where the vehicle is parked, both of our heads on a swivel. It's too open, with too many spots where someone could be waiting to take their shot. I make Karina walk behind me, but she's still too exposed. It's a humbling, horrible feeling, knowing that her safety is not wholly within my grasp. I want to wrap her in a bulletproof bubble and never let her out. I wait until Karina climbs into the front of the SUV, and once she's safely inside, I jog around and climb into the driver's seat. I waste no time pulling out of my designated parking spot. The roads are quiet, but every person we drive past could be a killer. We have no idea who wants her dead, no idea who they're paying to handle it. It could be anyone, any regular Joe, just like this guy taking his evening stroll down the street. I push my foot down on the accelerator. "Are we being chased?" Karina asks, but she doesn't sound alarmed. I lift my foot slightly. "No, I just want us off the streets." "Hey." She waits until I look at her. "I know I'm safe with you, Luca." Her trust in me should make me relax, but it just piles the responsibility heavier on my shoulders. You will be safe soon. Once I reach the safe house and figure out what the fuck is going on, I can make a plan. My phone dings and I lift it and open the message from the agent. One letter. K. The streets are deserted outside the safe house. I sit for a moment and observe the area. No one walks up or down the sidewalk. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. "It looks safe, Luca." Karina's hand rests on my forearm. Everything looks safe until it isn't. I reach down and Karina takes her hand away so I can unbuckle my belt. Picking up my gun, I check the clip for the 4th time in under an hour. "Don't get out until I come around your side," I instruct. She obeys for the 3rd time today. That's got to be a record. I open her door, and this time I keep her walking in front of me, my back to the other buildings and the street. She pushes open the small gate, and my gaze dances from one window to the next, but there is no movement. Karina climbs the 3 steps, and I touch her shoulder, telling her without words to wait. I test the knob. It's locked, as it should be. I unlock it and move to unlock the deadbolt, but the door begins to swing open, the deadbolt clearly unfastened. That's not as it should be. "Go back to the car." I extract my gun. "Fuck that." Karina pulls out her own gun. So much for obeying me. I'd snort, but instead I pocket the key and push the door all the way open with my foot. I go first. There isn't much light in the hallway as we creep through the house. The bottom level is dilapidated, the stench of stagnant water and mold strong. I watch my footing as best I can, but pause when glass crunches under my boot. My head snaps to Karina, who raises a brow. We wait a few beats, but there is no sound in response, so we turn to the stairs and begin to make our way up. The safe house is on the upper floor. When we reach the landing, I slowly push open the door and step into the cramped kitchenette. To my left is the small brown couch, but it's not empty. The agent is here, but he won't be talking. His tongue has been cut out and sits on his lap. Karina's deep intake of breath has me turning to her, and I hold a finger to my lips, stopping the scream that's clawing its way up her throat. She swallows back her horror. Keeping my gun at the ready, I point at the kitchenette for her to wait there, and she moves carefully away from the body while I check the rest of the place. The small bedroom is empty and appears untouched, as is the bathroom. Once it's safe, I put my gun away and return to Karina, who still holds her gun poised on a dead man. "It's clear," I say, but she doesn't relax. I turn to look at the agent. The screech of a chair behind me has me glancing at Karina as she sits down on one of the rusted metal kitchen chairs. She's staring at the agent, but she doesn't speak as I step closer to him. His tongue was cut clean out of his mouth. His lips are parted, and I kneel down to see inside his mouth. Sometimes a message is left, but the gaping maw of his mouth is empty. "His tongue is in his lap," Karina says. The agent's hands are placed on either side of his thighs, palms up, fingers open. I check his jacket pockets for his phone, but it's gone. "Yes," I finally answer Karina. "That means he broke the code of Omerta." My gut twists and sinks. I reach in and check his trousers pockets, praying his phone turns up. When it doesn't, I stand straight. "Yes," I answer again, as Karina pieces everything together. "That means he was a snitch, or a cop." "He was an FBI agent." I look at her and watch the last of the color drain from her cheeks. Her brows drag together, and her hand flutters to the medallion around her neck. "You were working with an FBI agent?" Is that shock that coats her words? I don't know why, but a smile dances along my lips, not in humor, but maybe in rueful understanding of her shock. I wouldn't believe that I'd ever work with the FBI either. I have an agreement with the local law enforcement. I work with the police. We talked about this earlier. Karina shifts in the metal chair, causing it to creak. "Local, Luca, not federal. You're working with feds, too?" "I worked with one fed. This agent here and no one else." I glance back at the agent in question. Guilt is something I'm not accustomed to, but looking at the body and seeing how it all ended for him has some amount of guilt quivering in my gut. I figured out that he was undercover about a year ago and kept his secret in return for information. Karina's gaze darts around the space, and I have this terrible feeling she's about to flee. I take a step toward her, and she jumps up abruptly. The chair bounces off the floor, and I clear the space between us and grab her shoulders. "It's okay." She shakes her head in sheer terror, and I can't keep looking into her eyes and seeing that, so I pull her hard against my chest. Her hands wrap around me, and she squeezes tightly. I'm not sure what she's more afraid of, being associated with me, knowing I could be her downfall, or just the idea I could be as faithless to have broken the code. My hands leave her shoulders, and I hold her so I can look into her eyes. Pressing my forehead against hers, I try to calm the panic consuming her. It doesn't matter. They won't get us. They can all whack each other, but they aren't getting us. Fuck anyone who tries. I say the words fiercely, and my conviction is enough to make Karina nod numbly in agreement. My phone rings, and I pull away to answer it. As soon as I bring the phone to my ear, my stomach drops.
Chapter 26. Karina, 19 years old. Dear Diary, when Francis and I were little, we were inseparable. Not just that, where there's one, you're sure to find the other, kind of inseparable, but the kind of connected that had me climbing into Francis's crib before we had turned one, taking his karate class instead of my ballet lessons, and refusing to sit in separate classrooms at school, even though their policy was not to place siblings together. We bucked policy, flouted convention, made our own rules. I even accompanied him on his first date with Maria Kapelka, although afterward he refused to tell me where he was going on any future dates. I guess I might have been pushing the limits on that one, but I really didn't like that bitch. We were closer than most humans ever have the privilege of being, from before we ever drew breath until the day he died. So, I understand why, even now, 2 years later, his absence still feels like a literal missing limb. That's what they call it, the missing limb effect. According to the therapist I dragged myself to earlier today, when a twin dies, it's very common for the surviving twin to feel the same sort of phantom limb pain that an amputee feels. The brain doesn't forget and still feels the presence of the limb that was once there, day in and day out. It's why I find myself reaching out to punch him in the arm when someone says something funny, and I know he'd be swallowing a laugh. Why I find myself picking up the phone to send him a text, only to remember he won't receive it. Why I find myself standing in the doorway of his bedroom, hand raised to knock. The pain is real and present, even if the arm or the leg or the person is not. I just need to know, when does it get better? The therapist couldn't answer that for me, and I'm so tired of feeling this way. The sirens have long been turned off, but the flashing strobes and urgent traffic of emergency vehicles and crew around the warehouse have succeeded in gathering the attention of a few news crews. We sit in the front seat of Luca's car, staring morosely through the front window at the frenetic activity. Whoever it is, they're escalating, I whisper. Luca's reply is a nod. His elbow rests on the ledge of his window with his hand curled into a loose fist near his mouth. The glass is tinted and hopefully dark enough to prevent any curious bystanders from identifying either of us as we sit and wait for someone to tell us what the fuck is happening. Strain pulls at the line of Luca's neck, the muscles tense and rigid from his jawline until they disappear into the opening of his shirt. Neither of us are really in this car right now. We're inside that warehouse, searching through smoke and flame for the heinous thing we're too afraid to give voice to. Luca, I don't know, goddammit. I chew on my nails and battle the urge to leap from the vehicle and run across the parking lot, every muscle locked and quivering with the need to do something. I can't just sit here, Luca. Behind us, in the back seat, Bacho whines, and Luca pulls my fingers from my teeth and folds my hand into his. There's nothing else we can do, Karina. The warehouse, constructed primarily of metal and stone, appears mostly intact. Save for char blackening different areas on the walls around the windows, plumes of smoke disappearing into the night sky, and the flames that continue to writhe from the windows and the roof, it's difficult to tell that the structure is even ablaze. And as far as city planning knows, it's just a warehouse, a massive storage facility and parking deck. There's no need for urgency, no cause for New York's finest to risk life and limb trying to save a hunk of concrete and metal. Teams of firemen man multiple hoses with practiced efficiency, spraying arcing streams of water at those points determined to put the flames out fastest. Ambulance personnel wait by their buses, just in case. There's nothing on paper or blueprints about the massive underground structure of the pits. Nothing about the humanity who dwell on the lower levels. They had to have gone past my proxies, Luca mutters. They knew where to hit, knew everything I've been working on. You weren't only working on the pits, though. I play devil's advocate, needing to tie it together more tightly. You were working on a lot of things. It was the biggest thing, and it was my thing, my mission, the reason I'd been working with the feds. It wasn't sanctioned by anyone. It had the potential to blow up in multiple individuals' faces, he explained, his voice impassioned. They knew setting fire to it was the only way to get around that. It's not your fault, Luca. Luca straightens suddenly in his seat, his arm falling from the windowsill and his hold on my hand going lax.
Oh my God, oh no.
I sit forward in my seat, brow furrowed as I look where Luca is focused with a kind of dread. There's a commotion at one of the multiple access doors at the far end of the building, a group of firemen shouting. One breaks off, running toward a truck, and meets another midway. He has a pair of bolt cutters in his hand. As we watch, they race back to the doors and start working on something. What they're doing quickly becomes obvious when they break a chain with the bolt cutter and toss it to the side, then throw the door open. Smoke billows out. My throat is raw, but I force the question out anyway. Was that door always—
No.
That's all he says. It's enough. They locked them inside. All those people I saw on the lower level, the homeless, the caged, the drugged, they're the only reason anyone would put a chain on one of the only access points. I'm sure when they circle the building, they'll find a similar door with a similar lock. No. I can't stomach the grim awareness and the stumble from the car to dry heave the scant contents of my stomach up. I can't remember the last time I ate, and retch fruitlessly, painfully, until Luca's hand pulls my hair back.
Come on, wild one. It's not safe out here with all these people. You're too exposed.
Tears mingle with the burn of acid in my throat and nose, and I shake my head. Maybe only the upper level burned. Maybe they're okay. Luca leads me back to the car and lifts me into the front seat.
Maybe,
he says, the set of his jaw grim, and he closes the door on my tears. He rounds the hood of the car and climbs back in beside me, then surprises me by pulling me onto his lap. We sit quietly, watching them work the scene, until a knock on the window startles us both. Luca rolls the glass down a few inches, revealing Frank, or is it Beans, from my visit to the pit several nights ago. He's visibly nervous.
Mr. Marzano,
he says, and then looks past Luca and focuses on me.
Miss Scarpetta, ma'am.
I murmur a greeting. Luca taps my thigh, and I slide off his lap to the passenger seat.
Were you here when this started, Frank?
Frank, then.
No, I just got a call. I'm so sorry. Call from whom?
His face crumples.
Fucking Johnny was inside. He called to see what the hell was going on. There was a fire on the upper level. He wanted to know why no one was getting them the hell out yet.
Oh my God. I can't contain the muffled epithet.
What did he know about the fire?
Luca's voice is hard.
Not a lot. He said it was business as usual. They's getting ready for the fights, prepping the contenders, you know. The ladies was serving the food and realized the doors wasn't working. They couldn't get them open. Johnny goes to investigate and realizes he couldn't get up to the upper level either. None of the access points was working. He pulled out his phone to make a call, and that's when he smelled the smoke and gas. He calls the fire department and found out they was already there, that the fire had actually been going for a while and had been called in. The floors was so thick they didn't even know it.
Frank stops and swallows, his gaze fixed on me for some reason.
He didn't panic. He called me. Wanted me to talk to the EMS crews, find out what was going on with the doors. Figure out what he needed to do, you know? Coordinate stuff. So we was talking.
How long were you on the phone with him?
We was on the phone for at least 10, 15 minutes. He was getting more and more worried. Couldn't figure out why they weren't opening the fucking doors.
Why weren't they opening the fucking doors, Frank? I ask. You went to them, right? Told them the doors weren't opening? He looks at me, head cocked, the picture of confusion.
I did everything I was supposed to do, ma'am. The floor collapsed when I was on the phone with him. I heard them screaming.
Stop it, I say roughly. I don't want to hear any more.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry, ma'am. I just wanted to assure you that I'm on top of things. This is just a temporary drawback, a stumbling block.
What? How are the deaths of hundreds of innocent people a fucking stumbling block?
I'll start scouting out a new location just as soon as I get the go-ahead,
Frank says.
You don't have to worry about a thing.
His declaration isn't chilling so much for what he's saying, but for how he's saying it. So much conviction underscores each word. And he's not looking at Luca, but right at me. He's saying all of this to me, as if I hold some kind of authority here, as if I need to know. My father. The pits are his. This was by his order. Luca makes the connection too. I could see it on his face. I can see it in how he reaches a hand into his pocket and begins to slowly ease his gun from his coat. Quickly, I reach over and put my hand on his arm to stop him, ensuring it looks like nothing so much as a loving gesture to the man outside the window. It's not the time. I'll take that back to my father, I say.
Thank you, ma'am.
He dips his head. If he had a fucking forelock, he would pull it, I have no doubt.
I'm sorry.
I nod. I bet you are. He walks away, and Luca rolls the window up. We stare out the window as the gathered crowd of onlookers swallows him up, and then we exchange a look. We don't need to say anything. Understanding flows between us. Luca starts the car and pulls out of the parking lot, beginning the drive to New Jersey, to the Scarpetta estate. My hand rests on the console while my fingers tap an agitated beat against the leather. Luca takes it and kisses the back of it, his eyes never leaving the road. We drive, hand in hand, heart in heart, darkness in darkness. Chapter 27. Karina. 13 years old. Dear Diary, today was the most hideously horrible day in the history of all days, ever. I will never, ever recover. I don't even want to think about it, but I have to tell someone, or I will keep it bottled up inside and I'll just die. So, you're it. The Marzanos and the Valacis and the Romanovs and the O'Hanlons were all over for some super important gathering. It's always so obnoxious when everyone is together. Like, we kind of hate each other, to be honest, but everyone acts all polite when the women and kids are around. It's so stupid. Like we don't know. We all know. Anyway, Ivan Romanov and Enzo got to messing around, and one of them knocked into me, and I fell into that stupid fountain in our driveway, the one with the crane. I'm lying there in the water with that stupid dress Mother made me wear up around my thighs, when Ivan Romanov's sister starts pointing and laughing at me because apparently I started my period for the first time ever. And there was blood in the water, like hemorrhagic fever. No hiding it. I'm bleeding out, blood in the water. And she was too obnoxious to just shut up and help me. No, she had to be a bitch and make it really obvious to all the boys and everyone what was happening. I have never been so embarrassed in my life. Francis, God love him, looked at Ivan and told him if he didn't punch his sister in the face, he was going to do it. Ivan grabbed her by the hair and dragged her off somewhere. Lulu Valachi took me inside to my mother, and between the two of them, they got me fixed up, but OMG, I might as well die now. I hate that fucking crane. The pulse in my temple is pounding when Luca pulls into the driveway of the Palisades estate. I flick a look at the concrete crane dancing in the fountain that sits in the circular driveway. Stupid bird. I grumble beneath my breath, pushing open the door as soon as Luca pulls the car to a stop. I always hated that fountain and that bird with its skinny legs.
Karina, wait.
I stop, half in and half out of the vehicle. Men are already standing about, ready to escort us. Several of their hands rests on the weapon at their sides. What? I struggle to keep the impatience from my voice. He waits until I meet his eyes.
We do this together,
he reminds me. I look at him for a moment, then give him a clipped nod. Together. He climbs out, and we walk up the stone staircase toward the front entrance. One of the guards reaches out and opens the door as we approach, letting it swing open. Inside, Marco Vitale, my father's second in command, stands with an impassive expression at the entrance to the hall leading to Father's office. He inclines his head as we enter.
Karina, Mr. Marzano, how may I help you?
I need to see my father.
I'm afraid the Don is dealing with a matter of some urgency. Perhaps I may be of assistance.
That's the matter I'm here to see him about. This isn't negotiable, Marco. Tell him I'm here. My father's second presses his lips together and sends a speaking glance to one of the soldiers in the foyer. He steps forward and gestures at Luca, who lifts his arms without looking at him. Pat down, Marco. I curl my lip. Rude. A soldier removes 2 guns from Luca's jacket, and Luca tips his head ruefully.
I wasn't going to use them.
I start to raise my own arms, preparing to be searched, but Marco jerks his head toward the hall.
Go ahead.
Inwardly, I shake my head. I don't know whether to be insulted or elated that they never considered me to be enough of a player to search me for weapons. Sal never underestimated me like that. He never confused womanhood with softness or stupidity. I side-eye Luca as we walk behind 2 soldiers toward Agostino Scarpetta's office. You know who I really admire.
Who's that?
Sal Fiorelli.
Your mentor in the West?
Yes.
Why is that?
Luca's voice is soft, but it carries. He wasn't a man to miscalculate.
I understand.
My heart pounds in my chest as we draw closer to my father's office, and I look up at the light fixtures to steady myself. I can't put my finger on the cause. Anxiety, anticipation, anger. I've always been a passionate person, one who's felt big feelings and screamed into the wind. I've lived with the pounding of my heart every day and in every circumstance, felt it angry, felt it hurt, felt it fearful. This is different. Adrenaline, maybe? No, I've felt that too. We stop at the doors of the office, and I look at Luca, catching his gaze. Don't stop me. His smile is full of tenderness.
I won't, wild one.
One of the guards narrows his eyes upon me.
What is that supposed to mean?
Luca grins. His tone is wolfish when he replies, holding the door open for me to sweep past.
Haven't you heard? I'm in love with the Don's daughter.
The office is filled with people. I recognize a few of the capos, but most of them are strangers to me. They stand around in different spots while Father sits at his desk, as usual. No one pays any mind when I enter. They continue talking about the fire. I catch words here and there.
The cost, bribe, commissioner, fights, necessary.
At length, one of the capos notices Luca and me and leans over to whisper into the Don's ear. Father twists in his seat, his face taking on an animated cast. His gaze flicks briefly to me before settling on Luca. There it is. Approval.
Job well done, daughter. Luca Marzano, just the man, just the man.
He half stands, flapping a hand at the room's occupants.
Give me the room, gentlemen.
The room empties within seconds, the sounds of conversation and laughter trailing after the men like a plume of cigarette smoke. Father seats himself and waves to a chair.
Have a seat. Glad you could make it. Want a drink? Karina, make him a drink, sweetheart.
Luca sits, sprawling comfortably in the chair.
I don't want a drink.
I sit down in the chair beside Luca's, ignoring my father's irritated expression. After a moment, he recovers and continues.
I'm sure you heard about the trouble at the pits. I wonder if you might be able to lend your assistance in the police investigation. It would mean so much to the family, to my daughter.
Luca glances down at his shirt and flicks a bit of non-existent dust from his lapel.
I would do anything for Karina.
As my father begins to celebrate, he looks back up.
It's she who wishes to speak to you, actually. I'm just along for the ride.
Oh? Agostino, father, looks at me. I smile, aware that it doesn't reach my eyes. You don't like that, do you, father?
What are you talking about?
He grumbles.
I don't have time for nonsense, so speak plainly, girl.
You don't like that you have to pay attention to me now. I can see it on your face. You don't want to, and you don't like that Luca is here, and you feel compelled to. You don't like feeling compelled to do anything. He leans forward over his desk, eyes flinty.
You're right about one thing. I don't want to. If you think I'll sit here and listen to the whining and complaining of a weak-minded female, you're as bad as your mother. I should have left you in California.
Quick as lightning, Luca reaches across the desk and grabs the back of my father's skull. He pulls his head forward and down like one would a lever, bringing his face into the wood surface of the desk, hard and without forgiveness.
It's time you shut up and listen,
he says, when father raises up, blood running from his nose. Thank you, baby, I say admiringly. Stellar idea.
Anything for you, wild one.
Father looks between the two of us and eases back in his chair, silenced. Anyway, Father, as I was saying... I stop, putting a finger to my lips. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Oh, yes, I'm actually really thankful to you for sending me to California. Sal Fiorelli was amazing. He showed me what a father should be to a daughter. Taught me all sorts of things a girl who wants to be a Mafia queen needs to know. Did you know I can shoot a man in the eyeball at 100 yards? Father shakes his head, and I grin. I can, it's true. And in the last year, I more than tripled Fiorelli's net gains by reinvesting and trimming the fat. I impressed myself, let me tell you. His eyes widen, especially when I pull a Beretta 92 FS from beneath my shirt and a silencer from my pocket and begin screwing the two together. You really should teach your men not to underestimate women, Pops. It's fucking insulting.
Karina, what?
You've been yapping in my ear my entire life. It's my turn. You haven't been listening to me, Dad. So listen up. You need to hear, for once, why you're simply a misery. You killed my brother, my twin, my other half. You bet on his life because you're a fucking asshole, and you put him in a situation that guaranteed his death, and you didn't even care. That's one. It would be enough, but there's more.
I'm sorry.
You don't get to apologize. You created that awful place where you put him in the first place. The pits. What the fuck even is that, Dad? Did you watch Mad Max one too many times or something? It's an abomination. The people down there, in the cages like animals, and today, the fire. I raise the hand holding the gun and slap it against the side of my head softly. I don't even understand how I could come from you. You're a monster. I pause to draw breath. Why would you do that, Dad? Why would you kill your cash cow? He shrugs, the gesture helpless. It reminds me of when I asked him about Frances and the pits. It enrages me. You don't get to do that, I say softly. You don't get to shrug and say, I don't know. I want an answer. His fist comes down on the desk.
You weren't getting the results we needed, damn you. I sent Gino DeQuino to break into his apartment to find something I could use to press the issue.
He tries, without success, to stem the blood flowing from his nose. I don't think he realizes that his nosebleed doesn't matter, that the tiny bit of blood coming from that is inconsequential compared to what's coming.
He found something all right. Found that stupid computer with every fucking thing on it. Took my hacker a few hours, but once he got into it, I saw that Luca here wasn't far from figuring out I was the one behind the pits.
So you burned them. He shrugs and sits back in his chair.
I did what I had to do. It's business.
I'm silent for a minute, shocked despite myself. Then I shake my head. Well, there's that. I guess the only other thing is that you're just such a goddamn asshole where I'm concerned. Did I shit on you when I was a baby or something? Beside me, Luca's shoulders shake with silent laughter. Was it a personal offense for me to be a girl? Do you not like vaginas because, I don't know, a lot of folks think they're pretty cool?
Stop. Just stop.
Why should I stop? I ask the question coolly, as if I really want to know the answer. I don't, though. The time for reparations is past. You cast me aside, Father. Or maybe I should just call you Agostino. You're no father to me. You killed my brother as surely as if it was by your own hand, and then you tossed me away. And then you had the nerve to drag me back here and want to pimp me out for your own personal gain. I lift the gun. No, I think we're done here. My heart beats normally as I shoot my father in the head, its earlier pounding calmed. The silencer isn't very silent, as it turns out. Or maybe Agostino's men just have very keen hearing, or maybe they were listening all along. The door behind us bursts open before his body hits the floor. It's okay. Luca and I were prepared for this probability. Luca takes my hand, and we exchange smiles as the capos grab us and drag us, unprotesting, from the office.
Chapter 28. Luca. Out of all the people I thought could be responsible for the pits, it never dawned on me that Karina's father was behind it. He had the power to stop the fight between Francis and me. He had the power to save his son, to stop his daughter's life from being turned upside down. I don't fight back. There are too many men. I'm grabbed from all sides, and within seconds, a blindfold is dragged down over my eyes. I hear Karina curse when Baccio growls, but she tells the dog sharply to stand down and stay, and he grows silent. "Rinaldo," she says. There's the faintest tremor in her voice. "I have him," the man she brought with her from California says, his voice calm. "I'll call Sal." I reach out to where she stood and fumble for her hand, finding it after a moment. Whatever our fate is, we will be together, but I don't plan to go quietly into that good night. If the opportunity arises, and I have even the slightest chance of getting us out of this alive, I will take it. So far, the fact that they haven't killed us, along with the fact that they took the time to blindfold us, is reassuring. We still have time, no matter how short it is. The breeze touches my neck. Someone touches my head, and I stoop to get in a car. I don't release Karina's hand, and she follows to sit close beside me. She doesn't speak. The car door slams, the car rocks softly with the movement of other bodies, and then we are moving. I hadn't expected Karina to actually shoot her father, but pride swells my chest regardless. I had thought she would talk, accuse him, or threaten him in some fashion. Not once had I thought she'd be able to pull the trigger. As proud as I am, if I'm honest, I might have preferred if she had done it when the house wasn't filled with capos. We could have waited until no one was around. But anger and emotion took over, and she made the judgment call. I'm not going to take that from her. As the car continues to shift under us, nerves rattle in my veins, but I try to keep any panic that wants to raise its ugly head at bay. I need a clear head. I need to keep my nerve. I'm trying to consider all the possibilities. Would they spare me because of who I am, or the fact that it wasn't me who killed the Don? Because fuck that, I won't allow it. It doesn't look good for Karina, but I won't allow her to die. I squeeze her hand, trying to communicate that with the touch of my fingers. She squeezes back, and her knee nudges mine. Words thicken my throat. I want to tell her how fucking brave she is. I want to tell her how much I love her. But I keep my mouth shut. There will be time for that later. Instead, I listen to the men in the front seat, hoping they'll speak and reveal something. But they remain silent. I'm not surprised. They're professionals. We're taught that it's the unknown that builds fear. They need us to be afraid, reckless. I've been in the front seat before for one of these trips, but never in the back. It's an interesting drive. The car starts to slow, and when it comes to a halt, the engine is killed. My eyes dart around behind the black blindfold, trying to see something, anything. A door opens, and I'm pulled out, Karina's hand slipping out of mine. Cold air strikes my neck, and I'm shoved forward. The capo's hands aren't gentle. One of them laughs. They're having fun shoving me around. We keep walking, and I'm pushed again. The air changes, and I know I'm inside. Karina's string of colorful curses beside me gives me comfort. My girl isn't making it easy for them. I knock up against several objects. I'm sure one is the corner of a table, and I'm dragged around it. Hands grip my shoulders and press down. Wood hits the back of my legs, and I descend into the chair. My feet shift along the surface of a carpet beneath my feet. Labored breaths beside me confirm Karina's presence. A door opens and closes. Footfalls move toward me, and light strikes my gaze as the blindfold is removed. I blink rapidly, preparing myself for whatever is coming, and quickly take stock of Karina as she does the same, her gaze darting around the luxurious den we've been brought to. She appears unharmed but faintly wild, her hair in a fierce halo around her head, and mascara circling her eyes. Assured she's okay, I turn my attention to the man in front of us, Angelus Valachi. What a very eventful evening. Arson, murder, keeps a man busy. His smile is smug, but disappears as he gets to his feet. I shift in the seat, my hands going to the band of my trousers, where my gun once was. Angelus notices the movement, but doesn't comment. He walks to the bar and pours himself a brandy into a crystal glass. "Would you like one?" he offers Karina. "No, thank you." Karina's voice is solid and strong. Under the circumstances, I'm impressed. When Angelus faces me, I shake my head. He picks up his drink and takes a swallow. "Let's get straight to it, shall we? The pits have been a place that many people in power have wanted to shut down for some time now." He points his glass at me. "I have wanted the same thing, only finding out who ran it was another thing altogether." He takes a sip. "My father ran the pits," Karina says. My head snaps to her. "Don't offer up information," I say. "Karina has to know that. No matter what a situation may look like, you don't start speaking." Angel widens his hands. "As far as you know, you're both dead anyway. What do you have to lose?" "Exactly," Karina says. The moment the blindfold was removed, I knew that. "You killed your own sister to keep the peace," I say. Angel flinches, but inhales before exhaling loudly. "I did what had to be done. It was what worked for everyone." A curious response. "And I'll do the same. I don't have to speak," I bark. I glance around the room, looking for a weapon. On the desk sits a silver letter opener. A glass smashed could slice through his throat. Maybe I should take that drink. He doesn't appear to be packing, but the long navy jacket he wears could be hiding a gun. I would be surprised if he wasn't carrying a weapon. Angelus nods in agreement. "As you will, but the capos outside this room," he points with his glass at the door, "are waiting for the kill order. Most of the capos did not know about their boss running the pits." Angelus walks back to his chair and sits, crossing his leg over his knee. He watches me carefully. "I mean, who would think that a man like Agostino would be involved with the pits, since his own child was killed there, and since it was under investigation by the feds?" I don't say anything. Angel balances the glass on his knee. "Feds just like your friend," he continues. "It would be so stupid for him to be involved in something like that without having the protective layer of an untouchable in his pocket." My heart drums heavily in my chest. None of this makes sense. How could someone like Angelus know so much? And why was he sharing so much with me? The thought that he won't kill us trickles in. I want to cut it off. I don't like false hope. "How do you know all this?" I ask. Since he's sharing so much, maybe he will continue. Undercover agents don't just exist in law enforcement. I have been using that tactic for a while. Angelus finishes his drink and walks to the bar. With his back to me, I take a quick look at Karina. She shakes her head. I know what she's thinking. If we hurt Angel, we have all the capos outside the door. There are no windows or any other exits. I'll cut to the chase. I made a deal with Il Veleno to take down Gino and settle this matter. He has my attention. And how exactly did you manage to make that deal? Seems too good to be true. Angelus looks at me before pouring himself another drink. The Azrael have been seen in town. Karina scoffs at this. The Azrael are a tale, a bedtime story to scare us poor Mafia kids. Angelus smiles. They are very real, Ms. Scarpetta. The Azrael are the Commission's assassins, or at least that's how the story goes. I've never heard of them being utilized, yet they are used as a warning with every Mafia family. They have no individual names, only going by the collective Azrael, and are the enemy of everyone. No family is safe from their assigned wrath. No gang is safe. They do whatever the Commission demands without fail or regret. As far as anyone is concerned, Gino killed Agostino Scarpetta today. He will be hunted down and killed for his crimes. His crimes being, I ask carefully. Well, he's responsible for the attempts on Karina's life, of course, but you already suspected that. But it just makes everything simpler if he's also responsible for the death of Agostino Scarpetta, doesn't it? My stomach drops. He's offering us an out. But what's the cost, and why? What about the capos? My father's men will not turn a blind eye to this, Karina states, her voice shaking the smallest bit. And she's right. Something deadly enters Angel's gaze. They will sing whatever song I play for them. How much power does he have? I always thought he was an errand boy for the Commission. But even errand boys can wield enormous amounts of power, clearly. Yet as I listen to Angel, my uneasy feeling about this situation won't leave. If it seems too good to be true, it usually is. So, Karina is free to go? She can walk out of here and will no longer be a target? I ask. Angelus nods and with a gentle smile turns to Karina. Your father's death will not be on your hands. The way he looks at her with kindness makes it hard to believe he killed his own sister. But it's the most dangerous of us who appear to be the kindest, isn't it? The gentlest and most unassuming. They lure their prey with a false sense of security until they're within reach, and then they strike. Angel levels me with a considering look. And I'm assuming there's more we need to take care of. I've arranged a meeting with Evie O'Hanlon for tomorrow. I will make a deal she can't refuse. I want to ask what that is, but he waves his hand in the air. Take the deal, Luca, and then you and Ms. Scarpetta can run off into the sunset and do as you please. His smile sharpens. Within reason, of course. It's clear to me that while he's not formally a member of the Commission, Angel is setting himself up to be exactly that. And what exactly are you getting out of this? Angel smiles and finishes his drink. Raising his empty glass, he continues to smile. Progress, my friend. Progress.
Chapter 29. Karina. It can't possibly be over. Things don't happen like that in our world. They end in blood and bruises and brokenness. And yet, here we are. After spending the night at the Valachi estate, which was both terrifying, because it was difficult to fully trust that someone wasn't going to burst in and kill us at any moment, and exhilarating, because we were together, and despite our circumstances felt safe enough to make love and then sleep relatively soundly, we're heading into Manhattan for what I hope will be the final move in this chess game to end all chess games. We're going back to where it all began, the Bastoni e Pietra. Outside the window of Angel's SUV, the streets of New York flash by in a gamut of endless activity. I sit in the center of the back seat, Baccio and Luca flanking me protectively on either side. I run my fingers through the dog's fur. Someone did me the courtesy of bringing him to me last night, and that single gesture, more than anything else, helped me trust that Angel Valachi meant us no physical harm. Luca reaches over and takes my other hand, pulling it into his lap. Angel glances back at us in the rearview mirror, the corner of his mouth crooking up slightly. At the Bastoni e Pietra, we file in toward the back of the main dining room and sit at a table in the rear, our backs to the wall. Angel's guards position themselves at intervals beside us and around the room. There's an absurd number of them, given the constraints of the Bastoni's neutral status, but I don't comment. Whatever a man needs to feel secure, I guess. The same waiter who served me when I was here a lifetime ago, it seems, brings small plates and baskets of bread. Another follows with water. Angel eyes us and the two empty seats across from him.
We'll have wine for the table, I think.
I'll have a Bellini, actually, I interrupt. The waiter pauses and looks at Angel. Are you fucking kidding me? I scoff. Do we need permission? Go get my Bellini. Angel chuckles and the kid scurries away. Luca laughs outright and pulls my chin to him to kiss my mouth. A throat clears, and we break away to see Evie O'Hanlon standing by the table, a sour expression on her face. I hope I'm not interrupting, she says, gaze fixed on me.
Hello, Evie,
Angel says, rising.
Please, have a seat.
Evie sits across from us, accompanied by a man I assume is her second in command. Several other men scatter around the room, eyeing Angel's men distrustfully. I look at Evie from beneath my lashes. She's pretty, tiny and freckled, with dark brown hair and laughing deep blue eyes. So very different from me. Luca's hand finds mine on top of the table, and his fingers thread through mine, squeezing in reassurance. It's almost eerie, the way he seems to know exactly what I'm thinking. Would someone like to fill me in on what the hell is going on here? My head jerks up from Luca's hand on mine to find Evie's frosty gaze fixed on us.
I'm breaking the engagement, Evie,
Luca says, his voice unyielding.
I offer my apologies for that. I'm sorry, but my heart belongs to Karina. It always has, and that,
he looks at me wryly,
supersedes business, for once.
For a moment, there's silence. Evie's fingers tighten on the wine glass in front of her. I wonder, idly, if she's going to pick it up and throw it in our faces. Seconds pass, and she gradually relaxes, at last picking up the glass and taking a healthy swallow. I guess I always knew that. Reparations must be paid, though. You've wasted my time, Luca Marzano, and landed an insult to the O'Hanlon family. That cannot go unremarked. She turns her attention to Angel. I suppose that's why you're here.
You suppose correctly. We all have admiration for you, Evie. No one has any wish to disrespect you in this matter.
She inclines her head and looks back at me. I suppose I should be glad, at least, that it's you, Karina. I always did like you when we were children. And I've heard you made a name for yourself out west. I suppose I did. But that doesn't excuse the insult you and Luca have done to the O'Hanlons.
What do you propose?
Luca asks, his tone faintly impatient. If we had married, we would have merged our resources and our influence. I want that. Luca narrows his eyes.
I'm afraid I don't follow.
I want the Marzano resources and influence. Luca sits back in his seat.
I'm perfectly willing to throw the influence of the Marzano name, such as it is, behind you in whatever way you need. But you want me to just give you my money?
Once again, Evie inclines her head. Luca snorts a laugh.
That's not going to happen.
Evie looks at Angel. Speak sense to him. Angel heaves a sigh and turns his head to us.
Obviously, you won't give her everything, but a settlement does need to be negotiated. What we have here is a dowry in reverse that has fallen through.
You must follow the terms of the agreement or pay reparations. The reparations will be according to what was lost then. She'll receive a portion of what she lost, a payout, and a pledge of our loyalty, both the Marzano and the Scarpetta familias.
Luca replies firmly. He names a sum that is staggering to me and turns his icy green gaze upon Evie.
Satisfactory?
She thins her lips and considers, taking her time. I suppose, since the Scarpetta pledge is included. The waiter approaches, his expression nervous.
Are we thinking about lunch?
Angel smiles.
I rather think we are.
Business concluded, we all place orders for meals, and talk turns to our childhood and the gatherings we used to share. It's oddly peaceful and pleasant, and I find myself laughing as I sit back in the curve of Luca's arm, feeling safe and protected for the first time in over a week. I look up at him and am seized by the sudden impulse to pull his cheek down for a brief peck. His gaze warms in response, and he grasps my chin between his thumb and forefinger.
You think you're going to get away with that weak sauce?
He murmurs, swooping in for a deep kiss that leaves me dizzy and grinning like a fool beside him. So gross, Evie mutters.
Don't worry, Evie. Your time is coming.
Angel jibes. Shut up. The percussion swallows her words and sends us all flying. The front of the Bastoni e Pietra explodes, glass flying inward with the impetus of a dam bursting. There's a split second of time where my vision captures guards flinging themselves in front of their people, bodies frozen in motion like still frames in a camera. Then, Luca pushes me to the floor, and Baccio lowers himself protectively against me, his barking a dull echo and ears that ring with a constant, sharp buzz. I struggle to pull my gun free with my right hand, swiping dust from my eyes with my left. Beside me, Luca squats and fires over the table that someone flipped over. I can barely hear the staccato burst of gunfire over the constant ringing in my ears. Angel is beside him, and Evie on the other side of him. I can't see anyone else for the haze of smoke and dust in the air. Gun finally in my hand, I run my hand across the floor to try to push up, and come up covered in blood. It reminds me of the night Baccio was shot, and my hand starts shaking. Who's bleeding? Whose blood is that? Whose... I don't realize I'm yelling, that the thoughts aren't in my head, until Luca yanks me into his side with one arm, still firing over the edge of the table. I clutch at him, and he stops firing long enough to grip my face with the hand holding the gun. He's saying something, but I can't hear him. I can't hear anything. I shake my head. Frustration crosses his face, and he turns my head so I can see Angel. It's Angel's blood pouring from a wound in his shoulder. As I look at him, the exchange of gunfire lessens and abruptly stops. I peer over the table in time to see the retreat of several men, their tats and clothing identifying them as clearly as if they'd been carrying a sign. I slump back down and exchange a look with Luca. The 17s. He nods. We stay in position for another several minutes, and then, as the smoke clears, Angel staggers to his feet with the help of one of his men. Luca follows, pulling me up to stand beside him. Evie follows more slowly. She glances over at Angel and shrugs out of her sweater, balling it up and pressing it to his wound. She jerks her head at one of his men. Hold pressure on this, you idiot. Angel's expression is carved in stone as he surveys the damage to Bastoni e Pietra. Bodies litter the room, mostly unassuming waiters and waitresses who weren't prepared to be fired upon, but there are several of our people as well, and more than a few members of the various families who were simply present for a meal. A woman sobs as she kneels beside the body of a teenage boy. The maitre d' slumps against the bar, a bullet hole puncturing his forehead, his eyes vacant. The waiter I'd taken to task moments earlier lies beside the upturned table, a bottle of wine spilled beside him, and his white shirt stained with blood. I feel sick. The 17s have done the unthinkable, and they will pay the price. An attack in a neutral territory such as the Bastoni e Pietra is akin to an act of war.
It's time to go to the mattresses, ladies and gentlemen.
Angel announces to no one in particular and everyone at once. We're officially at war with the 17s. Chapter 30. Epilogue. You still think I'm a nice guy? Luca tests the silken restraints binding my wrists to the headboard and tugs sharply on my clit. I gasp. No, God, I'm sorry. It's just that it's been a few weeks since you've unalived anyone. Unalived? The corner of his mouth crooks up in amusement. I glance over at Bacho, panting in the doorway. I don't want to use the K word. Ah, Bacho. The dog blinks lazily. Go lie down. Bacho's tongue lolls out, and he lies down. I giggle. Oh, you think this is funny. Luca releases the nipple clamps he attached earlier, and sensation, sharp and hot, floods my system. It travels a direct line from breast to clit, and I draw up like a bow, arching against the acute wave of pleasure pain that makes me shake and tremble like a leaf in an eddy, on the brink of an orgasm so powerful I can't give myself over to it for fear it will consume me. Oh, God. Bending forward over my body, he licks the crest of one breast and sucks my nipple into his mouth, drawing a moan from me. His fingers delve between my legs, one dipping into my pussy to stroke and thrust shallowly. He lowers himself slowly until his face is level with my hips. I'm sorry I said it, I say, pulling against the ties at my wrists. From between my legs, Luca lifts his head and grins. It's an evil, wicked thing. He's already brought me to orgasm twice, once on his fingers and once on his mouth, and his position between my legs says he doesn't plan on stopping anytime soon. I'm not a nice guy, he says, reaching up with one hand to twist my oversensitive nipple. You're not. You're really not. My voice is thin. You know better than that. His fingers work me harder, showing me that he's anything but soft, and my head rolls back against the mattress. I'm on the verge of coming for a third time when the sound of the doorbell peals through the apartment, and Luca goes stiff above me. What the? I grab for him as he moves to climb off the bed. Ignore whoever it is. They'll go away. He laughs as he moves, naked, for the door. Anyone who comes to visit a Marzano in the middle of the night isn't going to just go away if I don't answer the door. Wait here. I don't have much choice, tied as I am to the bed. I listen to the sound of the latch as the door opens, the low murmur of voices, and the door closing again several minutes later, waiting for Luca to come back to me. Things have mostly returned to normal, or what normal might have been if I had never gone to California. Angel made good on his promises, and somehow we managed to step out of the hellscape of the Bastoni e Pietra into a weirdly beautiful present. Luca's Brooklyn apartment was renovated to make room for the both of us, and my painting supplies have a place of honor next to his bronze bookends. I work from home, communicating with Sal and my West Coast guys via chat and Zoom calls, and Luca does the same. It feels a bit like playing house. Sharing bathroom space and coffee in the morning, eating takeout in the evening because neither of us cooks, taking Bacho for walks together, and having sex. Lots and lots of sex. Something will have to change at some point. I can't manage a crew in California from New York for long without things slipping. But we'll figure that out. Luca returns a moment later, a large box in his hand and a bemused expression on his face. There are 4 more of these in the kitchen, and I'm not going to open them, he says. Suffice it to say, this is Gino d'Aquino. This one is his head, if I had to guess from the size and shape of the box. Huh. I guess it's all over with then? It is. That was a messenger from Angel Valachi. The 17s packaged Gino up and sent him over as a token of their respect and loyalty, and they pledged their allegiance to the 5 families. We won't need to worry about them anymore. Angel trusts them? He places the box carefully on the dresser. One thing we understand is loyalty. I think we have to take into consideration that they were simply following the orders of their employer, but in the end, they showed some sense and did what they knew to be right.
If they show they can do the same with us, we won't have any problems.
I crane my neck up from the bed to watch as Luca approaches, his gaze turning predatory. Oh, hell no.
What?
You are not leaving that dead thing sitting there and then thinking you're coming back over here and picking up where we left off?
I've obviously left you alone too long.
Luca covers my body with his own, ignoring my objections.
Don't worry, I didn't touch it.
Just then, I hear a buzzing sound. What are you... Luca found a vibrator somewhere. With a dirty-sounding chuckle, he places one end against my clit and works the other end inside my channel, and then flicks the power button. Oh, you motherfucker! I close my eyes, my entire body shaking as he works the toy against me. Luca, I give up. I can't take any more.
You can, and you will. You'll take everything I give you. Look at me.
I open my eyes to find him watching me with a hungry gaze. He's poised above me, still naked, his cock rising stiffly against his stomach. I don't know why he won't just give it to me, why he's doing all this other stuff. You're mean, Luca. With his free hand, he strokes himself.
I thought I was a nice guy.
I was wrong. You're horrible. The worst. Please fuck me now like the terrible mobster you are. Please. I move restlessly under the onslaught of the toy. He pulls it back, teasing me with it.
You want me to fuck you?
I always want you to fuck me. You know that. And I do. My want and need for Luca grow bigger every day that I'm with him. Sometimes it scares me, this love. I don't know what I'd do if anything ever happened, if I lost him.
Where are you, my wild girl?
I look at him steadily, letting my eyes convey what I still struggle to tell him with words sometimes. I'm just thinking how lucky I am that we're here, alive, together, that we made it back to each other. Luca's gaze softens and turns serious.
I love you, wild one.
He tosses the vibrator to the side and sets my thighs on his shoulders, then pushes into me in a powerful stroke that steals my breath and makes my fingers curl within their bindings. He leans forward to kiss me at the same time. Mouths and bodies connected, he begins to move within me. We climax together moments later, and he unties me so we can curl into each other, utterly spent, completely satiated. His finger draws designs on my bare shoulder before his hand slides around to grasp the only thing I wear, Francis's medallion. I feel a whisper of warmth just before I tumble into sleep, the kiss of gentle presence against my subconscious. It's nothing more than a faint sense of blessing and benediction, but it's enough to make me feel peace for the first time in years as I slip into slumber. Once my enemy, my hatred for this man lies in ruins, broken by love and grace. I've touched the untouchable, and now he's mine. This concludes Enemies in Ruin by Vi Carter and E.R. Whyte. Narrated by Will Tulin and Raven Wildwood. Copyright 2023 by Vi Carter and E.R. Whyte. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with E.R. Whyte and Josie Beck and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.